system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system, to reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal match.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Asia Super Cup. This is the group stage number 3 for the summer 2023 edition. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Sir Cloud, and this is going to be a momentous occasion for us today because this is the first time you and I will be on the desk together, isn't it?
Yes, it is so momentous that we had to have 2 rehearsals for this. Yeah.
I know, so for context, like, I've known Cloud for years now. Like, we've been in the community here in Malaysia, you know, casting all sorts of different games, but this is the first time we're actually on the desk at the same time, so I'm really excited to be here for you today.
Oh, likewise as well. I can't wait to cast with you. Great games today. And I believe it's going to be tomorrow as well between the both of us.
Oh yes, because we're also going to be around for the last chance qualifier as well. But that aside though, today is going to be the last day of the group stage here. 24 teams have been fighting it out, you know, over Wednesday and Thursday. And now today it's going to be the last chance here for them to secure the slots because only 8 of those 24 will be making it to the grand finals. And today is the day we're going to find out which 8 teams that's going to be.
Oh yeah, who is it going to be? For now, we're kind of clear like what some of the teams that qualify onto the next round already by now because of the point gap. But there are some teams who are at risk of being not really eliminated but dropping onto the LCQ stage.
Exactly, and just a note as well, you know, there's a lot of new things happening here in PUBG PC. I mean, particularly, you know, at the start of the day, at the start of this whole group stage, in fact, like this has been under the new super rules for 2023. So that means there's been an overhaul right now with the point system, with the format of the competition itself. So this has been quite the interesting sort of experience, I think, not just for us, but I think even for the teams as well to adapt to these new formats.
Yes, because we have seen like some teams not having chicken dinners, but they're still up there. So we can see like how the gameplay changes as well. Teams are starting to be a little bit more aggressive because they know the value of kill points. But before we go more into that, let's check out our schedule. In case you just joined us for our edition, today is the last day of the group stage, whereby we'll be watching Group B and Group C playing today.
Exactly. So over the last 2 days, we've already seen what Group A and we've seen for the first day, Group A and Group B fight against each other. Group A and C were the ones who fought yesterday. You were part of all of that action. But then today, we're going to be letting Group A take a little bit of a break because they've already completed their 2 days of games here. So whatever points they've managed to get in Wednesday and Thursday, that's pretty much the best they're going to be able to do for now. And they're just going to be hoping that the guys in Groups B and C do not overcome their scoreline.
Yeah, that's where it's scary if you're in Group A, right? Yeah, you get to chill, you get to relax today before tomorrow starts, but then again, you have no control over your destiny today. And it's quite clear by now, like some of the teams in Group A have dropped out of have dropped into the last chance qualifier stage, so they'll be looking forward to tomorrow. But for some of them who are at the borderline, well, they'll be praying hard.
Oh, they'll be praying hard indeed, because on the grand final stage, we only will be having 16 teams to fight in that competition there. So 8 from this group stage itself, another 8 more in the last chance qualifier stage. So today itself, while the teams will not be eliminated here at this point, they're certainly going to be using a lot of information gained from this group stage here to inform themselves how they're going to be playing the last chance qualifier, because that's now they've already been 3 days, effectively after today, there'll be 3 days of them having run under the new rules. So I would expect they'll be very much confident enough to deal with this new, brand new PUBG competitive format.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, it will definitely change a lot, especially when it comes to the grand final stage where everyone will be desperate to be the champions. But before we get to that, again, here's the event format graphic for you guys out there. The group stage will be over a course of 3 days. We'll be running through 24 teams, and only the top 8 out of 24 teams will move on to the grand finals. That will be next week, so make sure you mark your calendars starting from May 24th. The LCQ stage, however, will feature the bottom 16 teams that will be fighting for their lives, and only 8 teams will survive that will join the top 8 from the group stage.
Exactly. So as you mentioned, basically today we have 24 teams. Tomorrow we're going to have 16 teams, and on the grand finals we will have another 16 teams. So make sure you guys tune in for all of that action, because you don't want to miss, the first official PUBG PC tournament for this region under these new rules. It's a brand new day, I think, for PUBG, competitive PUBG, and I'm certainly excited, to be part of this journey itself.
And speaking about being part of the journey, of course, this tournament wouldn't be here without our team. So let's check out how they fare so far. Of course, yesterday Group B, they took a break, but before we look at the scores, here's an overview of the Super Rule point system again. And as you can see here, it's going to be challenging. Only number 1 till number 8 will have points. Other than that, no place on points at all.
In fact, getting a chicken dinner means you're going to be 4 points ahead of second place, and it's going to be a one point split all the way down until you get to 7th to 8th spot. So I think what we've seen in practice right now, having already played 2 days of the group stage, is that teams don't really feel the impact anymore, I feel, of having a good placement now, because I think the priority for a lot of teams is to just get those kill points, because it seems like you're able to grab a lot more points just by being more proactive on the site, being able to catch more kills. In general, that seems to be what the top teams are been able to been doing, really, to stay on top. So I think under these new rules now, the teams have already sort of starting to adapt to this situation here. Now, obviously, some teams have not been able to keep up that well with the top 8 we had in the group stage so far. But now I think teams will have a very clear picture on what exactly is the new objective now under these rules.
And speaking about the new objective, of course, the objective of, besides becoming the champions and being crowned one of the best teams in Asia, is of course the moolah itself, the money that we're talking about here. The number 1 team will take home $20,000 US, number 2 $15,000, and it just winds down all the way to $1,000 US in case a team that happened to be, unfortunately, be number 17 to number 24. But nobody wants to be there, everyone wants to be at the top, so $20,000 US on the line.
Exactly, and with so much money on the line, it's no wonder a lot of these teams are just vying to be part of the group that makes it to the grand finals anyway, because just getting there already guarantees you $5,000 in the bank. So I mean, with those kind of stakes there, it's no wonder these teams are fighting tooth and nail every single round. So as we are going to be proceeding on, we're still going to be looking at more or less the same kind of map format as we already had the last few days. In terms of the teams, though, like we said, Group A, we're going to be letting them take a little bit of a bye for today, because Group B and Group C are the teams that are going to be playing in this edition of the group stage.
Yeah, I saw the big names here. We have Cerberus Esports inside of here. We got the legendary Archangel Predator in Group C as well. Made in Thailand, another staple name inside of Group C. We got teams like Purple, Moody Esports in there as well. So this is an interesting matchup between the two groups. I think there are a lot of good teams here, and definitely those teams will be all these teams, including teams from Group A who are taking a break today, they will be looking at what's going to happen today, and it's going to be a fun match to watch for us as viewers, of course.
Particularly, like, the teams I really want to keep an eye out here is obviously going to be Cerberus Esports. Like, we didn't really actually see much of them yesterday because obviously they weren't playing, and having seen what the Expendables and Day Trade have been able to do, while they were away, I think Cerberus is really itching to try to catch them yet again through points and through attrition here. Another team that I really want to look forward to here is going to be Genius Esports. They had a genius kind of game yesterday, didn't they?
Absolutely. They're definitely showing their thing yesterday, especially it is the first day for them. They want to set a benchmark for themselves. And speaking about setting benchmarks, let's see here. Miramar, 2 Miramars back to back, a Tego in between, and we'll end the day with 2 Erangels. So this will be the final 5 games inside the group stage before we decide who is going to be in the last chance qualifiers bracket and who's going to move on to the grand finals.
Exactly, and I love this new format here because in the event that your first run on Miramar or Erangel doesn't go quite the way you plan, you still have another chance immediately in the next round there to try to make up for that mistake. So I think this offers a lot of teams, a lot more tactical opportunities and a lot more kind of objectives to aim for, because not only will you have like the advantage of knowing where some of these teams drop during that first match itself, but you can apply that knowledge in match 2 as well to see whether or not you want to try to hot drop them, you want to try to intercept them while they're making their ways to circle. Obviously, circle spawns will be different for all these maps here, but the fact that you have these back-to-back rounds means that there's a lot more information I think the teams can get on the ground once they get started with these matches.
Yeah, and the most Pandora box match is going to be Tego. At least now we're in day 3, everyone has had a feel of Tego, everyone has had a look at how other teams play in Tego, but then again, that's only like 2 maps of Tego equals to 2 circles. Still, anything can happen inside of Tego. So this is a map that every team will just need to play by ear, basically.
So let's go ahead and have a little bit of a look right now for some of the highlights for each of the teams that played here so far. So starting with the Expendables, currently the top of the leaderboard right now, hailing all the way from the land of Vietnam, ranked number 1 here. Total kills of 71 throughout these last 2 days. A total damage 12,000, over 12,000. Total survival time of 4 hours plus. These boys have been absolutely killing it on top, haven't they?
Yeah, these boys, they have a lot of experience as well. They played in the last global series too, so they know their stuff. And even during the global series, they did show a good fight as well. So I would say that they are worthy of their number 1 spot. But of course, being number 1 at the group stage and being number 1 at the group stage has the same reward, which is moving on to the grand finals. What's going to be important is that can they be number 1 during the grand finals? That is for us to see later on next week, so make sure you tune in to us. But before we move on to the game, we're going to have a little bit of a recap of whatever happened yesterday. And yesterday was an explosive day, especially with some of the new teams playing for the first time in this tournament. Archangel Predator opening it up with Evil Patrick clutching it against his opponents.
I'm pleasantly surprised to see like quick Q confirm basically getting bowed out in the first day itself, the first match of day number 2 itself. I mean, they did recover quite well as they progressed, but I guess like having those new teams come into the mix here, they're certainly showing very different patterns here that I think Q confirm had to adapt to very rapidly here.
Yeah, Q confirm. It was a slow start for them yesterday, but anyway, their point collected from day number 1, it was like 70-ish points. Yeah, that already put them like quite a significant gap with other teams. So they could afford to drop like 1-2 rounds. That's absolutely fine. Even right now, Q confirm at least at this point, they're at number 3 in the overall charts, or was it number 2 in the overall charts? But they're high up there, so it's no worry for Q Confirm anyway, how they perform. But it's more, I would say the stakes are higher for the other teams, especially for like the Expendables at some point. Because of the points collected yesterday, they overtook Q Confirm in the overall charts, and because of that, they're also comfortable. You can pretty much say they're comfortable onto the next round.
I mean, you could already see that from the way that Group C was playing in yesterday's matches there. Genius Esports, for one, was just absolutely playing out of their minds. Purple Mood Esports as well was getting themselves in the mix, getting themselves in quite a few final circle fights as well, which is really, really good to see. But then you also have some teams like Myth, for example, made in Thailand, not being able to perform as we expected coming to this competition here. And I'm hoping that, they'll be able to sort out whatever issues they're having on their end, hopefully give us a little bit of a better run here today. Archangel Predator, also another team that had a bit of a middling performance. Sometimes we quite brilliant. Like, well, one match in particular, they managed to get themselves up in the top 8, but outside of that, it's been quite hard for them to actually gain a significant amount of placement points, actually.
Yeah, they are a staple name inside the PUBG community, and a lot of fans do expect them to really put on pedal to the metal. But then again, it is the new format, so it's also about, yes, you've been around for a long time, but now there needs to be like a mindset switch on how you play this kind of format as well, and how you collect those points. And great that we showed the highlights for Star-Lord. Someone watched a movie yesterday, but Star-Lord, he clutched 2 teams back to back, all alone in the blue zone. This was an insane performance coming from Star-Lord, and I expect to see him do well as the games progress.
I always felt like Japan as a region has been generally very underrated when it comes to PUBG. I mean, don't forget, like, the community has been around since the very early days of PUBG, and I was surprised coming into this Asia Super Cup to see that, only 2 teams really have any kind of standing amongst the very best of Asia right now. So it's great to see that Enter Force 36 was able to mix it up with the big boys in this tournament here, because it goes to show that, you cannot really count out anyone in this tournament here. All it takes is one very good day of matches, one really good series of plays, and immediately you can find your team just shooting all the way up to the top.
Yes, and speaking about shooting, we'll see a lot of that today. And definitely these teams will be going out all guns blazing. Yes, you have a second chance in the last chance qualifiers, but nobody wants to play that many games. You can qualify straight to next week, you can chill, watch how other people play, study their gameplay. Why not, right?
I know. So speaking of things that are a little bit new, we got something a little bit interesting to kind of like tell you guys here for those who play PUBG PC, because you're going to be experiencing a new integration within PUBG Battlegrounds itself with the integration of the clan system. So finally you can start building your own clans within PUBG itself, invite your friends, invite your community together, and actually start organizing your own scrims online. So collaborate with your clan members to get a whole bunch of benefits and rewards, and you also have the ability to access other players' clan tags as well. So it's going to make it a lot easier for you to find your own gang basically when you're online.
And it's a lot more rewarding as well as you play the game. So with all these rewards, and I think this just promotes a more community feel among the players too. Like you get a chance to bond with probably new players as well through reward gathering, and it's all about the fun at the end of the day.
Exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, even though this is an esport competition, everyone's going to be super competitive. Everyone's going to be trying so hard, to fight for the top. But at the end of the day, what I genuinely hope for all these teams here competing in the PUBG Asia Super Cup is that they're going to have a lot of fun along with it. It's coming back. It's a kind of a resurgence in a way for the competitive community here, because for the longest time now, for the last 2 years, due to unforeseen circumstances, can we leave it at that? Things have kind of like been a bit of a lull, but then now with the reorganization, the relaunching of the PUBG Global Series, it's a really exciting time to jump back into the game now, I feel.
Yeah, I think whatever happened in the past 2 to 3 years by now, it's a learning for all of us, right, to be able to adapt to different kinds of situations. And that kind of learning, that kind of adaptation allows us to have this sort of circuit this time around when everything is starting to recover. And I think this circuit also removes the barrier for a lot of other countries to actually play together, and hence that's why we can see that in this PUBG Asia Super Cup we can get teams as far as like Japan, up until like Malaysia, or up until Oceania indeed, and everyone can play within the same server.
Yeah, so like for context, it used to be that all these teams were playing in the Continental Series, but as of 2023, the decision had been made to combine all of these, to consolidate all these different regions together in one. And I feel this is a fantastic opportunity, because now we get to see like the top teams from each of these regions interact with each other, especially under this new format of rules here, because in the past, there's been a lot of things that players had to keep track of, the different types of spawns when it comes to the blue zone, the circles, different timings from when these phases begin and end, but then now that everything has been standardized here, even the spawns of vehicles and loot as well has been a lot more standardized this time around. I feel that's a very much needed kind of change in the community now, because it makes things a little bit more streamlined, I feel, for the from the perspective of a player who's playing in this, because there's less variables for you to think about. You can focus a lot more on your actual game, on focusing on executing your tactics, so I'm really hoping to see that this is going to to allow a lot more of these teams that may have been a little bit sidelined in the past, start to adapt to this new set of rules, start to adapt to this new field of competition here, and hopefully start to see some new faces, up on the top.
Yes, and on top of that as well, now that it has been announced that we'll have a global circuit for this year for PUBG, and this kind of standardization does allow teams to adapt themselves easier when it comes to the global stages, and allows more competition when it comes to that stage. So teams who are comfortable at the global stage, who have done well, teams like Navi and so on, they'll definitely be challenged by these teams, because now they're starting a little bit early on adapting to the same kind of format, the same kind of in-game esports mode as everyone else. And I do expect that by the end of the year, when we run the global series, we'll see a lot more competition from other regions.
Exactly. And speaking of the regions, we got to talk about the rivalry that's going on right now between Vietnam and Thailand, because it seems like every other day here today is like it's a different team, kind of like even different matches. It's a different region that's actually dominant this time around. And right now, I think the top teams, or rather the top team for each day, so far has been the Vietnamese right now. And this is a bit surprising. But again, maybe not really that surprising, because Cerberus themselves have performed so well during the global series, and it seems like that momentum has effectively carried over right now into the Asia Super Cup.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the powerhouses around here, right? So I expect them to do well. Of course, this will be the second time they play in the group stage. If you see them somewhere like, okay, why are they not at the top? Yeah, don't worry about it. They still have 5 more games to go. Sometimes like I'm sure fans have a lot of expectation for these big name teams, right? But anyway, don't worry about it. As long as they're in the top 8, they'll be okay.
Exactly. And what I especially love, from the Vietnamese teams is that, they really don't leave anything on the table. If they see an opportunity, they really go for it. And I think that proactiveness has helped them have a lot of these top teams like the Expendables or like Q Confirm very, very well, because now with the placement points being a bit less prioritized, it's now going to be up to the teams to make up the differences by getting the most kills. And what we have seen so far are like the teams that consistently on the top are the ones who are able to get like double-digit amount of kills, at least a dozen kills or even more. So I think under these new rules here, because in the past, it feels that even as a team who is not able to perform well when it comes to team fights or engagements, they can still at least rely on the fact that by having a consistent enough placement, they will at least be somewhere in the top 10. But now the teams that you think that will be able to run that kind of strat, they haven't really been performing that well at all. So like Red Sea Esports, for example, have not been able to make a splash at all this tournament. They've really struggled very hard to get those kill points, and even though they managed to get themselves up to like 9th or 8th place, it's still not enough for them to even get out of the second page of the leaderboard. But
speaking about getting out, looks like we're going to get out of our seats for a while, because we need to get our players into the lobby. So we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after this.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNL feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month. including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We're back after the break while we were waiting for the teams to get themselves set up for our first match of the day. Unfortunately, it's been a little bit delayed due to some extraneous circumstances right now, because apparently one of the teams couldn't quite make it into the server in time yet. We're going to keep you guys updated, see whether or not to be able to get in time. But for now, though, it seems like we might be ready to head on the flight soon. But this is, of course, going to be the first match of the day here, so I can't wait to see how things is going to turn out. But let's talk a little bit about yesterday's kind of like gameplay there, because the first time we managed to get to see Group C in action there. I mean, what's been your impression about like the performances that these Group C teams have shown so far?
I think so far our Group C teams have shown a lot of potential. They are pushing some of the Group A teams, but we can't say the same for all of them, right? Because at the end of the day, they are individual groups. But if I make a comparison between Group C and Group A and Group B, I think it's pretty much balanced.
So, in any case, when I look back at like the matches yesterday, like I mean, obviously, the team that I really wanted to see perform well was like Purple Mood Esports as well as GE at the same time. But it seems like GE has been outperforming most of those guys there. What do you think that might be the case here?
Yeah, I think what they've shown is that they've shown good strategy. What we saw yesterday also is the way they opened up, how they took care of parameters, how they looked at how they look and gather information from other teams as well when they are at a certain location, and they're very smart about like taking flanks as well. So when it comes to fighting, basically they know how to like position themselves to take fights, and they know how to defend themselves as well in case of an incoming fight. So I think they have shown a good balance there. But nevertheless, at this point in the overall charts, they are still somewhat borderline, but to be fair to them, they only played 5 games, so anything could still happen to them. I mean, based on what we've seen yesterday out of their performance, if they were to go out of the top 8, I think it'll be rather disappointing.
I mean, as of right now, Purple Mood Esports has like a total of what I think is like 68 points in total for them. That's already quite good enough, you know, to be somewhere in that top 8. I think the main goal for them for today onwards is to make sure they stay within that top 8 here, given that these are the last 5 games they're going to ever play in this group stage. But I think for everyone else, you know, who is not in that 50-point scoreline, they're going to be aiming to get as many points as they can right now, because I think it's going to be more. It's not going to be so much a rush right now to be on top of the leaderboard. I mean, you're in the top 8 already. You're guaranteed a slot to the grand finals anyway, right? So this is a matter of being able to get to that 8th spot. So I think like a lot of teams just going to be tossing it up there somewhere. They're going to. I'm expecting them to try to focus a lot more on those teams that are a little bit middling right now. Try to suppress them, get the kill points with them, and hopefully be able to secure enough to get themselves in that top 8.
And speaking about the points, right? So we did do a rough calculation of what could be the minimal point, because they're taking into consideration that there are some teams in Group A that they have completed their group stages, so their points will be fixed up there. So I believe it was like 59 would be a very safe point, because naturally that will push. So I will give it a 60, because 59 is that 1 point, right? But 60 points would mean that teams from Group A who are currently up there will be pushed down onto the bottom 8. So I guess we can set that as a number for now.
I think so, because if you look at it this way, right, the top 4 of Group A having already played their 10 matches from the last 2 days, I think are already setting up the benchmark for every other team to try to follow. So obviously, Expendables and Q confirmed the bulk of the points right now, 113. I think it's going to be quite difficult for anyone else to try to match that right now, because the closest is Day Trade Gaming with 82 points. But then when you look further down the board, you got Genius Esports being just on the cusp there with 47 points. I think it's a very high chance for them to be part of the top 8 there, but never guaranteed. You know, again, anything can happen within these next 5 matches, right? But for other teams like Exo Clan, for example, has no more chances now, you know, to climb out the board. They've already finished their games anyway, so it seems like 10th is going to be the best they can get. But anyone else who hasn't managed to get themselves up there, like Global Esports X Gex themselves, I think they still have a lot of room for improvement. Archangel Predators as well, you know, have a lot more games they need to play today to try to make up for the difference here, because it's right now sitting at 29 points. I think they need to at least aim for a chicken dinner round for themselves here in order to get themselves back up on top.
Probably even multiple chicken dinners with the current point system, so it's going to be more than that. It's not only going to be chicken dinner, but it has to be chicken dinner with a good kill count as well. Same goes for the other teams, slightly at the bottom, maybe like Made in Thailand as well, another team that's a household name in the PUBG scene. Surprised to see them down there, only managed to collect like 19 points. So they'll be looking to collect more points today. Of course, if we look at the trends of teams, right, we can't say that, okay, whatever they got yesterday, we just times 2 and that will be their result today. It can be super variable. I mean, we're seeing the variances of like 42 points on day 1, and day 2 is 71 points. We've seen like a range of like maybe 10 to 15 points on day 1, and then day 2 is like they can get like 30 to 40 points just because how they perform. So it really depends. And also, this kind of game, it's to a certain extent circle dependent as well. So if you kind of like be in a good spot and where the circle is, then you kind of have a good advantage. So that kind of RNG is taken into play.
Yeah, and I touched on Purple Mood Esports earlier on, and the fact that they're able to climb themselves quite effectively into the top 8 right now is nothing short of impressive from day number 2. And more crucially, I think for them is that they're ahead of teams like New Generation Esports as well as Cerberus, who are also in the running to try to get themselves in the top 8. So I think a lot of attention is definitely going to be on these 3 squads in particular, because these ones are literally even underperforming in one of these matches means they're going to be out of running. It's going to be impossible. They need to build up a lot of momentum from the get-go here, to stay competitive with each other. So I think it's also going to be a battle of survival in the sense that you don't want to drop any one of these matches here. Like you drop one, that means there's one less opportunity. Really, you're leaving a lot of points on the table for everyone else to grab, and less for yourself anyway. So I think like Purple Mood, even though they're in 7th place right now in the overall leaderboard here, it's not really the safest spot there, because they're only like 5 points ahead of New Generation. They're 6 points ahead of Cerberus. So you can easily imagine that if New Generation and Cerberus gets even maximum placement points, combined with the fact that chances are they're going to get a lot of kill points at the same time if they manage to get that far. If Purple Mood doesn't aim for those final circle battles at all, I think they're still going to lose out in the end.
Yep.
Yeah.
But anyway, so on top of that as well, I also wanted to point out that the fact that Group B took a break yesterday, so Group C today. But here it is, another team that we can pretty much say they have confirmed their qualification into the grand finals. Q confirmed, ranked number 2, which is only like 1 point different than the Expendables. So they're pretty much up there as well.
I mean, the thing is that in terms of total amount of kills, they're actually significantly less compared to Expendables, who managed to do 71. Here, they've been able to rack up 64 so far. So they've been able to make up more of that difference through placement points itself, but it's very, very marginal. Only 6 extra placement points compared to Expendables themselves. And total damage-wise, in terms of total survival time, also a little bit lagging behind the Expendables themselves. But I don't think that's largely any fault of their own, because I think like the fact they were able to rack up 2 chicken dinners on the first day, 2 more chicken dinners in the second day.
Oh, yeah.
That's an incredible. That's a reason why placement-wise you're able to overcome Expendables, even though they're not the kill leaders of the tournament so far.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? Like they comfortably bought their ticket into the grand final, so that's kind of okay for now. But of course, for a team like that, you always want to bring like the momentum into the grand finals. You always want to show some level of dominance onto the other teams as well, to let other teams fear you. I'm not too sure about Team Zero and Q confirmed, but I'm sure they want to bring that sort of reputation onto the grand finals, because on the first 2 rounds, Q confirmed, they were contested by other teams. In fact, not only the first 2 rounds, I believe it was like the other 2 rounds in Erangel as well. They were contested by other teams inside of Erangel. I believe it was inside of Milta, and it was shown there was a 50-50 fight. But anyway, it's all about the points collected at the end of the day. If you're able to collect the points over that X amount of rounds and only dropping like 1 or 2 rounds, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
I mean, again, we're talking about a team that took first place in the Pubg Continental Series 1 for Asia Pacific. They took first place in Onslaught League Season 4 and have been consistently in the top 3 when it comes to the Thailand and the and other regional tournaments in the area. So this is a team that not only has racked up a lot of tournament experience, but at the same time, having been in the scene since 2020, I expect they have a really good support system as well behind them that's allowing them to pull all these kind of performances. So I'm really excited that they've already gotten themselves a huge opportunity here, by virtue of having such good performances over these last 2 days, that I think they could quickly find themselves becoming one of the favorites coming out of Thailand itself. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, finally we are a go now for the map of Miramar. We've got a plane headed from east side to the west side, splitting the entire map by halfway here. So this should be a decent start for the day, I will feel.
Yeah, yesterday we saw a fight inside of a power grid. We might see a fight inside Picado side, the hotspots within the middle of the map. Maybe in St. Martin that's reachable with this flight path. So those are some of the variables that could happen here. Even Chumacera is still one of the interesting spots here. Lost Illness is huge. So with Lost Illness being huge, it could be shared by multiple teams. But looking at the current drops, it's only going to be made in Thailand. dropping into Lost Lunas, so it's going to be a-okay. So the early drop's fine as well. So, but interestingly, I'm looking over on the right side of Impala, whereby we have one player inside of Impala on the right there. This is an unusual drop for a single player.
They're trying to spread a lot of things. They're trying to spread themselves out quite a bit, and they jumped out very early on as well. So I think they're looking to try to prioritize a lot in the loot there. And Inside being by himself on the island means that he can focus his full energies on getting whatever high tier loot might be, whatever that is over there. In that get-go. We're having a bit of a hot drop right now between GE as well as Purple Moon, because right now they're both dropped in the same area here, and looks like Tana Watt is left a little bit on the outside here. It's already come under fire, only able to pick up a UMP-45, not exactly having the range, but still is able to get a knockdown of Utah somewhat, while the rest of his team is going to be moving in here. Barbones is going to be leading the way into the warehouse now to try to clean up the room here. Looks like they will be able to take out both Zest as well as Utah, leaving only Sir T on the outside, and Cloris behind the crate here. Will Thunder's be able to find him as he catches him from behind there, and Purple Moon will eliminate the entirety of GE.
Oh, they're definitely in a mood now to eliminate teams, and Thunder, okay, calm down, my man. Calm down, my man. He's having a lot of fun there, but of course, you always want to have a good start, and by all means, good start by taking out a team like GE. This is an amazing moment for them.
And it's just so valuable for them as well, because Power Grid is still within this next circle here. SST T9 under fire right now from New Generation Esports. That Blue and Van Meer is going to be going in and just knocks him down completely. No support at all from the rest of his teammate though, so there's nothing much that T9 could do in that situation. He's just going to have to concede this kill.
Yeah, there's not much he can do. I mean, he's all alone in the open. Normally in these kind of situations, their regular drop spot is kind of far, so their objective is like, that one person's objective is like, okay, try to grab a vehicle and go back to his teammates. At least they have a vehicle to get into wherever they want to go. But unfortunately, he had to meet up with another opponent, New Generation Esports, and that just happened.
Yeah, but at least the good news for the rest of SST is that they're already on the way to Monte Nuevo. So even though NGE managed to kill off what seems to be their scout here, just out on the outskirts of Tumasera, they will still have an opportunity to try to gatekeep NGE. That's unless Cerberus is going to try to move into the same area here. So SST not exactly the most secure position, but at least we'll have an opportunity to dole out some revenge. In the meantime, what has Deadly Strike been up to here? They're already at the they're already on the site right now trying to get some good loot. There doesn't seem to be anyone else to contest them around El Pozo right now, so I think it should be pretty smooth sailing for them so far, because all they need to do is just get those loot and start making their way towards this next circle.
Well, speaking about contests, looks like we have a representative from Archangel Predator close by with their opponent NHE, so this could be a moment, but it does look like they're just doing some scouting work there. Are they going to contest for this compound? Not too sure. Is it going to be worth it? I don't think so. I mean, we're still at the phase 1 of the circle, so there's still a lot of space to play. They don't really need to force this fight unless they're desperate for points. Well, arguably, Archangel Predator, they need the points in the back, but probably not in this way yet.
Okay, I stand a bit corrected. El Pozo is actually literally in the middle of this next circle here. So Deadly Strike actually is actually in a very prime real estate right now, having control of this village. But right now, AAP has just spotted NHE just over the ridge here, so it looks like they want to try to take this engagement. And that will be quite critical for them as well, because as long as they can stay away from Deadly Strike and just try to focus on getting the kills here, there's not much other teams actually on the western side can potentially give them too much trouble anyway. Now Eva Patrick going with a shot, knocked down with a headshot onto Long K. He's going to be left out to dry right now, because it doesn't seem the rest of NHE is going to be able to pressure Archangel Predator, having no information at all right now about where to position this.
Well, Eva Patrick, he put off a clutch yesterday inside Miramar. I guess he just loves this map that much, but the kill is not secured yet. He can still be revived. Let's see if his teammates can pick him up. Algin Boss really wants to secure that kill, but he can't seem to have a good angle over it.
There's still a hill right now that the NHE is using to ensure that they're not exposing too much here to Archangel Predator. And in the meantime, we have Nan and Alec still hanging on the back line there as support, really. So they're just really just doing like a bit of a scouting run here, effectively. Oh, Tree 10 jumping in the middle of number 1 here. There's already been 2 tree knockdowns, 4 knockdowns so far. Regal 1 around the outside, and Goni 1. Wesker is continuing to make the onslaught. They find Mio and take out completely team number 1. The 14th place is the best that the Vietnamese squad could do, and Tree 10 definitely going to be all smiles out of that engagement.
Absolutely. There's going to be 4 points in the bag for round number 1 at least for them. So it's going to be a decent start. Now, I noticed the formation as well. One of them played the support role with the long range on the high ground. They had that compound locked down, but here we go.
Cerberus using the pickup there are going to be dropping on top of where AAP and NHE were fighting just now. So it looks like they also want to have in on the action here. Newhouse Esports unfortunately forced a reposition now, having decided they want to try to cut their losses, especially with CAS now breathing down their throats. It's not going to be easy for them to hold this position anymore. They have to fall back to this building right here for cover because CS has already effectively taken over the hill.
Yeah, interestingly, using the emergency pickup is a double-edged sword. Yes, you get into the circle, fine, cool, but then again, when you jump down the parachute, then you're pretty much open to be shot at. You can't defend yourself, you can't shoot back your opponent, so you kind of have to pray that the bullets don't land.
Well, the thing is that Tycon is a little bit hung dry outside because he's under fire from 2 members of AAP right now. Solo Z and Hymas, even though they have sniper rifles, they can't really cover him too well because they're still not sure where the rest of NHE is positioned at the moment. So they're just keeping an eye out. So Tycon, in the meantime, he's making a break for it right now. While Evil Patrick and Algin Boss continue to try to shoot him down, but it seems like they're not able to pin him down too much before he gets a little bit too far away. Taking some damage right now. Can Tycon successfully evade them, though? There's not much cover between there and there. One sliver of health. He's still trying his very best to get away now, but I think AAP might just have him pinned down really good here.
Oh, that's a close call there for Tycon. He has some level of terrain to protect him and managed to reset himself, so he's still trying to make a run for it, but is he going to be on the clear? Not too sure yet. Seems like Altibots is taking the vehicle. He wants to get close as possible.
Yeah, but Haisaki as well is also picked up his car. He's going to try to catch up with Tycon here to hopefully expel him out and hopefully regroup with the rest of Cerberus. But at the moment, Algebot's maybe a little bit too slow to the party right now because Haisaki has already picked up his teammate and is now on the way to the hillside where Solo Z is throwing some firing right onto Evil Patrick now. May not be able to nail him that easily though, with the dudes being perfect cover right now for the AAP player.
Oh, Himas with MK12 providing cover fire for his teammate to get away. So it looks like he's on the clear right now, and Himas done with his job. Mission accomplished.
Indeed, so NHE still are lurking around the foot of the hill that Cerberus is holding at the moment here, but Hymas is just keeping an eye out for the AAP members to the opposite side to the west here, while as Solo Z is already taken to the ground now to try to see if he can draw out some fire from Tri Dewey or maybe even the 2 members of NHE just right behind the hill here. But so far, Cerberus now it's really trying to keep the pressure going onto both of these squads right now, because they know that they aren't, even though they have the high ground here, it's not exactly the most secure position. They really want to try to use this to at least get a pick-off or 2, to make the final circle fight a little bit easier for themselves, I expect.
Yeah, if no pick-off, at least they'll gather information about the movement of teams around them, and they can kind of make their next decision whether they want to go somewhere more populated or they want to go somewhere that's more easy for them. Of course, if you go to somewhere more populated, you have an opportunity to gather kill points, and we've seen how important kill points are in the current meta. But if you want to play a little bit safer, that's not too bad as well. You can still go for placement points, and that's a-okay.
Yeah, so 0310 Wesker is going to meet up with Gex right now on this hillside, and he's going in the vehicle right now, having to finally stop his tracks as tracer rounds are being fired and peppered all over him here. So it looks like he's going to be turning tail to try to get himself back into the urban environment, but with the blue zone already closing in around him, this is going to be quite the excitement here, because Goni has already picked up Zen Nan, so no matter what, Gex is going to have to turn around and fight this against 310.
Oh yeah, they have to fight, no doubt. But then again, they're also waiting for the next phase of the circle. And the circle moved down south, just below of El Pozo. Monte Nuevo will be the middle ground of the next phase of the circle. So Low Z gets knocked down. I guess it's a long-range shot there coming in. And here we have a good view of the circle, and we have a couple of teams currently in it, but look at up north, Victor. We still have at least 3-4 teams on the outside circle, they'll need to fight their way through.
Yeah, Myth is only just getting on the road now, but they shouldn't face much resistance until they get to El Pozo itself. We also have T5 currently making their way towards El Pozo as well. Gex is now, actually 310 is peeled away from that battle against Gex, so they're headed towards the power grid area here, looking to try to sweep into this next circle from the eastern side. E-Arena, at the meantime, where exactly are they right now? They're still on the southern side of the circle. They actually have a couple of loot boxes just dropping in front of where Zissy and Lyrics are right now, so they should be able to get some good loot out of there. The problem is they're hearing some gunfire coming. That's from Cerberus' side because Hamas is already sending some shots down there to try to counteract this attempt by Algebot to try to flank them here. While in the meantime, NHE still digging into their own spot here. Firefights is also breaking out on the Monte Nuevo side as SST and NGE are exchanging shots on their end. So it's a bit of a crowded circle right now, very busy indeed, as Hamas spots this movement here, the attempt by AAP to try to flank them on this side here to get to this little village. But with E-Arena coming up from the south side, they need to try to get these kill points before inevitably they might get stolen by another team.
Oh, it's going to be a clear shot here for Hamas, and look at this structure, look at this building. There's no rooftop, meaning that Hamas can get a good clear shot onto Archangel Predator, but the counterfire comes in onto Hamas. Hamas immediately retreats and he needs to reset himself, position compromise.
Yeah, he could only spot those two, but he can't quite see Algebot, who actually took position by the cliffside there and is able to actually match the height advantage that CS has. But now, having already forced Hamas to back off there, that allows AAP now to take control over that little village there. That's going to be a crucial checkpoint, actually, because it depends on whether this next circle is going to land on the west or east side. If it does end on the west side here, it might be good for AAP, but look at that. Myth now getting into the mix here. They already found Evil Patrick, almost flushes him out though, but then he's fortunately able to get the knockdown onto Nans MY, so that's still going to allow Mid to be bogged down a little bit there, while the rest of his team is going to try to flank them from the left-hand side.
What I did notice is that Archangel Predator, they're playing this huge, big split, a 2-2 split, we call it, between the both of these groups within Archangel Predator, and now looks like they're trying to get points out of Main in Thailand, but Main in Thailand not interested to take this fight. To them, it's still early because at this point, if any team goes out, no placement points at all.
Exactly, and AAP is still a full stack anyway, so they still have plenty of tactical opportunities should they want to try to maneuver. But look at that, it's so crowded right now around Monte Nuevo and El Pozo, as we still have 13 teams in the running here. The blue zone only now just starting to close up onto the group here, but they've already settled into their own spaces. There's not a lot of, there's very much a scattering of like small villages here and there that I think some of these teams will be able to use as a base right now, but a lot of it is going to depend on where this next circle spawns, because chances are it's either going to be east or the west side here. I think a lot of teams will be hoping it gets a little bit more to the east, to the western side, because at least especially for Cerberus, you know, they will still be able to use it high ground. And indeed, they still will with this next circle still landing on top of them.
Yeah, whoever has high ground at this point, based on what we can see here, Cerberus, one of them, they're having a good spot at this point. But now putting focus on the fight of Global Esports, Axat now taking a fight, trying to defend a compound, and this is within the circle, but that is a good one there by Upchen. Green taken down instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1-for-1 right now, and a good grenade throw there by Bowfish. That was that certainly stopped that push that Gex was trying to do. Now Xavier is going to try to live up his name by getting up to his teammate here, but he can't be too secure with his spot right now, because he's not sure where the other two members of Deadly Strike are right now. So that's why he's being very careful with this approach here, because he is the last member standing here. But he's hoping at least to get a kill point or two here to hopefully be able to peel out of this. But as of right now, he's still more or less surrounded, not a lot of cover to run away to either. So either he has to be really lucky here, or get the first drop onto Deadly Strike here, because I don't see any other way he's going to be able to get out of this situation here.
Leo is basically held hostage right now. They're not finishing him off because they want to try to use him as a bait. Hopefully Xavier shows up, but Xavier is not taking the bait at all. He knows that it's going to be tough, it's not going to be worth it. He might as well hang on to positioning points instead.
Yeah, looks like 310 is making a maneuver towards La Drillera, so it looks like they want to try to assault this next circle from the southern side, which might be a good call, because it's still a good mountain range in between themselves and the rest of the squads that are out in the field here, so that should allow them a bit more cover actually to try to stay out of trouble for this next phase of the circle here. So we're still more than a minute to go here. So I think the Teraton 5 are struggling to try to find a foothold for themselves here. Gex has already got a kill. Xavier got a shot onto Lucky J though, so maybe he might just be able to peel out of this, but the thing is, it might attract a little bit too much attention. In the meantime, Cerberus Esports now facing a lot of pressure from NHE, who is finally starting to one call actually landed on top of the hill where CES is based on, and now they're putting the pressure onto them. Trick right now is the only one being knocked down. Looks like Hymas is going to try to finish him up, but he needs to watch out because out here on top, there's no cover at all once you have another team on the same plane as you.
Yeah, he has to back out. That's why he has teammates to back him out, and now he's retreating back to safety together with his teammates. This hill is no longer the prime position for him just because another team wants to take it over. But then again, based on the terrain, it is still good. That's why we can see that two teams try to make the best out of it. But that could change very, very soon because we got about like 15 more seconds before the circle closes.
The problem with being king on the hill is that everyone sees you up on top of the hill and just it's just an open invitation for them to try to take some sniper shots. As you can see, both NHE as well as NGE are just doing that right now. Although I think NGE is putting that pressure on the E Arena's lyrics there in order to do so. Ooh, look at that, the circle! Finally putting CS out of position now. So this means that they have to wrap up this fight against one call, but then you got Theraton 5 as well moving in from the eastern side. That could potentially be a bit of a problem, and the Deadly Strike's Mao Rush actually jumps outside of the blue zone there, maybe to try to pick up some last minute loot, it looks like.
Yeah, at least he has a vehicle, so he should be able to make his way into the safe zone at least. But then again, they need to fight against teams on the left side. But now we put focus on the teams on the right side. There are like 3 teams in the same area. The good news is that they're currently in the circle, but when the circle shifts next, they'll be forced to fight.
Yeah, Insight right now seeing his teammates under fire right now is not able to provide the support they need that's needed by trying to suppress AAP, because AAP is just unopposed right now in the center of this next circle and just making sure that no one else is going to be able to approach them, while NHE is a little bit more tied up right now, aiming at Duraton 5, who are just now only moving towards the circle here. Cerberus as well has just loaded themselves into vehicles now and just making their way through the north side of the circle here. Might just run themselves into the path of Deadly Strike as well as E Arena at the same time. Arcane Predator sees all these movements happen, but I don't know if they're going to be able to pick up the one. Ooh, nice one there by Cerberus there, dipping into the ditch just in time before Algebus was able to take the shot.
Yeah, if only that became a knock then. That would have been something, right? But anyway, it was a good attempt, not gonna lie there. Archangel Predator, they are currently in the middle of the circle, meaning that the next phase, the circle could still favor them.
Oh boy, one calls Jexy. He's the last person standing. He's under a massive amount of fire here while he tried to move under the cover of Teraton 5. Now, they've already drawn a fire away from him, so Jexy is still alive on the north side, but just sitting outside the circle here. Teraton 5 going for the drive-by. Oh! Doing it to Cerberus Esports. Instead, they were the ones getting knocked out instead, and Algebus sweeping them up, takes a kill away onto Teraton Hassan Watt. So there's two knockdowns from Cerberus has been stolen away in terms of kill points here.
Oh, Patapong, he's still alive. He can pick up his teammate, but he needs to reset quickly. He's being shot at the moment. Long range from Evil Patrick, none other than Archangel Predator. Now look at the circle. We still have at least 3 teams on the outside of it, or maybe make that 4 with Myth at the southern side of the circle. But then again, it's all about defending. NGE, can they defend against Purple Mood Esports coming in?
Yeah, if you're wondering why there are only 15 teams right now, it's because AAA, Attack All Around, couldn't join due to some unforeseen circumstances on their part. We're hoping to be able to get them back for the rest of the day, but for now, they have to miss out on this match here. In the meantime, still, firefights are breaking out all over the place right now. NG has taken this high spot here, and is allowing them to get a bit of fire onto Purple Moon, and is trying to gatekeep them, sending some grenades that way, and a nice shot there to Thunders as well to knock him down. But unfortunately, Van has already been taken down here. He's probably going to be left to dry out on the blue zone here, but Hakai still out there to try to get some kill points. He finds another one. Borpos. Now he's going to see if he can find the last member, but he needs to duck into the blue zone because it's very painful at this point. The longer he stays out there, the worse off he's going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be even worse when it reaches 45 more seconds.
Oh no!
And, oh, that's going to be the last stick of health, and Jacob is going to be the one to finish him off. And that is it for Purple Mood Esports, eliminated at number 12.
And SST getting into the mix as well, getting some kills on the T5. And Cerberus Tycon loses his Jeep now. He is in deep, deep trouble because that plume of smoke just alerts everyone within the vicinity of his position. You can see Zissy already using his opportunity to try to get some pings. Can't quite get a headshot, but is getting some ping damage onto him at least. That is putting Cerberus under massive pressure here. Made in Thailand, fresh off the victory against Purple Boot now, has to face against NGE, who are gatekeeping them into this next circle here. And it's kind of hard there for Rogue Nuns MY to actually find anything true there because the smokes and the terrain here is just not favoring him.
Well, speaking about not favoring, we'll know which team is not favored by the circle in about 2 more minutes as the zone is now starting to close again. And at the same time, this is it, the positioning of our teams. We still have a good number of teams on the outside of the circle. We got like what, 4 or 5 teams on the outside still?
Yeah, indeed. This is still a very, very crowded circle. We haven't seen knockdowns on some of these squads here until just now. It's one called Jexy gets taken out by a stray shot from NHE now. Newhouse Esports going for another kill, series of kills there, taking out Sun Sisters, Runex at the same time. So they are certainly putting themselves up there with 5 kills in total now. Can they get even more? Because they just only are in the circle, gatekeeping these teams just on the border very effectively right now.
Here we go, tries to defend his spot. Newhouse Esports wants to make sure that this is their house. At the same time, we can see that Rogue being knocked out by that blue somewhere else. Looks like Newhouse Esports, with those knocks, at least they're showing that why they're able to defend this compound, but not Dunkman.
Oh no!
Them both! No, he can!
Oh my goodness, that knockdown there looked like it almost would be able to take off Fab, but Fab still get taken down anyway from a delayed damage there, so Dunkman still gets the kill anyway. That should be some good news from Myth at the moment, but but then still probably not what they're looking for because they're bowing out here in 7th place. Now E Arena still in the mix right now, taking control over the southwestern side of the circle, putting some fire into CS. We're still stuck in that dish right now, and Tycon just got himself knocked down. Deadly Strike has also lost one in front of Crazy Boy, and it seems like Haisaki is going for one last Hail Mary here to try to confirm the kill, but he cannot quite do it at all. Inside finishes him off there, and looks like CS is out in 6th place.
Okay, and the next circle will show itself now. What's going to be important is the road in the middle that splits the 2 sides within this circle, and it's very likely that the circle might move towards the right, and if that happens, it's going to be hard for teams on the left, but that's another team eliminated. Deadly Strike is out.
As 14 still remaining, Archangel Predators, E Arena, 310, as well as Newhouse Esports. This is going to be an exciting one here because again, it was so chaotic there with 10 teams going on in phase 4 and 5, but now we're down to the final 4 here. Positions are as follows here. AAP currently sitting in the middle there in that tiny complex that's allowing them a bit of view, but the dudes are actually protecting both NHE as well as 310 right now because giving them plenty of cover here to try to get some pot shots. So AAP, the best can do is try to engage E Arena, but across from the street there, you only have the long range weapons to work with here, and I don't think it's going to be reliable enough to take EA out of the equation.
Yeah, at this point, looking at the current situation, well, they need to make the best out of it. But looking at the current situation for Archangel Predator, right smack in the middle of the circle, have a compound, they still have active vehicles if they choose to use it, and we're still at phase 6. With phase 6, I think this is one of the fastest round if you ask me. Phase 6 and we already got 4 teams left.
Yep, E Arena making a break for it, trying to reposition themselves down south across the street, and they've successfully done so. The thing is that 310 is on the hill just opposite of them, but then for now, they can actually start putting some pressure onto AAP's position here, which is going to be good unless 310 decides to be a bit proactive because it can potentially actually gatekeep them through this position here because they do have the high ground, they still have a building to fall back to, so EA isn't exactly in the best spot right now. They need to try to assault onto the top of the hill, but the risk is that they will still open themselves to some fire from both AAP and AHE. And Newhouse Esports has also moved on closer to AAP's position, drawing some fire away. So this is actually giving the opportunity now for E Arena to strike.
Okay, 2 teams, technically 1.5 teams currently on the outside of the circle. But we have 3. They have not shown much action, at least in recent times. So looks like they're going to get some coming in from EA.
Yeah, now they're just spotting 310 right now. 3 members still remaining for that squad here while they attempt to try to hold their own here. The buildings is making it hard for E Arena to consider to collapse onto them because they can't quite pin down exactly where the positions are, and there's not a lot. They still have some smoke grenades, but I think they want to try to save it for the battle against AAP that might be coming up later. And so 310 pretty much have successfully still managed to hold this house here as E Arena decided to pull away. NHE though, they're going to be moving straight in. It's going to be a collapse straight onto AAP. Can they still hold their own?
Yeah, look at the spread by Archangel Predator. One player is taking care of one house, meaning that they'll be able to secure multiple angles. And this is a good example here. None overlooking the other side. NHE, no way to come in because of how the gap is. And look at this. Wesker got knocked down.
Oh boy, this is bad news for 310 now because E Arena now has full reign to go ahead and rain down the grenades onto them, trying to flush them out of this position here. And this will be crucial for EA's chances here because if they do get control of this hill, this is the highest point right now inside this circle here, unless this next circle is going to favor them less. No, actually, it does favor them a lot more. AAP, granted, are still within the circle, but EA, at least by taking this fight against 310, it's now secured themselves a hill there, which will allow them full reign to try to control this final phase.
But it's going to be bad news for NHE as they must take the fight against Archangel Predator. They don't have any other option. If they choose to rotate up or they choose to rotate down, well, they're going to be shot down anyway, so they might as well try to take that fight. But unfortunately, they don't have the manpower. Okay, they're taking the riskier route, which is moving towards the right, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. They're all prepared to take them down.
Oh man, this is absolute slaughter here onto Newhouse Esports. 310 still having 3 men up right now. Wesker has been brought back up to speed, so E Arena now has to turn around and watch out for their backs here because they haven't exactly secured this hill completely at the moment. NHE though is still keeping the pressure onto AAP right now. Ho-An having to use his smoke for cover, just almost getting himself pinged out there, but Trudeau is already inside the complex here and is keeping AAP completely occupied at this moment, and he does get a knockdown first here, attempt to entry inside and just secures the kill straight away. Unfortunately gets knocked down immediately because the rest of his team's not able to get in time, but Ho-An spraying for the outside there does get a knockdown to Trudeau, and Nan as well is taken up from AAP, leaving only Alex trying to hold his own. Larry's in the meantime providing some fire support from his side there, just hopefully to allow NHE to just completely overwhelm AAP right now.
Ooh, that was a good one there, but here it is. It's going to be a big one next. So we can see that all these teams are currently in the circle. Archangel Predator, they still have their beloved compound, but we still have the next circle. Phase 9 will close entirely. Phase 8 is still dependent on luck, who gets the right spot at the right timing. Ho-An will be taken out, and that means that we're only left with 3 teams left.
Yeah, 3 teams still remaining, only 1 full stack in E Arena here. They're still having control of this hill, but only just. They still have to watch their right-hand flank for 310 while they're still attempting to try to keep pressure onto AAP at the same time. But now that NHE has been brought out of the equation, AAP can now focus their attention on the fight that's going on the hill just behind them here. But as long as they can still hold position here, they don't really have any incentive actually to try to take this fight here. If anything, the ball is in EA as well as 310's court.
Well, I guess it really depends on where the circle will shift. Will it still favor AAP? If it does, then it's pretty much their chicken dinner to lose. And now the circle, okay, in the middle, everyone kind of needs to move, but AAP still has a compound.
Yep, 310 now still keeping the pressure going. The flashbang's going to be sent out along with a smoke grenade to try to break the line of sight right now, but they're still not trying to go for any flanking movement. But 310 just swarms straight onto Zixi, takes him out completely now. EA almost down to 2.
Oh, it's a miss!
It's a miss there completely of the shot. The inside does get a knockdown to Wesker, so there's still 1 member left in 310. He but misses completely. A headshot from inside finishes him off and takes Area 310 away in 3rd place.
Look who's coming! It's going to be Archangel Predator. They're going to take advantage of this situation. They're not going to allow their opponents to reset, but none! Counter fire point. Be taken out by KM99. They're going to defend their ground like their lives matter.
Indeed, they will. A bit of a toss-up right now. An absolute dogfight for the hill here. AAP sending whatever throwables been saving up to this moment here to try to force EA away from this position. And seems like EA is taking the hint a little bit. Flanking around the side of this hill here. AAP has made a massive movement to get themselves onto the southern side of the circle. But now it's going to be a head-to-head battle between these guys. 3 versus 2. E Arena versus Archangel Predator. The pride of the Philippines now attempting to hold their own in this first match of day number 3 here, and Agent Bots is looking for the opportunity. He sees Lecleric's sending the grenade over on top. He knows more or less where his position is. Just needs to get a drop onto him, but then Lyric's turns around, almost gets a shot onto Agent Bots, but he managed to duck away just in time.
Agent was looked back for a second. I was scared at the moment he did that, but now he's going in for the flank, coming in for the lower ground, giving his opponent the advantage, but he's moving up to the higher ground. Now he wants the advantage for himself, but he can't go all the way up because there's another member from EA waiting for him there. Pasc standing out. Can he pull up a big clutch here? Can he get 2 knockdowns at least? But now Alec, yes he will! 1 more to go!
1 versus 1 right now. Absolute pressure here for Lyrics. He's looking like he wants to try to find the last member here, which is Alec, but he's hiding behind a tree and smokes, and actually is in a better position cover-wise compared to Lyrics. But nevertheless, you know, with the other Elgin Bonds and Inside just kind of like pushing against each other there while they're on the ground right now, it's making it a bit hard for Lyrics to actually get the beat onto Alec here. He's gonna finish off that member AAP right now and finally focus his attention on the last member.
Oh, here we go. 1v1 action. Lyrics coming in, charging. It's going to be Alec! Archangel Predator! Opening up the day with a chicken dinner!
Finally, this has been a long time coming for the squad. You can see the elation on their faces when they finally get a chicken dinner, the first one of the group stage for them, and not a moment too soon here. Well done here for the boys from the Philippines here. That's certainly going to be one victory they will savor for quite a while here. Hopefully this will be a good place for a good start for them for the day.
Yeah, because yesterday wasn't really their day. They only managed to get like, what, 20-ish points, which is something that it's okay, but because they're Archangel Predator, fans can expect a lot more for them. And now opening their account, the first chicken dinner in the group stage for Archangel Predator came on the last day. So an amazing feat. I really like how Archangel Predator, they were proactive. They know that the fight stopped. They don't allow their opponents to reset. They came rushing in, and they almost lost the fight because the opponents, EA, defended their ground really, really well. But hey, it's Archangel Predator, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, again, like being in that house there, and I think it's also fortune smiling upon them as well in that final phase, because if that circle ended up a little bit more southwards there, it could have been more of the 310 versus E-Arena show. But Archangel Predator, they bided the time. They knew they had a good position to start with there, and the moment that 310 got eliminated, they knew that was the exact moment they wanted to pounce, and pounce they did.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy moment for them. Yes, they did get a little bit of luck there towards the end, but getting towards that compound, look at how difficult it is. They had to go against Cerberus Esports. Himas was overlooking them, but thanks to good sharpshooting coming from the lower ground, they managed to send Himas away, not looking at them anymore, and that allowed them to move from checkpoint to checkpoint.
Indeed. Gex, a little bit disappointed to see they weren't able to hold their own against Deadly Strike there. It seemed like Deadly Strike set themselves up very, very deeply into Los Leones there. It makes it quite hard for Gex to push him out of that position. And then one call, had the similar idea of what Cerberus did. I think they must have used the pickup to get themselves on top of that hill, but unfortunately, Cerberus was a lot more aware that time and actually take them out. In Theraton 5, they tried to move in from the north side of the circle and found themselves caught up in that attempt to get up the hill. And then now, when you see Purple Mood here just getting completely kept out of the way there by New Generation Esports, just feel so bad for them, having just only joined the circle, just get completely slaughtered before they could actually get into some good action here.
And E-Arena, if I kind of look back at the highlights, they had to fight from the outside of the circle to get in, so it's not like a free pass for them as well, but yet they're still able to do it. Just look at EA's position. They were on the left side of the road, and the moment the circle shifts, majority of the circle was on the right side of the road. They had to, number one, get across onto the other side, so that's the number one risk. Number two, they had to fight against another team. 310 was just next to them, but I really like what I'm looking here. Look at the spread from EA. They're really confident to keep that 2-2 split, and because of that 2-2 split, they're able to secure multiple parameters, multiple angles, and they're able to collect points along the way.
Yeah, and E-Arena certainly had a heck of a time actually trying to fight against 310 here, because the terrain not only made it kind of hard for them to actually peek up top, but then 310 was holding the one little village just across from the hill that allowed them a bit more time to delay EA's approach there, and they had to cancel their fight quite a few times as a result. But once they managed to overcome them, that was when AAP, who had been hiding in the house just north of here, decided to try to collapse on the EA. From that point on though, it became became an absolute dogfight, and it came down to Alec there just getting that one shot, one kill to secure it for Archangel Predator.
And it was from the lower ground, so you gotta give it to him. I mean, whenever you're fighting against an opponent from the higher ground, the opponent on the higher ground always has the advantage, but he took it like a pro.
I mean, indeed. As expected, there's been a lot of support in the chat here for AAP, and I think a lot of their fans have been left wondering why they've been underperforming for the last 2 days. But again, it's a new rules format here. It's been a new point system as well, and Archangel Predator, and expect not just them, but a lot of other teams as well having to adjust to this new format here. So, but then now they've already secured a chicken dinner here. This should bode quite well for their chances to make their climb to the top here, because having missed out on a lot of points yesterday, today is going to be the day that they need to perform this well.
Correct. And if they're able to secure like maybe 2 chicken dinners, I think they would be roughly safe enough. But anyway, that's mission number 1 done. Let's see if they can continue consistency in mission number 2 later on in the same map. So Archangel Predator, with this kind of performance, to me, it was amazing. And it's not like they we sit out all the fights, we just avoid everything, we don't take any fights out. No, they take fights where it's necessary. And when they take fights where it's necessary, we can see how confident they are in executing it.
Indeed they are. So we're still going to be waiting to see whether or not we can get the results tabulated for you there. I would expect that Archangel Predator probably will have a decent chance being somewhere in that top 3. Again, with the kill points being a lot more prioritized this time around, I want to see whether or not E-Arena is going to have enough in their bag as well to compete against AAP in terms of points, because they, like you said, like the 2 split formation that they had along that road made it so easy for them to counteract teams that were coming up from the north side, and I expect a lot of points to be farmed from them that way. But shout out as well to 310 though. Area 310 somehow managed to get themselves into the final circle and got themselves in good position there. I feel that maybe if they realized how precarious E-Arena is, perhaps they would have made them a lot more willing to actually just go out and fight them directly, and I think they could have actually won that battle.
Yeah, it was actually quite tight there, not gonna lie, right? But at the end of the day, I think it's really down to gun skill. Like, both teams' formation was great, how they approached the fight was great. It's just down to gun skill, accuracy, and maybe some level of reflex as well.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and see whether or not we can see the match results very soon, because I really wanted to know who is going to be on top here once we tabulate both the kill and placement points here. Oh boy, drum roll please. This is going to be the score right now for match number 1. E-Arena overcomes Archangel Predator by virtue of having 12 kill points, the most out of anyone here on match number 1 here, and that's enough to keep them 3 points ahead of Archangel Predator in spite of the chicken dinner.
This is a reminder again, with the current format, like how important the kill points are, because they got more than double the amount of kill points that Archangel Predator got. They got the number 1 spot. Yes, having a chicken dinner is cool, you can celebrate about it, but at the end of the day, it's about the points collected. Chicken dinner, well, it will come in when you need to consider a tiebreaker, but if you can get the amount of points, why worry about the tiebreaker?
Oh man, I mean, I was so caught up in the dogfight towards the end, I forget that NHE actually had a brilliant round here today, because 8 kill points, in spite of having only 4 placement points, means that it's enough for them to be in 3rd place ahead of 310. Deadly Strike, initially they looked to have like the prime position there, being on Los Leones, being the only squad to take on to Los Leones after the drop, but it seems like the circle moved even further down southward, so kind of forced it out of position. They got into a bit of a scrap with I think PLM as well, and that didn't quite bode well for the chances getting into that final circle. But at least a 5th place there, I think, was still pretty decent for the team considering the circumstances.
Yeah, and it's all about collecting the points, right? If you're able to maintain a level of consistency, that should be okay. I'll be a little bit more worried for teams like GE, for example, because it's not like they're on the clear onto the next round yet. And with game number 1 being the first team to be eliminated, I mean, that's not good news for GE. We've seen the best of them yesterday, or maybe they can be even better, but we've seen a good GE yesterday. I'm pretty sure that they can pull it off a good one for us today as well, but it's a matter of them not taking the rounds for granted and able to just take every game like it's their last game, and if they're able to show it, they will be comfortable onto the next round. So for GE, I'll be looking forward to them in terms of how they perform. Myth is one of those teams that, yes, this round, 4 points, But because they're in the current position that they really need the points to get into the top 8, so they need to do a lot more better than the 4 points that they collected in this round. It's pretty similar to how Archangel Predator's current position is at. And if Myth, they want to get into the top 8, I'm pretty sure they do. They need to do like what Archangel Predator is or has done in the previous round.
So again, when you look at the other side of the page, you can see certainly the teams that underperformed a little bit. I think one call as well, you can see that even though they had a good idea of trying to jump on top of Cerberus there, it seems like they weren't able to capitalize too much in terms of points, only managed getting a single one there. And I don't know, one call so far I think has been a bit of a quandary even over the last few days as well. So they did try to make an attempt here, but it still seemed to have panned out well for them.
Yeah, but overall I must say that this round is a good round. The circle is fairly balanced, it's 100% land, so everyone has pretty much like a fair chance of taking fights. No big surprises when it comes to the circle, but I guess that because it's the last day, right, we're starting to see like some of the best coming in from the teams, and all these teams, they would have had a taste of how each other, or how the current format at least, in the Pubg Asia Super Cup, because all of them have at least played for one day. So we're starting to see like some teams really stepping it up.
Indeed, and hopefully they will continue to step up even more, because we're going to be jumping soon into our second match here again on Miramar one more time. I want to see whether or not GE will be able to come back a bit better this time, because it seems like, you know, the hot drop they had against PLN didn't quite work out the way they expected here, and that I honestly consider that a bit of a toss-up as well for them, because like it was kind of a bad situation jumping in the middle of the power plant there and still having your team completely scattered at a point, not even having the range actually to get the battles done. So I'm hoping to see that GE will be able to recover a little bit better. I want to see whether or not Myth is able to get themselves in the mix as well, because this is a team that, you know, had outside of like the big major tournaments, have always been consistent in finding success, you know, even in unofficial tournaments as well. It's just surprising to me that they haven't really been able to make much of an impact here, despite having a lot of talented players within their field.
Yeah, and yeah, yesterday wasn't their best performance, so we definitely seen more from them, like what you said. But anyway, it's not all doom and gloom for all these teams. Whatever happens, they will still get a chance in the last year's qualifiers that will be happening tomorrow and the day after as well. So make sure you guys stay tuned. It's going to be at the same time, same channel, wherever you're watching this. But last year's qualifiers, would you say that if you're a team, it's a stage that you don't want to play? I don't think it's that bad, because you kind of think about it, right? There's only like what 16 teams that will be playing the last year's qualifier. So technically, you are at a 50% chance of qualifying to the grand final.
The way I look at it is like, even if you don't get even if you can't go to take the grand final slot, and it's still effectively another it's like another day of scrims. Effectively, you know, you get more time to get familiarized with these teams. You get more time as well to practice the new pacing of this new rule set. So I still think it's very important to still participate in these games anyway, even if there's not the chance to get up into the grand finals, because there's still going to be the rest of the circuit, you know, for PUBG PC, and there's still going to be a lot more opportunities in the future, I think, for these teams to continue to fight. So I think the more familiar they can get with the format on this few days itself, the better it is in the long run, you know, as this global series continue its next few phases.
Yeah, we did talk about like during off-screen, like the training opportunities that these teams will have, and some of the important training opportunities is during scrims. And if you kind of think of it from the long run as well, of course you can take every tournament kind of like a scrim. As you learn, you adapt, you kind of like see what happens if you do this, what happens if you do that. So it's a learning process. And plus, of course, new game mode, new scoring system, and also some new features within PUBG esports competitive mode as well. So I think that some of these teams, they're kind of still finding their way, especially when we jump into Tego later on.
Yeah, let's also not discount the fact that some of these teams have already been through regular scrims right now leading up to this tournament here, and I think it's more about being able to apply, you know, tactics they may have developed or game plans they might want to try to test out, you know. And the thing is that what better sort of like way to test these, you know, these plans, these theories, just basically by getting yourselves into the crucible here. And I think Archangel Predator especially has been struggling to try to find a footing I think, over these couple of days here. Finally, on the third day, by getting this first chicken dinner, they're certainly setting themselves up for an opportunity now to make a run for the top 8 here and hopefully secure that slot to the grand finals, because even though I made the point that it's still important to be able to play in the last chance qualifiers as well, but once you secure that grand final slot, a lot of pressure is going to be taken way off your shoulders.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you can still kick back, relax, and watch how other teams play, and really spend time studying for the grand finals rather than studying for the last chance qualifiers. So there is, of course, the pro to it, which is that. And right now we can safely say that there are at least 2 teams who have secured their slot into the grand finals, or maybe 3 teams even. But of course, by the end of the day, we will review again the overall match standings just to be sure who are our top 8. But before we get to that, we'll be jumping to game number 2 straight off the back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's fly back into Miramar.
It's exactly it. It'll look like a flight path more or less the same, actually, compared to the first match here. So you already see E Arena jumping out early, inside back on the island once more by his lonesome again. So it seems like E Arena is going to more or less try to run a similar game plan to what they did in the first match here. But of course, Circle is still not guaranteed yet. It may not land. The chance of it landing in the same spot there on the western side is quite low. I'm expecting somewhere a bit northwards, or maybe even east leaning even. So nevertheless though, in terms of hot drops, are there anyone jumping on top of each other here? Triple A is back in the game here once more, ladies and gentlemen. So finally we get the full 16 teams in the running here. Although it seems like they want to try to jump themselves onto the spot, and yet again here on top of the power on the power grid here, GE and PLM going for round number 2.
Yeah, here we go. Early on, we saw PLM actually winning the fight against GE. GE became the first team to be eliminated, and now they won revenge. They won round 2. So let's go, and Sir T definitely got his revenge.
Oh, they're certainly a little bit more prepared this time around now, and Sir T having picked up the Ace 32, that's going to give him plenty of range now to try to keep the rest of Purple Moon on their toes, and with only a Tommy gun in hand here, Thunders is still going to try to hold the door, but instead decides to go to his garage, but takes up a lot of fire there from Utah and Cloris, and he will be knocked down along with his teammate Boat. Now Utah is going to try to salvage the situation here by getting the knockdown, but still not able to hold his own here. Zest going to finish off Thunders there, so there's already 1 down for PLM. Borbo's on the ground here. I think Zest should be able to finish him as well. Unless he's down Flucky with the kill, with the knockdown there. Now still trying to hold his own. Can hold against Cloris, who finishes him off.
Oh, and this time is going to be GE winning the fight. Purple Moon Esports out. The last time around was Purple Moon Esports out first, right? Or was it GE out first?
No, it's GE out first.
It was GE out first.
It's
Okay,
GE out
so
first.
now sweet revenge for GE.
Indeed, and revenge is a dish best served cold, and cold indeed that was. Aqualusa getting a hit on the Haisaki right now. Solo Z able to get a return there, but then with Cerberus able to get the revive there in time. I don't think AAA is going to be able to rescue the team O2 Skrit there right now, and Jakunov also getting knocked down on the outside there by Hamas. At the moment, Cerberus is still fighting for their lives right now, but still putting a lot of hurt on the AAA.
And we're talking about the fight inside Picado. Normally, the fight inside Picado might take a while, but then again, now both teams just want to go at it at each other. And look at the kind of situation. It is Cerberus Esports having the upper hand with AAA, AAA, now losing 1 player.
Yep, 1 already down. Hamas finishes off Janku off as well, so that leaves only 2 left on the AAA side. Seems like NHE is also being drawn to this area here by the gunfire. So is GE at the same time, because they're moving in northwards towards Picado. As this circle, a little bit more in the center this time around, but definitely away from both El Pozo as well as Monte Nuevo. So it's going to be a slightly bit different battleground this time around in match number 2.
Now, because of this kind of circle, Picado is within the circle. This fight might take a while. Both teams might play a little bit more passive because they know that they have time on their side. Unless if the compound or this city is on the outside circle, then it might be a different story. But hey, it is within it, so I think we can expect that fight to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, GE in the meantime looks like they might have just spotted Ho-An, who is right now trying to turn tail and run here with GE breathing down his back here. But GE might be, he actually might be giving them a slip right now because he's able to dip under this structure here, and GE probably will not be able to spot his silhouette anywhere. Probably a little bit too late before they realize where exactly Ho-An has actually ran to.
Ho-An safe for now, despite without a vehicle, he managed to get away. But Long K is going to go there to pick him up, so it's going to be A-OK. But now, on the other side, we have Zest here all alone, doing a little bit of scouting work for his team, just gathering the information, getting to know where his opponents are at, and right now we can see that NHG, they're making those moves, giving away their position or information towards Zest, and now Zest relaying back to his team, but I don't think they'll do anything big because they're just too far away.
Yeah, NHA is still on vehicles right now, wrapping around this little rock here to see, probably just trying to see what other teams around might be within their vicinity here. But GE holds their fire though, so they're not going to be encountering NHA anytime soon. It seems like they're going to be making their way down this hillside here to join the other teams there in the low ground on this village here. But for now, a lot of these teams just basically decided to gather themselves around the center of this next circle here. The only one still on the outside, the outlier really is E-Arena as well as SST. They're still stuck around the southern side of this circle here, not even making their way towards Los Leones yet. Just taking the time right now, but still 5 minutes to go in phase number 1 to try to get some last minute loot.
Okay, so now looks like the storm has calmed down. Everyone's A-OK. The fights have ended for now at least. Focusing back on loot, strategizing, where do you want to go, where do you want to park yourself, where do you want to use as a checkpoint. But by going from checkpoint to checkpoint, there's of course a risk that you bump into another team. Speaking about bumping into another team, T5 could bump into another.
They're bumping into two at once, in fact, because NGE is inside this hill here that I think they want to try to solve, but one call is set up in the village just to the east of them, and they're also pouring some fire onto them. But Drive-By doesn't seem to have resulted in much knockdown except for Fab right now, but Hakai and Van Ge is going to be jumping in now to try to hold down T5 and hopefully get another knockdown as well. Tanadil is going to get himself revived, but then still, Rossiter goes in and takes out Fab completely, so NGE is already one man down. Now T5 can try to focus their attention onto the rest of them and seems to be sending all the troubles their way, forcing them to try to back out from this hillside, and Van Ge getting themselves knocked down by the frag grenade, in fact.
Oh, they gotta end this fight fast because look at this on the minimap. Even there's like 2 other teams approaching these 2 teams, trying to take advantage of the kill points, and they could be able to be kidnapped if they continue on the fight within this area. And we can see that Blue is being shot at from behind. ONC is approaching them. Where are they going to go from here?
Oh, what is Trick doing? He's completely alone there as he's drawing fire from both NGE as well as T5. But T5's main objective now is to try to finish off the rest of NGE. But Haisaki is also getting himself into the mix as well. Just moving up ahead of his team now to try to see if he can catch any stray kills here out of this battle. So this is now forming into a slightly 4-way battle, though granted one member from CES makes up the 4th. But nevertheless, NGE very much in trouble right now. Oh boy, Nanto, can he get a shot? Yes, he does. Hanawat gets himself completely knocked down now. Can't quite confirm the kill yet, but one call is going to send a frag grenade anyway, hoping that it will be enough to finish him off.
Beautiful backstab earlier on there. And at the same time, we can see that Myth is taking a fight with NGE somewhere else. I believe it's on the lower ground. And we can see that there's a lower ground fight happening at this moment. So the teams on the high ground, they're just going to ignore that for now. They need time to reset. They need time to recuperate themselves while the fight on the lower ground is happening.
Yeah, Chibirit is already setting himself closer to La Bendita, so that seems to be where one call is going to be backing up to. Cerberus Esports in the meantime still in the same village of Picado there with AAA up in the corner. Right now, I think Haisaki has decided he wants to try to get onto this complex here, but NGE moves very rapidly to try to take control of that, so Haisaki is left out on the lurch right now. So he's going to see if he can spot the rest of T5 moving up on the left-hand side, but for now, NGE is taking up this position here, so I don't think Cerberus is going to be able to move out of position yet. They might still have to continue to take the siege against AAA.
Yeah, Haisaki is just going to bail this. It's not going to be worth it for him. I mean, we're still like, what, 15 teams? Meaning that if anyone gets eliminated at this point, it's going to be 0 placement points. It's probably not going to be worth it for him at this point. And now Haisaki managed to get a vehicle. He's moving to somewhere else. Hopefully you'll be able to find somewhere that's a little bit more calmer for him.
Yeah, I also just only realized AAP the whole time has been out in the blue zone, have just only joined us on the northern side of the circle here. So better late than never, I suppose. But then again, with everyone being gathered in the middle here, I don't think anyone's going to be spotting AAP's movement right about now. So this could be an opportunity for AAP to sweep down from the north side here and hopefully catch some good strays. But it seems like fires are still starting to break out here in the middle as 310 is starting to send some shots down towards NHG. each E's position here. They do have a bit of a high ground here on the graveyard that gives them somewhat of a view. Only problem is that the hill just right next across the road for them is making it harder for them to actually see the other teams.
Okay, we can see. Speaking about teams, looks like we have little movements. Okay, or maybe not. Everyone's pretty much secure in their own compound for now because it's within the circle anyway. And we're still at phase 1 though, so everything would normally go crazy during phase 4, but here we have it, a good overall of where our teams are at. Like what you mentioned, Archangel Predator coming from the northern side, they have an easy entry into the circle, but this is the first phase of the circle. Will be reviewed the second phase later, and looking at the amount of teams right in the middle of the circle, I would say that there's a good chance that the majority of the teams would still be in the middle of it after this.
Yeah, I mean, the AAP on the north and then E Arena on the south, and look at where the circle land up. Oh my goodness, AAP has just only got in the circle, only to find they have to travel even further now, and that's going to scrunch them right into the mix there with so many teams still alive right now, 15 in fact, still in the running even at this phase here. So this is looking to be a real tight scrap here, ladies and gentlemen, over on Los Leones. Finally, Myth is right now in the thick of it as they try to maneuver out to the fields here. They're likely going to take some fire from SST, who has just spotted them. In Hawk, in fact, is already starting to put some fire on top of them. Number one is getting themselves in a bit of a mix as well with one call who has just spotted them trying to cut across with these vehicles. Hopefully not too much of a knockdown, though Gao as well as Mio is having not a lot of health on them, in fact, so this is going to be a bit of a precarious one. But Gex as well, moving over the eastern side here, might actually intercept number one here. In fact, Trick is trying his very best to get the knockdown, still can't quite get the shots done there. Has taken out one tire, but that's not the tire he's looking for. He's looking for the head.
Oh yeah, he wants to hit there, but if you can't get it, at least you press the back tire, that's okay. But Jaxi, from somewhere else, 2 knockdowns back to back for Jaxi.
Yeah, he actually came out from the other side of where Trick is, so the one call actually split up a little bit here. Now they got Virtue 2222 already down to the ground to get a knockdown as well as a Lamba Woo Woo, and they both get taken out completely. One call, nowhere to be found right now. Unfortunately, they have lost 2 of the members. Gek and Mio has just made it Los Leones, but this seems to be the best he can do, and now they're being cut off here by GEX.
Oh, here we go, Subverse Esports. They need to rendezvous with each other. At least they have a compound to work with within the circle, so they're A-OK for now. GE as well in the same position, just next to Subverse Esports. But GE, not liking this compound that much. They're moving to somewhere else. I wonder where will be their next checkpoint, but looks like they're in preparation for phase 3.
The GE though is caught in a bit of a sandwich situation though, because the Deadly Strike has just moved in from the western side, and E Arena is still also moving from the south side. It seems like they're going to be meeting right at these crossroads here where GE and CES are set up in. So it's looking like a bit of a scrap going on the western side here. Los Leones itself getting a little bit busy too with T5 and Myth tossing out each other. Number one now under fire from Gex's Savior as well as Leo, who are just pressuring them on the northern side of Los Leones. Genius Esports in the meantime still on that reposition right now. It seems like they decided to back out from trying to take the position because the Deadly Strike has actually taken control over the villages by the eastern side of Chumacera and just forced the GE to back out and back into the original position.
Oh, Bofish taking those long range shots. Will it land? Okay. A little bit of a recoil control needed there, but looks like no shots landed.
I mean, sometimes when you're at that range there, you just spam and just hope for the best, you know. The bullet drop and the time travel for the bullet has to be taken into consideration when you're trying to take a shot from that range anyway. And what more when you have to deal with a moving target, right? But looks like that's not going to be enough to get the knockdown there. AAP, in the meantime, still moving in. They've joined into the circle now. Seems like they are attempting their very best to get themselves onto the western side. In the meantime, NHE as well, moving in from the east as Ho-An is actually out in the blue zone there, while the rest of his teams already got themselves into the next bit of circle. Still very crowded right now. We still have 15 teams. None have been eliminated despite of all the excitement here. This next circle going to be taking right between Pecado as well as Los Leones.
Look at this, Victor. Argentina came in from the northern side, but because of how the circle was previously, they went all the way down just to have to go up again.
My goodness, the circle's just giving them a runaround, isn't it? Just forcing them to constantly reposition themselves and not giving them opportunities to dig down and fight. Gex doesn't really have that problem right now, though, because they're facing, even though they were able to keep some pressure into team number 1, not able to finish off both Mio and Zigao at the moment, though. But they still have control of this complex here. Losiones, good grenade there to Jedi! Oh, barely catches him there, and he was able to get a healing just in time. But AAA is still not out of the woods there. Rascal Jester continuing to rain down whatever grenades he has. He's run out of frags, though, so now he's going to have to rely on putting some distance between himself and them. Still has a couple of smokes to use. Perhaps could try to cover them off a little bit, but for now, he's just making sure that AAA is not going to be able to make it to the circle without a fight.
Oh, very low. Wanted to go in for the flank until he notices that, okay, it's probably not going to be worth it because the circle is closing anyway. He might as well get back to his teammates. His teammates quite far away, and his teammates do have a compound, but on the other side of the circle. But now we move over to Myth, MITH, made in Thailand, and we have Rogue here all alone, 1v2.
Yeah, oh boy, Rogue is stuck on the second floor, it looks like, and Tridoi is already assaulting the first floor there, so oh my goodness, he's gonna have to keep a close eye on that stairwell right now because 2 members of NHE are moving in here. He has no side save, okay, that's worse knocked out. The door's gonna get broken down, but Rogue is just waiting for them to try to move in here. He goes in, gets a knockdown, 2 down so far, finishes them all, but the third member of NHE now moving into this field. He sends a frag grenade out, thinking about going for the jump out of the window, but needs to get a healing up in time, though. In the meantime, NHE trying to get the revive back up onto at least one of the members. This could be an opportunity. Rogue sends another frag grenade down. Can he nail them down completely? Not quite. Not enough damage, but he does have a sawed-off shotgun waiting for them to come up, but it doesn't seem they're daring to do so.
Okay, he's going down to the ground.
Oh!
Another one! Hoya goes down! Kenro pull up a clutch. Only one more to go. He has it. That's okay. The perfect weapon close range! And it's going to be Rogue! Eliminating New House Esports!
Oh my goodness. The fact that Myth still has Duckman's around as well, that still is a 2-man stack at least. A 3-man stack here from Myth. So that's going to be great news for them that managed to finish off NHE there. But look at that. Rogue is not quite out of the woods though because has drawn some fire from GE and crack grenades through the window. I think he's pretty much done here for.
That was anticlimactic there. But anyway, Rogue, he managed to secure 4 points for his team all alone. So I would say that's a decent trade.
Hey, that's good. That's as good as any there. So, but then GE still steals the kill at least on one of them though. So that keeps them on par with those 5 kills there together with Myth. But right now, the rest of Myth are still going to be holed up within their complex here. This next circle, more towards the open end here. There's still a road that passes right through it. So plenty of low ground here. A bit of high ground, but that's really only being held by either GE or perhaps even Deadly Strike. Should they finish this fight against AAA right now? 310 seems like they want to try to keep one call busy at the moment as they attempt to try to get into the circle here. Trick is still being the anchor right now, but he's all the way out in the blue zone there, so he's going to have to rejoin with his team very soon.
You got to feel for Archangel Predator. Again, this entire round, they seem to be just chasing the circle, not seeing much action other than just finding where the circle is. And now, speaking about action, we have it. AAA versus Deadly Strike right now. Deadly Strike, the lower ground, both teams on the outside of the circle. They need to win this fight before they move in.
Yeah, oh boy, we've only 2 members there. They're going to be facing a lot of fire, but they're doing quite well to try to take up to the high ground here. This could do well for them. It's forcing Deadly Strike to try to wrap around the smoke here, but unfortunately they managed to pin down Esquiliza and finish him up as well. Jedi has been taken down and attack all around. I thought they were going to be able to make it, but no. Getting up into the high ground bend, there's going to be easy pickings there for Deadly Strike.
Oh, here we go. Global Esports X7 with nothing to defend this ground against ONC, and ONC, they are coming. They have the high ground advantage though, but look at this Archangel Predator. Arjun Boss got taken out by the zone. I mean, this is what happens when the circle just keeps running away from you.
Oh no, that's a bit of bad news there for Archangel Predator because, you know, all the troubles they had trying to get into this circle here, and then now they just lose one of their own to the blue zone there. No doubt getting caught out a little bit in Los Leones there because of EA and Myth actually gatekeeping them a little bit coming into this circle here. Gex in the meantime still holding their own in this one ditch here, but they have plenty of hills around them to provide some cover away from one call who is still on the edge of the circle there to the west hand side, and with T5 still not drawing any attention with them, they can focus fully on the fight with this Indonesia squad here. But number 1 seems to be looking to try to be a spoiler in this fight as well, assaulting from the eastern side there. One call might get himself pincered a little bit, and Gex might be a little bit relieved to have a bit of that pressure taken off of them.
Yeah, number 1's coming in for the back, but then again, they don't have the manpower. So, but no choice. They still need to find their way through. At this point, if they make any more rotations, they'll be shot down anyway. So they might as well try to take that little bit of a risk, try to trade off kills perhaps, and try to win the fight to get into the circle. But their opponent is not going to be a pushover. Their opponent has a compound, has a full squad, so it's going to be tough for no one.
Yeah, Mio is still trying to take onto the high ground here. Jexi is going to try to kill him off a little bit. A smoke grenade in between is providing a bit of cover, allowing him to rain some grenades, but with the buildings being taken by one call, they should be able to dodge most of that damage effectively, as that one didn't quite connect. But Nando is going to be taking quite a bit of hits from Mio before he was able to duck away, but now the blue zone has already come around here, forcing both of these squads to pull away from this battle here. But that's going to put the number one under a lot of fire here from one call, as well as Myth, and maybe even Gex as well, but they're just aiming to try to get themselves into the circle. There's just barely slipping by there as one calls Jexi now focuses his attention onto Gex as well as Deadly Strike there, and if once he couldn't get the knockdown.
And Archangel Predator is still chasing the circle. They still do not have it. They're on the southern side, and arguably this is going to be the toughest entry into the circle because there's so much open space between them and the circle. I worry for Archangel Predator at this moment, but I worry for the other teams on the outside as well. Just look at the amount of teams on the right side of the circle. There's at least like 6 different teams maybe to try to get in.
Yeah, Myth is still trying to get past E Arena, but hasn't been successful at that. Gex has already got a knockdown there. Zenon's been taken out completely by Cerberus, who is, by the way, held up in the only complex that's within this next circle here, so they have a position. But NGE is starting to put a bit of pressure there with that blue already getting himself inside a warehouse now, trying to provide some pressure from within. Deadly Strike still on the outside of the circle right now. Himas trying to spot where NGE's member is. Sends a grenade up on top. Can't quite connect with that blue yet. Still can't flush him out either with a Molotov. That blue is just finding himself very nicely dug in there, and Hamas can't really touch until that point there when a frag grenade from Tycon finally finishes him off.
Oh, Tycon from the other side, but now we move over to Made in Thailand, trying to get to make their way into the circle, but then again they need to take this fight. Exocrit, Jacob getting two for himself. Beautiful coming from Jacob.
Yeah.
And this could be the opportunity to survive within the circle.
The thing is that Leo has been knocked down, so Xavier is having his hands full now, trying to deal with an entire full stack of Indonesians here. Jexi, Chiribrit, Nando, and Trick now assaulting onto Gex here inside this ditch. I think Xavier may not be long for this well here as Myth moves on towards E Arena here. The two Thai squads collapsing on each other as Darkman's already out for the count. Extronsit is already taking a lot of damage inside, trying to hold his own as Larynx is taking a lot of damage, might be taken out completely. AAP's Nan actually tried to join into the fight there, got himself knocked down for his efforts, so that leaves only two members of AAP left. Oh, sorry, one member of AAP left as another one got knocked out as well.
Oh, now we do see some action for AAP, but then again we also see action for Himas again. It's been a while though. Bullfish knocked down by him. Made in Thailand now going up against E Arena. E Arena still a full squad. Made in Thailand, however, 3 players still alive with 1 vehicle been blown up. 1 nade could take down one of them. They're trying to get a good angle. They're trying to get as much information as possible, but the nade coming in from Made in Thailand will not connect.
Yeah, Deadly Strike now getting to the warehouse where Cerberus is. Tycon now holding his. Oh, but can't hold it against Crazy Boy and Lucky J. Tycon Hamas taking out Cerberus out in 10th place. What a fumble there, because they seem to have a good position in the warehouse, but that seemed to attract all the wrong sort of attention there from both Deadly Strike. It's now to get assaulted by SST. Genius Sport sending some shots. Alec, taking some shots inside, almost gets taken down, but that will not connect. And inside has to focus on one call as Myth, who are breathing down his back.
Oh, here we go, the circle. Will Archangel Predator finally gets a taste of the circle? But no! It still shifts away from them.
And then now you got E Arena and GE now pressuring on top of them with one already knocked down. AAP doesn't look like they're going to be able to survive this long with 2 full stacks up against them here. The odds are very much stacked away from AAP right now as they're getting completely slaughtered here. But E Arena also uses the opportunity to try to get some shots on the GE. Evil Patrick now still left out of lurch here, but he does get down Utah in the meantime though, but unfortunately with that take out by EA, Archangel Predator is out in 8th place.
Number 8 for them, and it was a tough round for them. They're pretty much chasing the circle the entire round, but now for E Arena, they don't have the circle, they need to fight their way through. On the left, there's SST waiting for them. If they move towards the right, there's a couple of teams there as well. So it's not going to be an easy entry for them to get into the circle. But speaking about getting into the circle, SST, they're kind of busy.
Yeah, kind of busy. Imhawk now picking up a car to go and rejoin the rest of the group here, or maybe might be making a break to the center of the circle, but whatever the case here, Rudex, T9, and Fevan are trying to assault the top of this hill here, but Deadly Strike has control over the warehouse, has plenty of smoke grenades to spend, so SSC is going to have to resolve to use some grenades here to try to flush out Crazy Boy, but hasn't been successful in that regard. Imhawk now is rejoined with the rest of them, assaulting from the opposite end, so now they both move in at the same time to try to flush Malrush out of this building.
Okay, here we go. 3 players from SST right now in the building. One more coming in. Already cover fire from afar until everyone's secured. Favorite is moving in together with his teammate. They're on the ground floor currently, just next door. Shot. Favorite is the one that went down.
A bit of a toss-up right now. SST having 2 knockdowns, while Deadly Strike has 2. But T9 has already finished up with Malrush and Crazy Boy, so no chance of revive there. Imhawk still keeping Bullfish occupied on the outside, forcing him into the barn house now. But Deadly Strike's remaining members are not going to be around to save him in this situation here. And SST is getting their revive onto Feather right now, so they look still pretty strong.
Okay, Bullfish trying to find a good angle here, but can't see they have a good side onto SST, so he can't pull the trigger just yet. But Imhawk almost shot down. That was a close call.
Yeah, close call. Speaking of calls, one call collapsing onto the tweet. Now Wesker getting knocked down. There's already another knockdown there. Vuelo is the last one standing here for the Japanese squad as he's attempting very much to fight an army of Indonesians here trying to store against a hill. And it's going to be what finishes him up in the end.
What a nade that was coming for Jackson, but now Imhawk. Can he win this fight? He must get a knockdown. Can he get a second one? But unfortunately now Runas will follow up from here. Runas taking down his Faven. Last man standing, but Faven is there to save the day.
Yeah, indeed. Save the day he did. So SST now having control of their building should be able to bring their teammates back up to speed, but that leaves them only as a tree stack at this point. Myth in the meantime has finished up their own fight as well, so they have control over this site relatively until E-Arena decides they want to try to spoil them as well, taking out one of the cars and actually forcing Jacob in a bit of a quandary right now. Duckmans is still right with his back against the blue wall there. He needs to try to put some pressure on the E-Arena, but the high ground advantage the Insight has, that's allowing him to put some really good shots there onto Duckmans and Excrozit.
Pretty much no one's in the circle at this moment, but the easiest entry to the circle definitely is going to be SST. They'll be unchallenged. 3 teams will be shooting at each other as all of them try to move into the circle. SST will be looking in from afar, trying to get those long range shots, but it's going to be Duckman getting a knockdown to ZZ as a start.
Yeah, SST, well, you said they have the easiest entry to the circle, but after they get out of the warehouse, there's no cover whatsoever. So I think SST now is going to have to scrape together whatever smoke grenades they can find amongst the corpses of those they've already killed inside the warehouse in order to try to make some cover for them for this next phase of circle. One call in the meantime is going to be moving in from a hillside. They still have a bit of a hill to use as well, so that could potentially allow them to gatekeep SST as they come out from that warehouse. And then Myth, they have literally a crate drop on top of Excrozit there, but as long as they can keep the pressure onto E-Arena and actually force them out to the fight, they can actually quite easily gatekeep E-Arena from being able to get in. But made in Thailand's Jacob right now having his hands full, trying to keep his eyes peeled onto Zixi there, who's proving a lot of attention there. Gets a good shot there. Oh boy, Jacob getting the shot at Zixi, finishes E-Arena and takes him out in 4th place.
5 kills for Jacob alone out of 9 for the entire squad. And now Sun Sister in the circle. They have an easy entry, but like what you say, it's going to be an open position for them. They need to fight their way through. ONC just beside them. They're going to start off with SLI and Hazel. Imhawk tries to get a knockdown, but not able to get a clear shot just yet.
Yep, One Call is the only team that has a full stack right now, and they still have plenty of smoke, so they're already using it now to try to engage against SST. Fevan trying to get a shot against Jexy there. Can't quite find him past the Jeep here, but at least keeps him pinned down. But while they're doing that right now, Myth is also moving up on the south side, providing some pressure onto One Call's left-hand flank. So it's not exactly a fight on one front, it's 2 fronts here for the Indonesian squad who have the full stack here. But SST is still holding their own, still able to get themselves up against his kill here, which is quite a bit of cover, but unfortunately with Myth now getting the mix here, they're receiving from fire from that end.
Oh, that was a good long range there coming from ONC, but Jacob, he went out, and now Imhawk is in trouble. He's at the lower ground. T-Rig is just above him. The circle does favor him, but looks like his opponents will not give him any chance. That's it for him.
Yeah, I think SST is probably going to be cooked here right now. One call as well as made in Thailand, currently sitting at 12 and 10 kills respectively here. So they've been taking the bulk of the kill points right now, but it looks like they want to try and get even more off of each other. Myth versus one call right now is the main one we want to try to fight for. Imhawk already taken out of where Runex is the only one left standing, but then he's still within the warehouse, not able to participate in this fight in any meaningful way. Having no frag grenades as well means that he pretty much has to sit out on the sidelines here and hope that one call as well as Myth collapse on each other and maybe pick up some scraps.
Oh, Runex now. He doesn't have a choice. He needs to
Yes!
get into the circle. But Runex onto Jaxi. Beautiful long range shot. That could be his opening into the circle. But then again, time's on his side. He only has 10 seconds to decide.
He just has to let Myth and one call get preoccupied with each other and just take these stragglers out at the same time. Trick in the meantime taking a lot of damage now, forced to bring out the adrenaline shot here in order to stay in the fight here. He still can rely on some teammates here, but not going to be Nando though. Nando has already been knocked down here. Chiprit under a lot of intense fire here from Jacob here. Jacob, main killer right now for Myth, is a major threat right now. A bigger threat having taken down Exquisite as well as getting knocked out of Trick.
Oh, here we go. ONC moving into the circle. Sun Sister still has Runex. Runex trying to find his next target, but the smoke is not doing him any favor. And finally, Trick been knocked out by Jacob from the other side. And all these teams, only one team. See on the other side of the circle, there's going to be Runex. Runex trying to fight his way through. What we can see is difficult for him. Only one health left, the last thing of He managed to reset.
Woo! And he under the cover of smoke as well, not able to secure his position, but again, he's still under fire from 3 members of one call. 1 member of Myth still remaining here. That's going to be Jacob, and he is still attempting his very best to try to keep the pressure going on to one call, but one call now focusing his attention towards the warehouse here. Says whatever throw balls, and I think Runex taking so much damage there, but still not out of the fight until just now when the blue zone gets right over him.
Yeah, denied the point there. Right now, Myth seems to be in a tough position unless a clutch could happen here. Jacob against the wall. Jacob, can he pull off an amazing ending here? He has 7 kills to his name. If he can get all 3, it will be 10 kills for Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing what he's able to do so far. Can he do even more right now? But the cards are certainly stacked against him now. Nando and Jexy setting whatever frag grenades they can, forcing him out of position. And one straight shot is going to be enough to send the Indonesian squad to the chicken dinner.
One call it is. That's all they need to get this chicken dinner. And this will give them a good hope to move on to the grand finals directly. But anyway, Myth. Made in Thailand. My goodness. I can't wait to see the overall scores. I want to see how many kills did they get at the end of the day, because I think it's a good number.
Oh, they and Myth as well have been like trading kills against each other, rather trading the lead of the kills throughout the entire match. A lot of that, granted, was off of the hands of Jacob alone, but then again, one call, you know, they had a lot of advantages coming into this final circle here and made full use of it, in fact. And being the only team that had the full stack there certainly allowed them to cover many fights at once, and many fights they did get into with both MIP and SST giving them quite a hard time in that final circle. But nevertheless, they still came through anyway, and a chicken dinner is what greets them at the end of the day.
Well, we started this round hard and fast again with round 2 between Purple Moody Esports as well as GE, and this was GE getting their revenge against Purple Moody Esports.
Oh, it's such an insane sequence there, isn't it? I mean, it's hard to believe that this was what the field looked like, you know, before this, and the fact that 15 teams still continue to survive all the way through phases 3 and 4. I mean, that's amazing. That like a lot, not more than like one team got taken out in this early phase here. But nevertheless, when we see some of these teams like MIF, especially Rogue, this was probably like one of the highlights in this match here. I mean, just one-man army here taking on New House Esports. This is his house now, ladies and gentlemen. This is Rogue's own house here. You're not gonna get away scot-free.
Yeah, we just need to see this, enjoy this final moment with the S12K from Rogue, and that is his clutch there. My goodness, that was so good. I mean, it was really smart from Rogue to play this very actively. He was on the second floor. Some players would normally stick to the comfort zone of being on the second floor, like just trying to hide away or trying to buy time. But then again, he took the active role of going down to the first floor and just hunting down his opponents instead.
Yeah, and this was that blue just being such a sneaky boy up in the corner of that warehouse there. I mean, Hamas had to send everything but the kitchen sink, but it was still Tycon's crack grenade to finish it on the end of the day. But then Tycon couldn't quite hold his own when Deadly Strike and SST decided to assault onto the warehouse at the same time. And I think SST versus Deadly Strike here actually ended up being a bit of quite a toss-up, really. And I didn't expect that Feven was going to be able to. I didn't expect that SST was going to be able to hold their own, but they actually did take out Deadly Strike quite effectively in that round.
But it was this round overall is quite unfortunate for Archangel Predator because they were playing chasing the zone the entire time. At the final moment when they not really finally got the zone, but at the final moment when they got some action, it was a tough position for them to be in. They were on the lower ground, all their opponents on the higher ground because they were not in the right position just because of how the zone treated them.
And Jacob, crazy shots there with that Mini 14. I mean, that was what, 10 kills they managed to get in that fight there for Myth. I mean, that kept them pretty much in the running for the most part in this final circle here. It's just unfortunate that, it just came down to a 1v3 here. I mean, one call had so much grenades and so much throwables they could send towards him there. So it wasn't really a fair fight, but I think Jacob did the best he can.
Yeah, anyway, he got at least 7 kills by himself. So I think as an individual player, he did his role perfectly by that time. I mean, if he was able to pull out that 1v3 clutch, that would immediately override whatever Rogue did.
I know. So, wow. I mean, the level of chaos going on here. I mean, again, I think a lot of teams kind of played it safe during the early phase there, other than, PLM versus GE, because those two definitely wanted a rematch, going on the power grid there. But it's kind of satisfying to see that GE actually managed to win that round there. So I guess it's just a 1-1 tie right now between Purple Mood as well as Global Esports. But nevertheless, I think for one call specifically, I think a lot of fans have been calling them out a little bit for underperforming. I think underperformance is pretty much a given in this tournament here. Again, new format, new set of map rotations, different types of pacing here. So I guess I can cut them a little bit of slack in that sense, but finally, I think on day 3, these teams that have been underperforming all along are finally starting to find a footing, finally getting themselves a bit more luck as well. So I think for one call especially, this must have been very cathartic for them to get a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and it's scary for the other teams who performed well for the past few days because all the other teams are starting to do well, meaning that who's going to be the top 8? It's anyone's guess at this point. I mean, it's going to be tougher, but anyway, that's where the fun is, right? You don't know who is going to be the top 8 until the final game, and that's what we'll be looking forward to.
Yep, so let's go ahead and have a look at the match results here. Let's see who has the bulk of the points there. It's going to be one call there. 15 kill points in total, making it 25 together with the chicken dinner points. So that's a healthy and handsome haul there that the Indonesian squad has managed to pull off here.
Wow, GE, no placement points, but able to secure 6 kill points and 4 of them out of a Purple Moody squad. Yep, we knew that. But anyway, because of the 6 points, they are in the match number 6 in terms of points collected. So that's pretty decent for GE.
Oh my! The thing is that Myth, despite having so many kills, they're only managed to, even though they got second there. Look at the gap between one call and Myth in terms of points there. That's what. I think it's like 7 points of difference there between the two of them. So, I mean, crazy. Sorry, not 7 points. It's 9 points of difference between the two of them. That's crazy, the gap between one call and Myth when it comes down to it there. So, one call certainly had a huge, handsome haul of kills actually during the whole chaos there. And I think just the fact that they had a good position up on that hill on the northern side there actually helped them a lot, especially before that final circle fight there. They were able to actually avoid a lot of fire from other teams, and that allowed them to get some easy pickoffs there, and that contributed a lot to the point haul they managed to get here.
Yeah, I am pleasantly surprised as well for Archangel Predator. Despite them having to chase the circle the entire game, they still managed to get 4 kills. I think that was like towards the later stages before they got eliminated, giving them a total of 5 points. Well, they would have wanted more for sure. I mean, any team would have wanted more than that, but then again, for a team that it was needed to chase the circle the entire game, 5 points is pretty decent. But you know what else is decent? It's going to be our break time, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to take a breather now. We're going to jump into Tego after this, but before that, short break, and we'll see you after this.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with the sub, become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destiny. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the PUBG Super Cup for Asia, and looks like we're going to be jumping quite quickly into our third map of the day, which is going to be Ontario. This is going to be an interesting one, I feel, because this is going to be an entirely different map now. We've done and dusted with Myanmar for the rest of the group stage now, so we can go ahead and focus on this match right here. So let's go ahead and hopefully we'll be able to see you guys jump into the map here very soon. Let's go ahead and hopefully be able to get you guys up to date right now. Control of the floor right below them, so Myth is stuck up on the rooftop here. They can't quite get a beat onto where Gex's position is, so this is actually a really bad situation for them to be in, even though they want to fight against 310, but at what cost now?
Let's see here. Is it going to be worth it for them or not? But of course, they do have Rogue, the guy who clutched it out in the previous round. No kills for him just yet. And we can see the entire Myth, they're on the rooftop, a GX on the bottom floor. And this both teams, they are currently in the circle, so it's probably going to take a while before they end this fight.
Okay, so we're going to take position by the air ducts here, so that provides a minimal amount of cover here, but Gex isn't quite pressing the issue here. I think they just want to wait for Myth to actually get down on the ground and just pick them off that way, and this is making it worse for Myth because they don't have any opportunity to pick up any healing packs, any adrenaline shots, anything at all to try to buff up the health here, and the Gex in the meantime had plenty of armor in fact, so that actually makes it a very tough fight now for Myth to try to get out of this situation here. I wonder what would be the best way for them to do so. They may even have to sacrifice a member or two in order to draw some fire away to allow the rest to exfil, but then again, being up on the rooftop on this complex here, now granted, they may be able to try to get to a different building, but I still feel they may have to deal with the fact they might have to sacrifice one of their own.
Yeah, so now that we know that it's going to take a while because they're in the circle, so it's fine. We'll come back when there's actual action continuing from that compound fight. But now, looking at the other teams, it was pretty well spread out in this round, other than this compound fight. But okay, we're back here, and we have a good view on the map. And looking at the circle, if you kind of think about it, this kind of circle, there's about like 30% of unplayable land.
Yeah, in fact, like the flight path, by the way, was a little bit more eastern biased, so that's why you see a lot more teams actually kicking to the mainland instead of getting onto the island of Godok. So, but with the circle getting on the mainland anyway, it seems like Cerberus, number one, NHE, have all been in good position. So as the arena, also the southern approach here one more time. Global's Savior is now trying to go up in front to try to catch Myth. They already got two knocked down already. Being able to finish off very quickly, so Myth now going from bad to worse here. Duckman is going to try to run away here, but then he's already been pursued by Global X and already got knocked down by Zanan. Now they just need to find Rogue, one last member of Myth, and they will be able to get elimination here.
Oh yes, Myth. Only one left, it seems. That it's going to be Rogue, but we saw what Rogue did in the previous round. I mean, it is Rogue we're talking about here, but looks like he's going for the option of just bailing this. Probably because he doesn't have enough loot anyway. But he didn't get a chance to loot. The moment they finish that fight, GX immediately move in, and like what you said, they had no chance to loot, meaning that their utilities are not that much. Okay, looking at what he has, yeah, no secondary weapon at all, so he's not ready for this fight.
Yeah, it's not going to be ready at all, and with Gex already having fully secured this village, this complex here, I don't think there's going to be much they have to worry about. We do see GE moving in on this position here, but they seem to be only scouting this point here, and Gex is already exfil out of the shopping mall, so it looks like they don't want to try to get into any more fights from here on out. But Zest is still making an approach here. He's still keeping his eyes and ears peeled. Might actually run into Rogue if they are moving a little bit more to the right hand side, but Rogue conversely only has a lot of open ground to deal with there if he gets out of the terminal, so it's not exactly the best place to be in here for Miv, but nevertheless he needs to try to salvage this as much as possible.
Oh, and if I look back again at our map, it seems that terminal is not within the circle, so meaning that all these teams that we see will need to move anyway. So the fight needs to happen because they're just that close by with each other, and I think they'll be interested to pick up points out of each other as well.
I think Rhodes is going to have to hang on there and hope that Gex gets themselves ganked by GE very soon. Triple A back into the fold one more time. They had to miss out the first match due to unforeseen circumstances on their part, but I'm glad to see that they're able to get themselves back up to speed here. In the meantime, Deraton 5 spotting this deadly strike going on a convoy now across from them, across the street. Tries to get some shots, doesn't quite attract too much attention from them, didn't even get a knockdown at that point, but that's already gotten quite a bit of attention now from Dest as they decide to hold down here and try to pick up on this fight. E-Arena in the meantime, they were on the south side of the circle. Looks like that might actually put them in the collision course right now with one call, the chicken dinner winners of the last match.
E-Arena, let's see if they can continue on right here in this round. They're going towards ONC though, so ONC just in front of him inside, doing a little bit of a scouting work here, just trying to find where are the next entry points or the next checkpoint that's going to be suitable for his team. Going to bump into his opponent if he overextends it.
Yeah, so Oh Hyang, Kang Nung, as well as Buksan Sa are the three main points of interest right now in this circle, and it seems like one call is going to try to land themselves smack in the middle of this whole area here. While back in the terminal here, it seems like Gex and GE are keeping good distance from each other right now. GE just starting to do their farming run on one side of the terminal, while Gex is already pulling out of this area here, no doubt looking for some vehicles in order to pull, in order to get themselves into this next circle fight. But speaking of fights right now, I think a bit of a firefight is starting to break out here just over north of Oh Hyang right now. Hopefully we'll be able to get onto that soon because it's SST and Cerberus right now taking pot shots against each other. Genius Esports, they still have Surti on the outside to try to spot anyone trying to pull away from the terminal, but it seems like he hasn't been able to spot Gex yet.
Yeah, so this more like information gathering coming from Surti, so that at least they pre-plan their route, like they know that, okay, on the next circle, if we don't have it and we need to get into somewhere of a more strategic position, at least they know that, okay, that area is occupied, that area is not. So he's just gathering information back to his team, doing the scouting work, basically.
Well, Gex has already picked up a vehicle and already pulled away from the terminal, so they should be in the clear now to make their way to the circle, which leaves GE to try to see whether or not Myth's Rogue is going to be able to survive this right now, because he's already survived against Gex so far, but with GE in the terminal with him as well, he's still not going to have the clearance actually to try to make a break for the circle here without being spotted. So Genius Esports in the meantime seems they want to try to hold at the terminal as long as they can. The blue zone is already collapsing onto them right now though, and I wonder whether or not they want to try to just continue to try to pick up some good loot here before rejoining the rest of the teams inside this next circle.
Yeah, we can see Rogue still on the outside of the circle, but then again, it is the first phase of the circle. It's not going to hurt that much, but you don't want to just waste valuable resources just to reset yourself because of the damage of the circle, just like that, and get nothing out of it at the end of the day. Unless if they manage to get a kill onto Rogue, then it's probably going to be a different story. But speaking about players on the outside of the circle, looks like we got 13. He is tanking out the blue, but again, it is still the first phase. It's A-okay.
Yeah, it's not set. It's not really that painful in this early phase of blue zone, so they could still afford to stick around in the terminal a little bit. They've already picked up some vehicles, so they should be able to pull away should they need to. Purple Mood in the meantime joining the rest of the squads here, but they're just only around the studio area. This next circle lands themselves right close to the world's end here, so only half of that is actual playable area, and that's where most of the teams have already gathered up. So somehow they managed to read this circle quite well, got themselves already close at that point now, so it means that there's firefights happening between servers as well as number one, Virtue 2222 has been taken down completely and taken out of the map now by Hamas. Can they still find some more though, because they already had a knockdown here on Solzy, should be able to get the revive back onto him, but number one is getting a couple more reinforcements here. Mio and Zigao coming through the road here, going to be intercepted a little bit by Cerberus there. They're going to continue to bring some fire. Gao has already been taken down. Mio is still alive for now. It's just only got to the building, but now he's surrounded by both sides. Oh, one shot there by Taikon and a headshot to boot as well. Finishes off the rest of number one, and they are out in 15th place.
Nicely done by Haisaki going in for the flank, and that secured their location, and also 4 kill points to start off the game with. And now we're only down to 14 teams. But with this current circle of only 60% playable land, that means that we're going to see all-out fights like what you mentioned, and it came at the right timing that Cerberus Esports eliminated another team, and now Cerberus Esports, with that elimination, they should have an easy entry into the circle.
I'm really worried that this next circle is going to land right on Ohyang, and that means there's going to be a lot of paddy fields there that the only paddy fields provide cover there. That's going to be an interesting fight to watch. And in the meantime, right onto AAP. Good shot there with the frag grenade there by Pubg to take out 2. And now there's house Palek gets taken down. Hakai joins in, only get knocked down.
What?
Joins in as well. Fab is back up, still up on the rooftops right now, but the rest of his team tries to assault on the bottom side. They still can't get all of them down yet, but AAP just completely wiped out just like that.
Oh, just like that, they crashed into the compound where Fab was at, but at the end of the day, it was Fab with heroic moves, with that one nade to take down 2 from Archangel Predator and that last one as well. So what a great defense coming in from a solo player.
Yeah, that blue is already moved out here. He's trying to find another spot for them to move to next. E-Arena and SST locked in a bit of a battle on this hilltop here. It does provide a lot of trees and plenty of ground to cover. Imhak, though, can't quite get a beat on the Zissy, so he's going to try to reposition himself and put some distance between himself and the E-Arena player. Zissy, in the meantime, has his Jeep here as insurance, so he can certainly pull away should he need to. But SST has still yet to make their way into this part here, and with E-Arena already set up here and Zixi providing the information and also having a Mark 12, that should be easy for him to spot out anyone getting their way.
Oh, Leo finally eliminates Rogue. That means Made in Thailand is out at number 13. No heroic moves coming from Rogue this time around, but then again, they still managed to secure 4 kill points from that starting fight, so that's okay for them. At least that's something in the bag, not going home empty-handed.
Yeah, NGE looks like they're going to be caught in a rock and a hard place soon because this Deadly Strike has just got to the crossroads now. But NGE is in a good position to try to ambush them, perhaps to try to get a knockdown to Mao Rush, who's just rushing in front of them. But he turns tail as he receives some fire now, so they know that they're under siege here on the NGE side. This Deadly Strike going to try to keep control of the crossroads here while attack all around Jackie now. Attempting to get some shots there, can't quite find one against oh, the grenade actually does put him down really bad here. The blue zone grenade forcing him to get out of the way there. Oh, he's just watching out for that there. And with 18 health, he's just going to try to get the adrenaline shot up. Hopefully he tries to be alive now, but then Leon is up to pressure him go. Whoa! He's not going to be abated at all. Takes down the Fluky right over there. Borbo's going to try to wrap around with the Jeep here, but Jack Wolf gets put up back there by AAA. And they do use a grenade as well to put some hurt on the PLM as Tanawat gets taken down.
Oh, you didn't know what hit him there. He was playing Ring Around the Rosie for a moment there. And now, it's Power Boss, the last man standing for Purple Esports eliminated, bringing them to number 12 this round.
Yeah, but AAA is not quite out of the woods because EA has heard all the commotion, is putting some shots at Equilusa, forcing him to get onto the riverbank now to pull and get the heck out of Dodge right now. He's probably going to have to serve the blue zone from this point on because he will not enjoy any support from the rest of his team because most of them have already been taken down. So now, E-Arena in a perfect position now on this part here to try to hold against the AAA squad here. SST as well is getting into the mix here, moving in from the western side. So the AAA is finding themselves completely gatekept from being able to get into Ohyang.
We can see the movement here for Cerberus Esports. How is Chloris going to get in here? Now that there's Cerberus Esports actually gatekeeping him.
I don't know. I mean, I guess he just has to be pretty smart about how he tries to move. There is a bit of like terrain that he could possibly use to his advantage there, but then again, it's so easy to spot it here. Cerberus right now going for the
close!
So close there. One more shot might be able to do it, and Haisaki is just trying to edge around to try to find an angle there, but cannot find his head. But in the meantime, GE is already putting a lot of pressure onto CS here, so he's forcing Mas and the rest of them to try to turn around and fight. Chloe is now able to use the smoke to cover, pulls away from them, and gets in towards Ohyang.
Oh, and Chloris managed to get away from now, but he's being shot at from behind. One last shot to him, and finally he is out. That is it for this round for Genius Esports.
Yep, 10th place is the best they can do, but then now Cerberus has to turn around and see what exactly he can do here because one call, having heard all the shots, is now pouring some fire onto them from the crossroads on the other side of Ohyang. So I think Cerberus is going to have to make their way into the urban area now to get some cover and to get away from that pressure here, but then they already opened up a path for themselves, so that's great for them. E-Arena in the meantime taking control of the
TL by Marathon 5, and Rossington Jr. actually gets knocked down to the inside, so EA might be bogged down in a fight they weren't quite expecting here.
Oh, Rossington, will his needs land enough to get another knockdown? But looks like the answer is not. But it's okay, they have a little bit more advantage right now because they have some terrain to play with. While on the side of EA, they need to pick up their teammate, but looking over at the circle, who will it favor? We do see most of the teams on the northern side, only 1-2 teams on the southern side. But now the circle will shift and it will go towards somewhere a little bit on the middle, slightly down the south.
Yep, this circle now finally getting more playable land here, but as I feared, it is landing right over near where the paddy field is, but there is a bit of a hill here that where Zixi and Imhawk is based at, so E-Arena needs to have the anchor in place, but now all the teams starting to collapse onto the team that's on the lower ground right now. Can they hold out with so much pressure coming up there? Moving as a convoy now, probably in the line of fire EA a little bit, but they want to take control of this hill because it represents the best spot to try to get a good vantage point. But right now, under fire they are from all angles here. Lyrics tries to get a shot at that blue, can't quite knock him down and out of the car yet.
Oh, that migration from the north to the south, oh man, that will mean that a lot of teams will clash into each other. It's a matter of time because there's 10 more seconds before the zone closes, and that will force all those teams to kind of move as well. And some of these hot spots on the high ground, like what you mentioned, been taken out by some of the teams who move fastest. And that is going to be their hunting ground for now with this kind of vantage point.
I mean, it's literally going to be a king of the hill right now, but it's still a toss-up between EA and SST as well as NGE. Seems like NGE is deciding to try to regroup a little bit before they try to continue this assault because they're still under pressure from Gex as well as Newhouse Esports, keeping them under fire there, so keeping them pinned within the zone here, forcing them now to try to split up and get a good base of fire here in order to try to take control of the hill. But for now, though, they're still left in that little bit of a quandary here because, and Zixi especially is still stuck in this fight here with Imhawk because neither of them can actually get a beat on each other with so much vegetation being in between them.
Arena, they are okay within the circle. They have a compound to work with, so they are fine right now. But they need to be careful of T5. The moment the circle shifts, T5 might find them to be the next target because T5, they cannot move freely into the circle, assuming that the circle shifts away because they'll be shot at by EA. So EA will need to find T5 at some point.
Yeah, and NG is fire onto Gex. Cerberus as well, getting under fire from SST from the south side. So they're having their hands full at the moment, trying to take control of the side. Zixi with a trending kill, takes out Fob, takes out that blue as well. Solo C also getting some shots at the Gex, so Gex is not quite out of the woods either with the one knockdown on their part as well. And they're struggling to try to hold their own because this place is literally a magnet for frag grenades to come right through those windows there, so they're not exactly in a good spot for cover.
Haisaki at the same time managed to get knocked down onto Van, and now Haisaki with the knockdown probably is an opening for him to take this fight. Look at the circle, everyone's currently in it, but next, some of these teams will need to manage the road, especially 3 teams on the right, assuming the circle shifts towards the high ground on the left, managing to get across, managing the road, is going to be tough for those 3 teams.
Yeah, NGE is left down to only one member here, which is going to be Hakai, and he's in a world of hurt right now. Imhawk has already moved position away from that southern side. The circle still lands on the hill, so Zixi has certainly done well to maintain that position there for EA, but right now, he's not going to be able to contribute much to the rest of his team who are under fire from T5 at the moment. He's attempting his very best to shoot, but again, that's going to draw a lot of fire from AAA as well as SST, who are just literally right up against his backs right now. So he can't exactly maneuver out of the area without being spotted. Leo with a grenade kill finishes off Hakai, so New Generation Esports is out in 9th place.
Oh, SST, they have the easiest entry into the high ground. That's going to be the vantage point. That's going to be the best position possible, especially in this current state of the circle. But of course, we still have a few more phases to go. But anyway, with that phase, with this current phase and their current position, it will be a good farming position for them, especially if they have enough long-range weapons.
One call is trying to move on to Gex's area here. NHE is pulling away from there right now, so it's going to be Gex versus one call very soon. Theraton 5 still in that engagement with EA. Now Zixi has already moved away from the hill to join the rest of his team to back them up and provide some reinforcement here, because this fight here is really important for EA because they are gatekeeping both T5 as well as Newhouse Esports here. Very hard for him to get him, and it actually nails down Zixi as well. So E-Arena now under a lot of pressure here inside the lyrics, are the only one still standing right now, but they're struggling to try to find any way to get an advantage over T5, who seem to have this round destruction on all sides. In the meantime, One Call and Gex getting a collapse on each other. It seems like One Call's not actually doing that well there. Zendan and Leo able to get knockdowns against them right now, and Nando being taken out completely. That battle seems to have fallen into Gex's favor here, and Trick getting fired upon by Hamas as well. Duraton fights, Pop the Bomb, still continue to try to fight with Ghetto. Fight Eric to the roof there, well, takes down the 60, still up on the top there, but then now has to try to flush on the last member, but it will have easy pickings here, and eliminates EA down to one last man.
Oh, what a beautiful fight that was. That fight was inevitable. I mean, they cannot avoid that fight. But now, after the fight is done, yeah, T5's problem is to get across the road. But before we think about that problem, let's look at the problem of 3 teams in the same compound.
Yep, there's Trick, there's Haimas, there's also 2 members of Geg, and it looks like Leo is already out for the count, so I think Zendan might just be the last person standing. Indeed, he is the last person standing for Gex right now, able to get himself healed up for the moment inside the greenhouse, but I think with 2 people now hunting for his backs here, he may not be long for this world. Zendan, though, he does take that one there, and 1 Trick, but then Haimas finds him in the meantime, and that will be a 1-for-1 there, and Cerberus coming out on top here.
Move across the road, they try to get to the lower ground of the high ground at least, but NAT won't make it easy for them. Shots fired on the T5. T5 got a couple of players slowly down. At the same time, SST is creeping up behind, but AAA is just behind SST. Inside somehow still survives, somehow still able to hold on to the high ground.
The T5 now pushing, continuing to push through. CES is now regrouping to try to join up with Solo Z. Ooh, this is perfect. The circle landing on the hill right now, so it's literally king of the hill battle here. EA, despite having lost that battle with T5, still has insight to try to take the top of the hill right now, but T5 is currently having a handsfield deal with both Cerberus as well as New House Esports. They've already taken down Tri-Visor now. CS is already taking up onto the hill here, so they're sending frag grenades down towards Town of area. This is going to be a whole
Tycho!
headshot there as well from inside to try to take out Rossetet, so that seems like T5 starting to collapse heavily under this pressure here from Cerberus. Tycon sending another frag grenade, but Hasawat also sending one of his own. Doesn't quite connect there, but then Haimas does connect instead onto T5 there, and Tycon finishes up the rest of them, and that will be Terraton 5 eliminated in 5th place.
Bruh, Tycon has 8 kills so far. Their team has 18 kills. They're breaking records. This is probably the highest so far. But then again, they still have opportunity to collect more kills. They could probably get more than 20 at this point, but we'll tabulate that later on, as E-Arena won't make it easy for them. Inside the last man standing, he was the king of the hill before this, but now with AAA coming onto him, he needs to defend.
Yeah, he needs to defend his position here, but between these 2 rocks, that actually provides plenty of cover to cover not 1 but 2 fronts here. Just needs to keep himself occupied with both CES as well as Triple A over the backside. Oh, they're really sending grenades down his way. That actually fired off a little bit early there, so didn't quite do enough damage on the inside though. But Oscar is still going to be sending whatever he's had left in his pack right now, moving up forward here under the cover of this artillery fire practically of frag grenades here. He gets a shot on the inside, finishes him off now. He has control of this.
Oh, right now AAA has control of the hill, but SST won't make it easy for them. SST is eyeing that hill now. We can see Runex, he's gathering information. They're waiting for the right moment to move in. They want to make sure where the enemies are at before they close in onto them. Runex at the forefront, trying to get as much as possible. At the same time, we can see that one of them from SST is taking an off-angle shot to give cover fire for their other teammates to come in.
SST is keeping a lot of distance between themselves and that hill right now. They want to try to engage AAA in a sniper battle. And they also, having seen the commotion with CS right now, Himas is currently knocked down, but Tycon is going to be able to bring him up to speed very quickly. And SST is not really pressuring AAA too much though. Only Runex is close enough, and Aimha is constantly trading shots against O2 Script at the moment. So that's keeping them tied up right now, allowing CS to just stay and lay low for now. But SST needs to try to get themselves closer and closer to that hill there. Tay9 is still providing themselves some supporting fire from a distance though, so that keeps AAA at least on their toes right now. But with the rock and the vehicle being in position there, that actually provides more than enough cover actually for AAA to continue to hold this hilltop position.
Man, I'm looking at, could this be the big moment for CES, assuming that AAA fights with SST and they're occupied with each other. CES could come in from behind and just wipe them all off and secure that chicken dinner, and more than 20 kills in a single round. But let's see who will be favored by the zone. Looks like the zone still has the high ground.
Still status quo, pretty much. I mean, it still lands on top of O2 Squid, so AAA can still pretty much keep control over this hill here. But they, again, being very much undermanned at the moment here with only 2 members, still has to try to stave away any pressure from SST, who haven't really quite made that move yet. But though Tay9 and Fevan are picking out the vehicles, looks like they will try to regroup together with Runex very soon, or at least get closer in order to try to take some shots at Ekalusa. Now, CS finally getting some
6 kills to the bag, and they're going to break the record of 24 kills in a single round, but it's not going to be easy for them as they are now down to only 2 men.
Yeah, well, that's so tantalizingly close for them, but really, they're still in a very precarious position here, still relatively on the edge of the circle here. Only Himas is able to keep some fire in the AAA, but they don't really have any cover for most of this land here. It's already being held by SST, so that's why they can't really maneuver out of that position there. Move too far away, that's going to be the blue zone up against the backs. If you just move up in front, Otis Grid and Ekalusa could probably get some shots on you. Hamas is going to try to very much flank the side here. Actually gets a beat on Ekalusa, but he gets knocked down instead on the side. So Tycon's going to be left alone here. AAA just finished off a little bit here on this fight now. Now they can focus completely on the Tycon, who is attempting to try to get the shot onto Otis Grid, but still cannot find his head.
Alright, Tycon tapping it away. Can he defend his ground? Can he become his teammate at the same time? It's going to be tough. Currently on the outside of the circle still. The zone will close in in 30 more seconds before the zone closes entirely, and we'll see the next zone on phase 8. Is Quilicia coming in for the flags. He tries to spot out where Tycon is at, but Tycon holding onto the rock. That's his only saving grace for now, but he's not in the zone.
No, he's not, and the whole time, you know, SSC is just watching this intently here, because as soon as one of these two here, Cerberus or Attack All Around, finishes this fight, SSC is going to pounce. Otis Squirt just barely surviving there with 25 points now, forced to bring out his healing, but no pressure still being offered onto him. The circle is still very much favoring SST at this point now, so Tycon is going to have to finish this fight. He does get a knockdown on Otis Squirt now. This could be an opportunity here, as now Ekalusa forced to try to keep an eye out with the smoke, blocking his view, can't quite get a lead onto where Tycon is, but now SSC decide this is good. This is going to be the moment we're going to be rolling in, and we're going to be striking here. Tycon receiving some fire here from Ekalusa, while SSC moves up to take the top of the hill now. They're going to be putting pressure on the AAA versus getting the flank onto Ekalusa, keeping it occupied, takes him down completely. Ooh. Now Cerberus is here, still in second place as the Japanese squad gets good, and SST takes a chicken dinner.
They really, really need the points in the bag because they are now struggling to get into the top 8, but this could be their moment because we have like 2 more rounds to go, and this will give them some hope to break into the top 8. But anyway, Cerberus Esports, what a round it was for them. 19 kills before the round ended.
Finally, Sun Sister gets their time in the sun here, ladies and gentlemen, and all smiles around here as they knew they just pulled off quite a easy final phase fight, then all things considered, because again, the positioning for both Cerberus as well as Attack All Around didn't allow them really to put any pressure at all on SST. If anything, SST was having all the cards in their hands there. They just knew that as long as they take each other out there, Cerberus and AAA, they can easily mop up that fight, and mop up that fight that did.
Yes, they came up from behind. They weren't really challenged until the final moment, and they did it well. I mean, they could have, anyone could have like flopped it as well, but they kept their discipline and they finally closed up the game. But speaking about discipline, look at this. That one name from Fab. Okay, that one name, 2 knockdowns, and it was only between him and Alec, and that won the fight.
Yeah, that was amazing there. AAA as well, you know, getting this grab with Purple Mood and Jankowov, you know, credit to him, he managed to keep them tied up for so long, got the drop onto Flucky there just a little bit, and also eventually got the kill onto Borbots as well, so that was an amazing one there for AAA, and that allowed them pretty much to get into that final circle very soon. Then Terraton 5, you know, actually had been doing a lot of work here, especially on the western side of the map. They were moving in from the northern side, got into a bit of a scrap there with a couple of teams, but still managed to win those fights quite heavily here. And Gex, I mean, taking the position by the greenhouse made it kind of like a magnet for so many throwables there that just made it impossible for them to actually get good information out of where the team's going. And Pantopong, Terraton 5, just storming onto that building there, and then what an amazing entry they managed to do there.
Yeah, not gonna lie, they were lost scrappy fights as well, just because of how close all the teams were at some point. But the moment it reaches the final moment, we can see that, like what you said, it's all about being the king of the hill, and that's definitely SSC. Look at their entry point. It came in from the left. There were most of the teams were on the right, so all they needed to do was just wait it out, stay disciplined, and pull the trigger when it's needed.
Yeah, but then the thing is, Cerberus with like, what, 18 kills here, they certainly would be taking a lion's share of the points actually, even though SST picked up the chicken dinner. They only had 2 kill points to their name, so that seems like quite likely that Cerberus is the real winner actually out of this takeover round here. And yes, yeah, we by the way, for those in the chat, we are running Tago here because it's part of the new super rules for PUBG in 2023. That's why we're seeing all these new maps in here, and boy, what a match it was though for this Tago one.
I loved it. I loved this Tago round. I mean, it was from the start to the end, all out action. You got compound fights, you got high ground fights, you got open fights, you got nades, you got clutches. Everything was in a single match.
Everything you can ask for, really, and that's especially perfect for a map like Tago, where it combines some of the elements, some of the best parts of maps like Miramar, maps like Erangel. Just take some of these good terrain there from there, and just combine it into one location. So you kind of have a mix of everything there, you know, and being a new battleground as well in this competitive map pool is always going to be an exciting thing to watch, because you never really know what's going to happen in the end, isn't it?
Yeah, you never really know, and that's the fun of it, right? It's like you can't really predict, like, oh, from the start of the game, okay, this team is going to get the chicken dinner, this team is going to do well. No, not necessarily. So anything can happen because you got 16 teams in the mix, and not to mention as well, you got the RNG of the vehicles, you got the RNG of the weapons, you got the RNG of the circles. So a lot of factors will keep us guessing to the end.
Well, I mean, again, it was such a chaotic fight though, so it was really, and the fact that one of the circles ended up being right on the edge of the world as well made so little playable room, you know, for everyone involved. But nevertheless, I think they pretty much dealt the best they could there. We're going to be taking a short break here, but we'll be right back with more PUBG action right after this. So one last match there that's going to, one more, a couple more maps here, to play here, which is going to be on Erangel. So after this takeover round here, I think we're going to be very much looking forward to how this day is going to end, isn't it?
Yeah, how can we take a break, right? I mean, I want more action. So we're going to go into the next game, but of course, we're going to just review the scores before the next game. But I think, like what you said, expect that Cerberus Esports, despite them not getting chicken dinner, they will definitely be on top. But let's get a confirmation right now, ladies and gentlemen, from our official scores. And I'm pretty sure Cerberus Esports will be the king of the hill, the one that gets the last laugh at the end of the day.
Of course, 25 points with them. I mean, it was already, for me, definite they will be on top of the leaderboard here, but there's a huge margin between themselves and SST as well. Even though 10 points for placements, only 4 kill points in total, the match racked up in that final 3 of them, I expect, in that final fight there. So a huge gap now that Cerberus Esports was able to pull off compared to everyone else. AAA able to get themselves into 3rd place though, which is not bad at all considering that they had to run with basically half the squad for most of the match here. So the fact that we were able to recover this well is pretty impressive on its own. And Gex, you know, having taken out Tree 10 very early on in the match, already had plenty of kill points to go with, but being able to get themselves into the mix in the final phases there allowed them at least 1 placement point, and that's good enough for 4th.
And it's been an up and down day for both GE and our Predator. This time around, no points at all for these both teams. There was a round where they did great with the chicken dinner, and then it was so-so, and then now it's like 0. But anyway, our Predator, if they really want to be on the top 8, I think with the last 2 rounds, they really need to pull off a big one.
Yeah, so Teraton 5 and E Arena, both a little bit short, but still, yet again, managed to get some good, decent amount of points here. One call, in spite again, the chicken dinner last round, only managed to get themselves a single placement point there in 9th spot here. So still at least, you know, we were hoping for a little bit momentum swing going on their side, but I think the Mabatago is a little bit too much for them to bear, so they weren't really able to pull off a good round here. Myth, in the meantime, though, still managed to pull off 4 kills for themselves. So they seem to be the best of the rest, except for NGE, who managed to actually get 1 more kill compared to them, though. So that's now for 7th place, though. But overall, I would still say that this was certainly Cerberus' time to shine here, and shine they really did. Just like hoarding 19 kills in total there. That means less kill points for anyone else involved on this map right now. I mean, this is certainly going to do dividends for them when it comes to the overall standings.
Well, we have to keep in mind right now the record for the most kills in a single round is now held by Cerberus Esports with 19 kills. So now the challenge for the other teams is to break that record. Will we see a 20 kills? This is what we'll be looking forward to.
Yeah, so with that said, and we're going to be taking a 5-minute break very soon. We're going to be coming back for more matches here in day number 2. We still have one more map to play, 2 more matches to go, and that's going to be a break for 5 minutes here. So we'll see you guys after this. Don't go away.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wire. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We're right now down to the last two matches of the group stage, and they're both going to be on a wrangle. We've just witnessed a crazy takeover round with an imperfect circle, I have to add here, because my goodness, all these teams getting squished together right there just made it a recipe for chaos, hasn't it?
Can I say Tego is now my favorite map of all?
Yeah, I think it warranted that. I mean, it's just delivered time and time again. It's only such a shame we don't get back-to-back takeover rounds, though. You know, that would be really sweet, though.
Hopefully in the next series.
Hopefully in the next series here. But then, nevertheless, though, we still have one more to go here. We're going to be on a wrangle. Who is going to be able to pick up the last two chicken dinners here? We're going to be finding it out really soon.
PUBG players, right? Including the one that was played in Kuala Lumpur recently as well. It's like a lot of them like to use a separate mic as compared to like a whole headset mic. Yeah, I think that's like kind of like a trend in the PUBG scene.
I don't know. I mean, again, probably a bigger mic like that might make your voice a little bit clearer. So perhaps they want to be able to make sure they get all the comms clearly from the IGL there. But nevertheless, though, this is going to be the flight path going from Sopnoko Island all the way to Kaminsky. So it's very much an eastern bias kind of like flight path here. Anyone jumps out early is likely going to toss it up over the military base. But nevertheless, you know, I think a lot of land is still up for grabs, especially on the western side. But nevertheless, given the pattern we've seen even with the takeover round, I would think a lot of teams will still want to stay as close to the fight path as possible, though.
Yes, and by doing so, probably inside our military base, you might see a couple of teams. We do see some early dropouts, so looks like it's going to be T5 at there, Archangel Predator is there as well, EA, they might be heading towards Ferry Pier, so that's A-OK. So two teams around the military base island. Now, of course, before this update inside of the esports mode, we always think that, oh, if you join the military base island, your choke points will be either on the left bridge or the right bridge, somebody will be waiting for you. But no, now there's the emergency pickup. So with that emergency pickup, inside military base island, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad, except for the fact that the e-pickup is it doesn't drop as commonly compared to a lot of other utilities, though. So at the most, I think there are probably only a handful of those you can find on Sopnoko Island itself. And we see, you know, we got AAP, T5 as well as PLM just kind of like taking control over the island right now. I think like they're just going to be looking for those e-pickups as quickly as they can right now. 310, you know, they had a bit of a wash early on, but it looks like GE is looking to try to get into the mix as well here with Zest. Just making a beeline straight towards the building now, realizes he's been spotted by 310, turns around now and tries to get to the village on the other side while Wesker left on the outside there. Luckily, he wasn't run over in that incident. It could have been really bad, but now he's taking fire from the opposite side right now as the rest of GE are keeping 310 completely sieged here in this compound.
Not gonna lie, I was kind of worried for Zest at some point. If he crashed into the compound all alone, then he's probably pretty much done for. But the good thing he managed to make a U-turn at the right timing, so he's A-OK at that point. Now, some cover fire also helped as well because some of his teammates shot from the school main building onto the school apartment. so that gave him opportunity to run away. So no early casualty so far. A little bit different from what we saw in the previous round. There's always that one early team fight, but maybe because the flight path is okay, it's right in the middle, and also Erangel is a fairly big map, so everyone has a place of their own.
Yeah, and I especially want to see like the Japanese teams actually try their very best here, because it kind of feels at times that they tend to play very passively. But the thing is that I feel that skill-wise they can actually match some of the performances we've seen. Like particularly like Enter Force 36 had plenty of really good shooters on their squad, but it's just that it seems like they tend to concede a lot of ground to these other Thai and Vietnamese squads here that makes it quite hard for them to actually perform. So with the success that SSC has taken in Tego here, I'm hoping that gives them a lot more confidence to actually take more fights in the future here. Archangel Predator moving up along this hillside here. They're going to be spotted by E Arena, who maybe looking to try to intercept them, but unfortunately their vehicles already pulled quite far away, so E Arena may just miss the opportunity to keep them bogged down in the fight.
Yeah, E Arena wasn't ready to hold down the choke point, and I think with the current meta of having a emergency, what would you call it? Emergency
Pickup.
Emergency pickup. Yes, thank you. Yeah, just with my mind for a while. But for the current meta, for having an emergency pickup, that's why they're not really prepared for that. It's because it's sometimes not really worth it, and you're kind of yes, you're within the circle, that's okay, but for you to keep focused into the left bridge, it's no longer a priority anymore. So that's why when they saw a car drive by, it's like, oh, it's just too late.
Yeah, in fact, I think EA is a lot more focused now on getting the farm here, while AAP is still continuing to go move their way towards Gatka here, and actually ran into the path of Gex, who are a little bit spread out, to be fair, so may not be able to intercept them in any meaningful way. And GE is also on the move as well. Moving up into the northern part of the circle from Yasnaya Poliana. So it seems like they want to try to take a position across from the river, which is kind of interesting because this is only this northern part that's split up by the river is the only piece of terrain they can use here. So I wonder if they want to try to gatekeep some teams, or perhaps they are betting on this next circle actually landing a little bit more northwards.
Probably, because circle is still big, right? So there's still a lot of room to play. Like looking at the map right now, everyone's quite well spread out. So I wouldn't say that one. Whenever the circle shifts, there's still like it's not like everyone will be clumped up to each other. So it's kind of a-okay. So with this kind of scenario, we might need to wait until maybe like a phase 3 or 4 till we see a significant fight happen.
Yeah, Cerberus right now, Tycon moving up along while the rest of his team continues to farm closer to the south side, close to Sofnoka Island. They could potentially be a bit of a spoiler for a couple of teams here, which is going to be the Deadly Strike as well as New House Esports. In the meantime, number one is actually taking control over like the quarry area. The dirt hill right now that's actually being looked upon by SST as well. So it seems like there might be a potential for a bit of a battle here, though number one has already taken position on top of the hill. So that should provide them a decent chance if the SST decide to collapse on the dirt. But it seems like SST is going to be running way past them, in fact, because Pachinki is still right around the turn there. But AAA is also set up inside that city, so it may not even be a straightforward kind of entry the SST is looking for here.
Yeah, and no one, well, they're not really taking any shots anyway, so that's kind of okay for SST. And SST, even if no one wants to take a shot, normally around this area, there's just too much distribution for them to get a clear shot. And SST is on the Pubg, and Pubg, it's a vehicle that moves rather fast as well, so they'll be able to slip by. I just thinking of where will they go, but also, I guess someone needs to get their license checked.
I guess they drive on the other side of the road there in Japan for one, but nevertheless, Feban is able to recover well, and SST is still on the move right now. Haven't quite found a place to set themselves on. They're already under fire from Tree 10 here. A care package has just landed close to where number one is, so taking that position by the hill actually turns out even better for them, as Meow should be able to go ahead and pick up some good loot from there if he doesn't get spotted by Tree 10, that is, who are just close by and definitely spying that care package that just landed close to them. SST seems to have landed close to where GE's SRT is at the moment, and he's all alone right now. The rest of his team is stuck at the ruins area, and looks like he's going to be under full assault here, and he's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, looks like they're not going to let him go at all. Look at this pincer assault coming in from Amhag, going to lead the charge. And AKM in hand, goes into the building because he's being shot at though. So there's a little bit of cover fire for 30. On the other side, GE, the rest of GE might want to come in to save him.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to come in just in time now. So this is looking like a straight up fight between both of these squads. Utah is going to be taking a bit of a distance there to try to snipe. He is keeping his attention on K9, who now has to rejoin the rest of his team inside the building here. Cloris is keeping his eye on Surti as well, but he's under pressure for Imhop. Surti able to get his health back up to speed here, but SST is already taken control over the compound pretty much, so that leaves GE having to fight from the outside. The question for them is that will they want to try to continue this assault, or can they peel back? Because I think they could still peel back. The problem is where they're going to try to use in order to get into this next circle. Sorry, they are in the middle circle actually. But then again, GE really, the only option it seems like for them is that they can pull back to the ruins, but do they want to do that, or do they want to still confront SST in a fight here?
Yeah, it looks like 30, it looks like GE, they decided to just, okay, pick up 30, just retreat back to ruins and they'll be okay. This is like, what, 16 teams. For the players, they'll see on their UI as 64 players left, so obviously, if anyone goes out at this time, it's going to be 0 placement points, so it's not going to be worth it for GE. Plus, they are in the circle, pretty much in the middle of it. They don't need to worry too much about
yeah, so now is which area this next circle is going to land. Arctic Predator seems to have spotted another team just north of Kafka, and that's actually 2 teams that they have to contend with here, which is going to be one call who came around for the hospital side, and NG is taking control over the hill just to the north of where AAP is. So that's where Evil Patrick is just keeping his eyes peeled right now, because there's still a complex between himself and there, where Alex is actually being set up in, and he's under a lot of pressure from one call at the moment. The only thing that AAP has to watch out for is perhaps Gex, but then they're still at the western side of Gatka, still quite far away, so not really in any danger of threat AAP's position right now, so hopefully they'll be able to stand their own for now. NGE in the meantime, as I said, they're taking control of this hill over here. Vang Ung is already taking some time to take control over the complex just across them, so I think they're pretty much set here to wait and see where this next circle is going to land.
Yeah, only T5 right now is taking a slow route, and they were on the outside of they're currently on the outside of Vilka, so probably still finding a bit. But anyway, it is the first player circle, it's kind of it's okay. So sometimes there's always this argument whether it's better to rotate it a little bit later or a little bit faster. Well, actually, there's no real answer to that. It just depends on what you're comfortable with doing. But looking at the circle, it pulls up to the Kaka Mountain. Right now, NGE, they have the best position possible.
Yeah, I think GE made the right call there to fall back to the ruins, because that just landed them into a nice, tidy little place there with water basically between themselves and quite some teams. Myth is now only just crossed the river here and probably going to be running into NGE very soon. But GE, not really resting on their laurels either, continuing to keep an eye out for SST as Zest is keeping, making sure there's at least a siege position that could potentially use while they get into vehicles now to try to move in position. Cerberus as well is moving into the center of the circle here, taking some fire from both AAA as well as Gex, but seem to be able to avoid most of the damage. Now going to be bumping straight into Surti right now. Are they going to be getting into an encounter here? Surti has already gotten himself into the building, so thankfully he won't be spotted by Cerberus that easily though. Haisaki has actually gone way past them and is actually headed towards where NGE is based at the moment.
Yeah, NGE has going towards combo NGE is and Haisaki will be knocked down by Vanger. And this could be the first blood that we've been waiting for. It's taken a while, but finally he has arrived on Hakai with a splash on the Haisaki.
Yeah, the rest of Cerberus now having the turret tail and away from that position now. Decide to get up on the hill, but they're still under fire from AAP as well. So that's kind of forced them to abandon this plan to try to pressure NGE, and that's put them into the line of fire of ONC as well, because Chibrit is already up on top of the hill, and he saw Cerberus moving up this way, so he took the opportunity to get the hits onto both Himas and Taikon, forcing them down to dig in for this fight.
That blue tapping it away, almost getting that knockdown, but he still has a second opportunity. If only that one last bullet hit, then he would have gotten the knockdown.
Yeah, Fab right now having to get out of this car. He's looking to try to position himself a little bit further away from Cerberus so they can make full use of his scoped rifle. But but with ONC already taking up the top of the hill here, they're gonna have to contend against that. Should they be able to get up to the peak here? And Cerberus right now very much stuck at the foot of this hill here, so that's not really a good place to be in because one call easily drop a couple of frag grenades onto them and deal plenty of damage. In fact, Tribrin is trying his very best to disable some of the vehicles there, just sending some shots down, hopefully to puncture the tires a little bit. Trick does have an M24 in hand, an AWP in hand though, an AWM, so that certainly is going to be more than enough firepower for him to use here.
Wow, I'm impressed the fact that one call managed to take over this Gatka Mountain. It's going to be one of the best vantage points in this current circle, and NGE surprisingly left it for them without the challenge at all. We can see how interested Cerberus Esports is as well for this high ground, but then again, because there's a team there, they're not going to push it just yet. But speaking about pushing, Deadly Strike dropping into no one.
Oh, they're dropping into number one right now, so this is going to be exciting here, but then it's going to draw a lot of fire from teams all around. Mao Rush unfortunately lands straight in front of Gao Wan. That was an easy kill for him. Lucky J able to get the knockdown on Lambao Wu. Now flashbang come out for him. Fall back there. He gets knocked down as well for his effort. Number one collapsing so rapidly here, but Bowfish, still the last member left here for Deadly Strike, can still continue to hold out in this ruined chapel.
Well, looks like Bowfish is going to wait for his teammates to drop down to the ground floor, and now he's going to be picked up. And at this point, Deadly Strike, what an unfortunate situation for them. They probably didn't know that someone was there, but now the guy came out and 4 teams in the same area.
Yeah, the Cerberus has already moved up on top here. They try to get one call around it, but Purple Mood is also getting into the mix as well, coming in from the east side, assaulting that side of the mountain. One trick gets taken down here. So Typhon has already finished up one call. They're out in 16th place, last team to be taken out on the wrangle right now. And Cerberus has control over the top of this hill here, but they're facing fire from Purple Mood right now. But Flucky is also having to watch out for E-Arena, who is still on the lower ground and still keeping some pressure onto them from the side of the mountain.
Oh, Himas now right in front of his opponents. Can Himas spot them out? Himas doesn't know that someone's just right below him. Okay, he needs to hear the footsteps. Okay, probably has an idea right now. Thunders doesn't know that someone's waiting for him on the top. And now Thunders will be taken out by Himas.
Yep, that's going to be a good kill there. Cerberus now having taken control over the hill, are starting to put some fire onto everyone else here to completely ignoring NGE, who, to be fair, are still hedging their bets on where this next circle is lying right now, because you got 2 people on top of the hill, 2 people on the lower ground on the complex next to the road, and that still puts them in a very good position actually for this circle here, because they still would not be completely taken out should another team try to collapse onto them. But speaking of collapsing, E-Arena is already putting pressure on the Cerberus right now. GE as well is putting some pressure onto Deadly Strike instead of number 1, who are continuing to be stuck up in the northern side of ruins here. It's still very much a toss-up at this point here for where this how this circle's position is going to be in. But what's for certain though is that E-Arena is having a lot of manpower right now that's allowing them to actually move up this hill almost unopposed here from Cerberus, because Hamas is the only person there to really counteract this movement.
Yeah, he's currently at the peak of this mountain, but then again, he's all alone there though. Archangel Predator happened to butt in 2 knockdowns back to back by Evil Patrick.
Yeah, and Typhon should be finished off just one more hit, and that will be enough. Cerberus is under a world of hurt right now. Himas, the last person still standing, Purple Mood, as well as EA moving in onto him at the same time. He thought he was going to be the king of the hill, but look who is coming for the throne right now. Himas now under fire from every single direction, has to duck away now, but everyone here from PLM, from EA, just surrounding him on both sides, pinching him completely, taking him down, and a frag grenade from Lyrics is what will confirm that CES will be out in 15th place.
Failed to defend the Gatka Mountain, but now we still have 2 teams on top of it. PLM looks like they're losing men, but same goes for EA as well. Looks like the counter trade is happening. Larynx at the forefront. Larynx spots out his opponent, but the player has a good shot there. Larynx gets one, thanks to CZ as well. And only one left from PLM. Larynx going in for the fight. Can he finish him off? Yes, he will.
Yeah, EA wins that battle now, but look who's getting into the mix here. AAA as well as T5 getting onto the mountain at the same time. They heard all the commotion. They saw the eliminations come through. Now T5 decides it's going to be the time to strike. And AAA's movement was very swift as well, forcing Fab and his teammate of NGE to move away from the mountain and regroup with the rest of his team down the lower ground. So 3 teams still on this hill right now, but it's 3 completely different teams. That is E Arena, Theraton 5, as well as Attack All Around.
Guys, somebody forgot to send the message that the circle has moved away from the Gaga Mountain. It's no longer as lucrative to be up there. But then again, they want those points in the bag. Attack all around. Now being needed out by Rosita. Equalicia currently in trouble. Rosita still on the top of this mountain. Rosita 49 health. Needs to reset himself quickly as Rosita will nade down Equalicia down.
Oh, the grenades down right now. They're on fire on the arena. Long tries and gets the knockdown to Hatsawat. Inside will finish up Hatsawat though, so T5 is still a bit hurting right now. Sending grenades down. Nail down one, nail down two. Can they get leverage as well?
But the
Pubg is down for the count right now. And EA, they need to try to pressure him here. But Tanado, who is back so far, is able to stay alive now for his team. Tries to keep EA away from his teammate right now. But Theraton 5 cleaning up house now. AAA doesn't seem to be able to hold their own in this fight. Oscar able to bring Jumper back up, but it's was ready here, but he was not ready for a 2v1 in that situation.
I mean, as the great words of Star Wars, high ground always wins, and there was a high ground against the low ground, so it looks like that you're isolating him, but the fight's not over yet, as Panadol tries to win this fight all on his own. Now, he's trying to the other side, but the counter fire onto him, down to 57% of health. He still survives.
He still survives, but for now, though, AAA now keeping the pressure going here because they know that both EA as well as T5 are not looking too well in this position here, and having taken down one on T5, they want to take the last one here, which is going to be Tanadol trying to get onto his position here. He's caught between a rock and a hard place, and a hard place being able does a frag grenade, gets the shot done onto him, and Theraton 5 is out in 13.
Oh, that was a close one, but then again, the Hilltop still has a couple of other teams, but now we move down to the Ruins area. Look at the amount of teams around this Ruins area. We can at least see 3 teams within the minimap, and they'll need to fight each other to get into the circle.
Yeah, NGE is still in a very strong position, though, having taken control of the complex next to the road here. They're still smack dab in the middle of this next circle here, and plenty of cover for them to use as well. GE has taken control over a complex that's in the middle of this open field. That provides them a decent line of other teams battling around a circle here, and SST has just been collapsed upon by NHE here. They have a knockdown on Runax right now, but T9 and Imhak are still able to keep Ho Ant away from them right now, but Blue Zone clearing around them, forcing Ho Ant to try to move out of the way. Imhak able to get onto Runax right now, should be able to get a revive up on him.
Oh, and the circle shifted away from these 2 teams, so these 2 teams will need to fight it off to get into the circle. We can see bodies dropping out thanks to the zone as well, and these 2 players are out because of that. New House Esports currently on the outside of the circle, and look who's in the middle of the circle. It's going to be NGE, who came down from the Gaka Mountain.
Yep, they are finally down from the mountain and getting down into the thick of it here in this next circle. NGE is still holding on here while fires are still being, shots are still being fired on the northern side. Myth currently trying to keep pressure onto number 1, who are still being assaulted by NHE at the moment here. And Mio has just got himself knocked down right now, so number 1 is having a lot of trouble now trying to keep their position secure. And with the circle just so close next to them here, it just feels so bad that they're being gate-kept by 2 teams at once right now.
Ooh, the nades coming from Hoi An. Can he get a knockdown to SST? If he can, probably going for the rush, but he needs to do it fast. Time's down his side, and now the zone will start to close. The play area will be restricted by the blue.
Yeah, the blue zone now is becoming a big factor here in the Ruins side of the fight here. SST still able to keep the 3 men alive here, and NHG a little bit spread thin, to be fair, but then you have 2 members at Ruins and 2 members attempting to keep the SST siege right now, so at least, you know, they have the bases covered somewhat. AAP in the meantime still hold up on the western side here, continuing to try to keep Gex from being able to move into the circle undebated right now, while Rogue Nan takes himself onto the high ground here for Myth. They have taken control over the northern side and looking to try to sweep downwards. The thing is that with NGE and GE already set up in their complexes, it's not exactly going to be easy to draw them out into the open.
Well, SST, they seem to be winning the fight. Yes, they have. They managed to eliminate Global Esports Accent at number 8. SST now has an entry into the zone.
Yep, they should be able to get their way in. The thing is, they still have to contend against NHE, who is still set up to Nova them. AAP right now getting themselves out in the middle of the ground, taking some fire from GE there. Lambao Wu from team number 1 still attempting to get themselves out of the ruins here, but still under fire from Myth at the moment, who still has a full stack, making sure that they watch every single movement that both Lambao as well as Virtue 2222 is able to do right now. As well, GE is able to get a headshot at T9, and that finishes off the rest of Sun Strike, Sun Sisters.
Well, GE breaking the heart of SSE, not allowing him to get in at all. And now speaking about getting in, looks like Lambao Wu managed to slide into the circle, and he's the last man standing for his team number 1. And Lambao Wu will be hoping they can get the number 1, but looks like his comrades all nades onto Lambao Wu. Only one more nade left to take him down.
Yeah, Myth the whole time has been hoarding those grenades, and only now they were able to get that last kill onto Lambao Wu. So that will be team number 1 taken out in 6th place here. 5 still remaining in Rogue, continuing to bring some hurt on the NHE as well. Now that they've already eliminated one team, they want to try to go for the second one here, and NHE just happened to be within their sights.
Well, I'm being eliminated by Rogue, and now New House Esports here on the outside circle, circle shifted away from them. Myth will be on their right side, but at the same time, GE, Yuda, as well as Zest will be taking out members of Myth.
Yep, the thing is that Myth, unfortunately, now having to turn around and run. NHE is going to try to force an issue on the exit right now. Long K, I think, might have spotted one. He's going to see Jacob on the other end as well. Tries to kick a ping onto him. Sends a frag grenade in his direction as well. They need to watch out for Dougman, though. I don't think he has a beat on him quite yet. And they're still
he doesn't
but
know!
he didn't realize Extrosin was still hiding behind the tree, so now he's going to be taken down a peg.
Oh, 3 doing now, that's fine revenge. He tossed up the final angle. And it's a close one! But this shot came from the other side. T1706 will gun him down.
Yep, that's going to be a pretty brilliant run, but it's all going to be cut short a little bit. NHE is not quite out of the woods, though, as GE, having seen the commotion now, is starting to put some fire onto T1, because he's being spotted right now on that side of the circle, with the blue zone still intact here. Duckman has to get into the blue zone a little bit to pick up his vehicle here, but there's only that piece of cover that he has to use here against NHE right now. And with Jacob trying his very best to land some shots here, he's not going to hold his own very much. He needs Duckman's support right about now.
Now looking here who's in the circle. It's going to be Archangel, but the chance coming for Jacob! Jacob will annihilate New House Esports.
Yep, that is the end of them for now. So with GE moving up here, I think Jacob, again, finding himself in a rather familiar position. At least he has a he had a teammate. Now he doesn't have one anymore. Picks up the vehicle and moves away from that position. But now he'll be running straight into NGE there, and then she gets knocked out and taken out with a headshot from Bang Ung.
Ooh, Jacob, a heroic move, and now he's been eliminated, but that's fine. As long as he managed to get a couple of points for his team, that's A-OK. Right now, Glory spots out one right, tries to tap it away, but not able to connect those shots.
Not able to connect quite yet, and they're putting themselves very much in a very precarious position by being so out in the open here. At least the vegetation somewhat obscures some of their movements here, but that's not going to be enough for Zest, though. He got spattered by Ung, and he finishes off so quickly. The Glorious even react in time.
Oh, Zest just got eliminated by Banger, and now Banger, he's not done yet though. He's trying to stop the rest of GE from defending their ground, because New Generation Esports, they're the one on the edge of the circle now.
Yep, this is such a messy situation here, because GE is falling back to the compound, and GE still has a bit of a compound to use here, but only half of one building is inside the circle, so Fob is going to hold that as an anchor while the rest of his team are going to try to keep control over the northern side, surfing the blue zone now. AAP still stretching their legs a little bit, keeping an eye on both NGE as well as GE at the same time. Now, the question now is where the circle going to land, left or right here? I think it's most likely going to be, it's going to be northwards here, so now GE has to move out of the compound as well.
Yeah, but Angel Predator, they have the circle too. Could this be a second chicken dinner for them today? They still have a full squad though, but they need to fight up against GE as well as NGE as well. New Generation Esports, the closest to the circle, but then again, can they defend the wrath of Angel Predator? On the other hand, we have GE on the other side. They're not going to be bothered with this fight just yet. They'll wait for the right moment before they come in.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of complex to use, and it looks like AAP is going to try to duck around the edge of the circle here and wait for Global Esports' move to come up towards NGE here. They are still relatively obscured by the vegetation right now, but the high ground is certainly giving an advantage for AAP, and with Algin Bots being all the way on the other side there, he could potentially be a backdoor towards GE shooting one to try to take on the position.
Okay, Alex tries to find where his opponent is at, but the smoke right now is going to give him a little bit cover on the right side, just in case anyone shoots from the flank. That blue will take down Evil Patrick. Looks like Angel Painter didn't know what hit them.
Oh, and I like as well get a trade onto the advance. It looks like AAP is already starting to get some good hits there onto GE. The thing is that Nan is going to have to finish off Glorious quickly though before Surti is going to be able to get a beat onto him, but it seems like he's under fire a lot. And the NG New Generation in the meantime, a Molotov there from Glorious is going to be able to finish off Nan. And AAP, they thought they could try to take this fight. They lost 2 members for their efforts.
Oh, burned down to bits then. Nan will be burned down as well by Chloris. Looks like they're just trading mollies at this point. New Generation Esports still on the outside of the circle. And now, right, the blue is starting to close and putting pressure onto them, forcing them to move towards Archangel Painters. And that blue, he has a high ground advantage, but he doesn't have visual onto his opponent.
Together because he's very weak right now, but only that blue taking a shot now, forcing him to back off. This has lost him a bit of advantage, but Van En still is able to finish off Evil Patrick anyway. So Arcade Panther is out. This now leaves it between Global Esports as well as New Generation Esports. 2 teams now trying to vie from Vietnam, trying to vie for this last this chicken dinner here on Erangel. And the thing is that with them still having 3 stacks, this still could go anywhere.
Okay, GE versus NGE. Who will be the one to take home this chicken dinner? And right now we can see that NGE, they're playing variations. Opening up the flanks, they want to secure a bigger perimeter within the circle. But then again, will the circle favor them? And the answer is the circle is going to be 50-50 between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's still status quo right now. The New Generation on the north and GE on the south here. Surti actually picked up a care package and landed on top of him there, so he's going to be able to get some, hopefully some good long-range weapon. Gets a Mark 14. That's going to be easy. That's going to be a huge here for GE if they want to try to take some pot shots against Van En and that blue. But you also got GE's Chloris now moving up on the left-hand side. They got Pap. They will be able to knock him down, so Pap is still able to return fire, but he's still unabated right now.
Ooh, here we go. The Nate coming in. And now exposing himself. The shots firing for Utah. It does connect, but not enough to take anyone down.
Yeah, GE is still very far forward, keeping Fab occupied. Surti putting some fire to Van, keeping him under pressure. Fab has already been knocked down, so now GE can focus on both the remaining 2 members of NGE here, collapsing onto Van. They get a knockdown on him as well. That's still trying to hold his own, still trying to stand his ground, but then all is lost here as all the shots come true. GE Global Esports takes the chicken dinner.
Oh, and with a sip of a drink, well-deserved chicken dinner for GE. Fist bumps all around, and this is GE, ladies and gentlemen, with 12 kills in the bag, bringing them 22 points for this round.
Genius Esports pulling one out of the bag here, and it seems like they, along with New Esports, were probably in the most favorite position coming to final circle. So I kind of expected it was going to be down to the wire between both of these guys. But fantastic move though from Chloris to be able to flank out Fab, and by taking him out completely, they lost basically one of the snipers they could have used to keep the pressure going on them, and that just gave them the opening, just collapsed onto the rest of New Generation.
And we had to see the splash here from Hakan Aisaki to secure that kill. But at the same time, I think this mountaintop fight, I think it's one of the more interesting ones. But okay, think about interesting. A little bit unfortunate scene here. Yes, he took the parachute down, but he landed on a very difficult position.
I mean, again, we're trying to take those hot drops. You know, you're especially this late in the game using the E-pickup, you're going to be inviting a lot of trouble, especially from other teams who just happen to be around the area to just shoot at you while you're parachuting down. So I wonder, you know, if they're going to be rethinking that plan next time around to get the E-pickup. But nevertheless, Cerberus as well as PLM, AAA, and E-Arena were just constantly vying for, you know, position on top of this hill, and I think this eliminated the original group of teams who were fighting up here. So that left a toss-up of frag grenades all around here between Theraton 5 as well as EA. But Pamtobong did quite well until the point where he caught a stray frag grenade, and that actually ended his opportunity to try to keep control of the top. And unfortunately, Theraton 5 couldn't quite hold their own in that mountaintop fight.
Yeah, while on the other end, on the area on the outside of Ruins, we did see like a good number of teams fighting with each other. Myth and in the blink of an eye, eliminated another team. So they were defending their ground really, really well. But towards the end, when we only had like, what, 3 teams left, Arcade Predator, they looked good for the chicken dinner until this Molly happened.
I mean, it was a good call as well on GE's part to fall back to ruins because that allowed them at least to recoup some, regroup and also recoup some health before coming to do this next complex here in this final circle, and that wouldn't allowed them, you know, to be in this position to try to get up against NGE here. But the geniuses, as they were, you know, perfect flanking maneuver in that final circle completely ruined New Generation Esports' plan, and thus gave them the chicken dinner.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, GE today so far, they had one round where they went out really, really early. I think it was one of the Miramar fights, but I think this is like kind of like a redemption moment for whatever happened during the first half of the day.
Indeed it is. So we're going to be waiting for the full scores to be tabulated. I really wasn't able to keep track of like the kills this round simply because of how many movements we've been having, especially in this final phase here. But nevertheless, you know, I mean, right now, between Thailand and Vietnam, I feel like the Vietnamese squads are really rising to the cream of the crop here.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. I would say that even like Cerberus Esports, despite this is not their round because there were just so many teams around them, but they held on to their ground really, really well as well overall. If not because of so many teams coming in at the same timing. But in general, I would agree that the Vietnamese teams, they are showing their strength inside the Pubg Asia Super Cup.
Yeah, and you know the battle of like Mount Gatka, my
Oh
goodness.
man, that was epic.
That was an absolute bloodbath. I mean, a dogfight between not 3 but 6 teams actually in total. I think I counted, and like the original 3 teams who were fighting on that hill just completely wiped by the next 3 teams that got up there. So it seems like that king of the hill there is a battle of attrition really going up there, and I think. The fact that there's so many dips and valleys inside there made it a very difficult battlefield actually to navigate overall.
Yes, it was. It was either you win the fight or nothing. Because even if you exit, you'll be on the lower ground, and whoever's on top can shoot you. So you pretty much have no choice but to just win the fight, basically.
Yeah. So, my goodness. And let's also talk about. I mean, I keep highlighting this, but like GE, you know, they had a really smart decision making there because you know they had either the option to try to continue to push the issue onto, I think it was SST that was taking control of a complex they wanted to assault, but they decided instead, no, we're gonna grab Surti, we're gonna pull out of there and get back to the ruins, and that I think secured them an opportunity to get in this final fight. Let's go ahead and have a look at the leaderboard here. Genius Esports, having taken chicken dinner, also takes the haul of the kills here as well, 12 points in total, making it 22 for them. A handsome haul of points here for Genius Esports.
Wow, okay, the only team with a double-digit amount of kills there. So that's looking good there for GE. That's definitely redemption for what happened in the first half of the day. But on the other end, we do see that a good number of teams are getting 0 points this round, and only GS getting only 1 point without a single kill. But on the flip side as well, coming back to the flip side, EA Arena, 6 kills. Who needs placement points? You can get the kills.
Yeah, and you know, Purple Mood as well as one call where the 2 of the squads who were involved in that battle got zero points whatsoever from that. But I think not for lack of trying. The PLN definitely got quite a few good knocks, but it was still T5 that was able to hold their own on top of the hill, and that allowed them to suppress not only PLN but also AAA as well. So an absolute bloodbath for that battle on Mount Gatka.
Yes. I mean, the Mount Gatka thing, it was a bloodbath, like what you said. A lot of teams went out 0 points because of that fight. But it just shows the value of Mount Gatka. Imagine what would happen if like the final circle was there. Like all the teams would need to go there. It would be crazy.
It would be crazy. Like like there's already not a lot of room to maneuver once you're on top there, and you're just such a clear like target for everyone else on the ground here. So, wow, I mean, it's a minor blessing, I suppose, that the circle didn't end up there, it ended up on the flat ground, but this is where, like, New Generation was quite brilliant in what they did. You know, they not only they tried a bit to take control of the hill, but they didn't really push too much for that control. Instead, they kept themselves a little bit more spread out, and that still allowed them the option, really, to pull back and try to regroup so that they can focus more on the final circle fight.
So you know what we're going to focus on next?
Yep.
We're going to focus on taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere because we'll have our last match after this short break. My name is Sir Cloud together with Victor. See you after this.
Teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note, this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We're finally here, ladies and gentlemen. Last day, last match. What's gonna go down here, my man?
Oh man, I mean, we don't know. At this point, we can see like their teams like up. There are ups and downs for these teams, right? So who's going to be in the top 8? We'll find out after this match. But at this point, I seriously couldn't tell.
I know, and I also want to apologize for the viewers at home because I realized I slipped up a little bit. I kept calling Genius Esports Global Esports during that little fight, but then again, it was so chaotic at that moment, you know, so I do apologize for all you fans there who definitely have noticed that I made a little bit slip up, so hopefully I can keep in mind now that GE meets Genius Esports here because they're absolute geniuses in terms of the way they play here.
Well, in terms of the way they play, they also put in a global performance, so either way, correct. But anyway, new generation esports. They played really, really well, especially a team that smartly moved away from the Gadka Mountain. It was a prime position at some point, but they'll be like, okay, nope, there's just too many teams there. We'll just back off, and they rewarded themselves with a third place finish.
Indeed, they have, and you know it's a lot of good decision making they had to do on their part, and the fact they didn't really bog themselves too hard with that fight on that Gatka Mountain also actually ended up being better for them anyway, because you know again they're so caught up in trying to fight for the top of that mountain they didn't realize the circle has already moved so far away from them that it was going to be like it was just going to be worthless even if they were to take control of the mountain anyway. So it's a good thing that GE was New Generation was able to pull away from there. This time around, this flight path is going to be moving from east to west and still over Sofnoka Islands. We'll expect some of the early droppers here like Purple Mood as well as okay, it looks like Myth as well as NHE are going to be going northwards instead, so that leaves the island pretty much for the taking here for Purple Mood instead.
Wow, look at the spread by Purple Moon. The entire island is basically for them. They got Novo, they got the entire military base to play with, so there's going to be a lot of loot there for them. They don't need to be worried about looting somewhere else after this. But I'm keeping my eye on any other hotspots that we might see an early clash. So far in the previous Erangel, we did not see any early clashes at all. But this time around, it could change because on the northern side, on North Jogopu, I see two teams heading that way.
Yeah, so a bit of a hot drop as well going on for NGE as they were dropping together with number 1 at the same time. So this is going to be a bit of a civil war going on between the two of them. Right on the crossroads itself, so there's not even any weaponry for them to pick up. In fact, number 1 is already taken onto the houses there, so they already have some guns to bear onto Boba Hakai and that blue.
Just as when we were giving props towards NGE. Oh no! I hope it's not one of those casters kids.
He might just be here. Hakai has been taken out of that right now. Bob trying his best to run away. Should be able to stay out of the range of MP. So number 1 should be at least happy enough with those 2 kills for now. But then again, for New Generation Esports, this is not the start they were looking for sure. And speaking of starts, look at where that circle is. Right on the eastern side, full of water, and certainly might bring even the Mount Gatka back into play here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, this time around, I would want the circle to be on top of Mount Gatka. Let's go round 2 for all those teams.
Oh boy, I really hope Krasus' curse is true because I don't want to be seeing that, man. I mean, imagine the bloodbath that will be flowing down from that mountain if that were to be the case. But right now, EA is still also taking their position by the ferry pier, and that seems to be under fire from Gex at the same time. And in the meantime, over at Melta, it looks like we have only one team there, and New Home Esports currently in that area alone. T5 is also taking position close to where Mount Gatka is, so it seems like that's they're attempting to try to gatekeep anyone coming in from the bridge on the northern side, which is going to be both Deadly Strike as well as SST that could potentially be gatekept by them.
Yeah, I would say that it's despite the okay, putting aside that earlier fight where everyone dropped and I think they were trying to get the Eagles, I think that we're going to have a similar kind of pace like the previous Erangel, whereby we're going to see a lot more action towards like the 3rd or 4th phase of the circle, considering that there are no other hot drops onto everywhere, and it does look like teams are well spread out across the map as well.
Yeah, so as we said, other than that hop drop between number one as well as new generation, there isn't any other teams that are looking to try to get any fights right now. With this circle position here, it seems like teams, especially like Myth, they've landed all the way over at Milta Power, so they're going to be having the longest path right now to get towards the circle, unless they find an E pickup somewhere, and that should certainly allow them to skip over a lot of the ground they need to cover, because you got new house esports just set up just close by to them. You got Cerberus as well along the coastline of Sofnoka Island. And yeah, I mean, those are two encounters I don't think that Myth will want to necessarily take, especially trying to get to this first circle itself. So an E pickup is really what they're really looking for here.
Yeah, they just want to avoid the choke points in case there's any of that. But they also need to rely on the RNG that the E pickup appears for them. And like what you said earlier, there's only a handful of E pickups. Icon with a knockdown onto Zendan.
Yep, Zendan is already outside there, and Gex's Leo is still inside the complex of houses just down south, and Cerberus pretty much have Zendan left there as bait right now, waiting for the rest of them to try to get on. But it looks like they're not going to be budging though, so Tycon's going to try to finish off and will finish off Zendan quite handily there. So Gex is already one man down and not even able to respond a little bit onto Cerberus here.
There you go. Cerberus opening up their account this round, but right now Cerberus has 77 points, including that one kill. So I think 77, based on our mathematical calculation, they'll be in the grand finals.
Okay, I just realized this is actually a lot worse for Gex, because Upchen actually has dropped further, actually moved himself further into the circle here, so he's not going to be able to support both Leo and Xavier. They're pretty much left to their own devices here to face off against the full stack of Cerberus at this point. So this is actually, this could be a really good one here for Cerberus, because this could be an easy couple of kill points here, should they be able to get the drop onto both of members of Gex. Purple Moon has found an E pickup for themselves. Let's see where they're going to try to drop here.
Yeah, they came all the way from Novo, so this is definitely handy. At least they don't need to go through the long drive into the circle and possibly be gate capped by other teams that's already arrived in the circle. So, like what you said, right, it depends on where they'll land. Probably they might want to consider landing around the areas of Gatka. If not Gatka, the Gatka Mountain is fine as well, but I think looking at this current circle, the Gatka Mountain may just last them for like 1 or 2 phases.
Yeah, it's currently joining this, getting in the circle is Genius Esports. They're already taking position around Gatka already, so certainly eyeing that the high ground that is the Gatka Mountain. One call as well, just moved past Jojo Pole and actually bypassed completely Deadly Strike. Theraton 5 actually spots PLM coming down their way, so they know they're going to be raring for a fight here very soon. It seems like PLM has decided to drop themselves on the western coast. Might put them in a line of fire of both of 3 teams here. T5, Archangel Predators, as well as within the vicinity. Probably also spotted them coming down here, but Theraton 5 seems to be setting up here. They realize this could be a prime opportunity for them to get some kill points here, so why the heck not?
Oh yeah, so it looks like, okay, nope, he got into the vehicle and then he cancelled it, so maybe his IGL was like, okay, nope, hold your horses, man, no, I know you want it, oh wait a
second, SSG running straight in the middle of Deadly Strike, and Deadly Strike living up to the name. They're wiping them out completely before they were even able to respond. What an ambush here from Deadly Strike.
Well, they were ready for this game, because when they drop out the first flight, they noticed that someone was above them, probably went to Zaki, so they would have made calculation is like, okay, if we just hold our ground with this kind of circle, definitely teams from Zaki will move back down to the main peninsula past the Jogopo Bridge, and that was a good anticipation.
Yeah, good shot to Zaki there. That Theraton 5 keeping the pressure onto one call, who was just only joining from the northern side, but then Theraton 5 was completely spread out around the hospital area, so they can certainly keep one call completely sieged up in this circle here. We also see 310 and Myth now. They actually use they actually moved their way up northward, so it seems that they want to still continue trying to take the circle from the north side here, which might actually run them into Deadly Strike one more time, who are still holed up over Jojo Pole, though there's still 2 bridges they could potentially use to get up to the hospital side. Theraton 5 in the meantime continuing to keep the siege onto one call here, while team number 1 picks up an E pickup of their own. It looks like they want to try to use this to get themselves over Pachinki right now. Maybe want to try to join up on the western coast there, there where PLN is. We'll see where they're going to try to drop.
Yeah, hopefully somewhere safe at least, because the last time someone dropped, they were spotted by another team. But anyway, that was safe. But for team number one, okay, looks like they're interested to go towards the edge of this map, and I think that's one of the safest areas, considering that a lot of teams drop somewhere in the middle or on the right, and naturally in that area it'll be a little bit more vacant.
Yeah, so number one now dropping down onto what seems to be the waterlogged area, this lake, just where T5 is currently set up at. So at least that should provide some cover, though AAP spots their parachutes coming down and just raining fire on them. It's a wonder that none of them took too much damage. They got knocked down in that process. Though Miu is going to be dropping a little bit further from the rest of his team there to try to head up against T5. Tanadol continuing to try to get a beat onto Miu, not able to get the headshot, but at least it's going to try to disable the Jeep nearby to hopefully reduce their capabilities for them to try to peel out from this area.
Oh, that is a smart move there by Tanadol. If you can't get the opponent, why not get the vehicle instead? So that kind of, oh wow, what a good shot there. I believe that was a headshot, but no knockdown yet. But anyway, Tanadol will be happy with the shot.
Yeah, and that is certainly going to keep no one's Miu completely stuck there. So now he's going to use this opportunity to reposition himself, perhaps regroup together, because the Deadly Strike has actually come down from Jojo Paul now to try to keep some pressure onto T5, and actually found Hasawat over down by south side. So Tanadol is going to try to wrap around from the flank on the left in order to try to head up against Deadly Strike. But they also still have to watch out for one call, who is still holed up within their complex there. Meantime, on the hill here, Myth has already gotten in position here. It looks like Duckman wants to try to take position on this place quickly to get some recce over this next circle, which quite literally lands right on top of Gadka. So I don't know, man. Your dreams of getting a fight right on the mountain in the final circle might just be there. The chances are there.
As long as the circle has the mountain, I'm keeping my hopes up, okay? Okay, I'll take any percentage there is. But look at the current circle, it's very likely for it to move down to the Gadka instead. But anyway, I'll take anything at this point. It's the last round of the group stage anyway. Right now, Cerberus Esports just looking over at the rotations of the other teams, gathering information, and that's the advantage that you will get if you play somewhere in the middle of the circle.
T5 is on the move, so is NHE, and then they might run into GE as well. But then Sir T and Zest is already set up on Godcard itself. Triple A is trying to put some fire onto NHE's members. Two of them actually locked down inside this complex, having to fall down there, and in fact knocked down onto Lockade and forcing them to stay in position. And T5's Hanadol and Hatsawat has found Trick from one call inside this building here. They might want to try to siege him here and then try to hopefully flush him out, because this is going to be a very strategic position here right on the crossroads towards Gadka. They could potentially hold their own, but the thing is, their teammate is currently under fire from Deadly Strike, who now are just collapsing onto the Rosetet Jr. Still attempting to hold his own, still gets a knockdown to the Bullfish anyway, so Deadly Strike still having a lot of trouble, even though there's only two members of Tanawat to deal with.
Well, Trick no longer in a tricky situation now that he has his teammates backing him up. About one call, are they going to make the call to just rush in? Okay, they're trying to get the first knockdown, they're trying to find an opening before they rush in to secure those kills. They're not looking down on their opponent at all, but their opponent looks like they're going to be the one to open up the fight.
Rossi the Jr. with a grenade takes out Lucky J, so it looks like Deadly Strike is not able to get an advantage over him though, but the thing is, he's still alone. So Triprid, double kill there, taking Hatsawa and Tanadol as well, so it looks like T5 may not be lawful as well. Rossi the Jr. is still able to pull the way into the hospital here, but now he's completely surrounded by both Deadly Strike as well as New Generation, so I wonder how in the heck is he going to be able to get to the next circle?
Wait a second, Genius Esports, they have visitors to the compound, but who will advantage right now? Genius Esports, he positioned themselves to try to get an upper hand over team number one, but team number one, they might lose Lambawu.
They might lose him indeed, and so the rest of GE are coming in here. Utah ramming against the building there, actually gets knocked down for his Eric. Chloe is going to come in for the save here. Is he going to get run over? No, he does not, but at least he's going to be able to come up temporarily. Virtue 2-2-2-2-2 will be able to take out Flores though, so that looks like GE has lost their flank entirely and seems to be in deep trouble.
Oh, team number one looks like now down to the last man. Virtue. Sati, can he do it? He's on the right, but he doesn't have the information. The moment he goes in, he gets shot at, but no. Looks like they managed to go in together and the trade is not needed.
Oh, that's a saving grace right there because I was worried for them for a second there when they lost two of their flankers, but it seems like GE was still able to take control of the compound. Miou also taken out there, but New House Esports as well as AAA have been watching over this battle here. They know that GE is very weak right now, so that's why they're pouring some fire onto them, but not really daring to make a move yet, at least until they know where this next circle is going to land. So as you can see right now, Myth still on the mountain there. They will be able to keep some pressure onto one call. This circle actually goes a little bit closer towards Gatka, so no chance for that mountain circle that you're looking for, but certainly a good position here for Genius as well as Gex here because they're right smack dab in the middle.
Looks like it's going to be the Gatka Field's finale, an open area, ladies and gentlemen, unless he goes to the chopsticks, but it does look like likelier to go towards the open area, but that's absolutely fine. And now Cerberus Esports, they have GEX just behind them to deal with. They just need to keep an eye on them in case GEX does something funny, but I don't think they'll make any big moves. As long as GEX doesn't, they'll be fine because both teams in the middle of the circle.
Haisaki tries to get some shots, can't quite nail down Savior though, so it seems like they will be able to position themselves in that building just down south from Gatka, but they still have to contend with AAA and New House Esports still within their vicinity, so they can't quite exactly go out of the way to be proactive enough to head up these teams in the fight. EA looks like they're also on the move as well. Seems like they want to try to wrap around the eastern side here, attack all around Jedi, just spotting around here trying to find a target, but can't really spot much. Rather, it's just there's just too many teams going around firing off in all directions that it's hard for them to actually get a good beat on what the situation is for them.
Well, attack all around, not really attacking at this point since they do have compound, but the compound is kind of small for 4. I guess it depends on the situation. If the circle does move away, they need to make a quick move because all of them will be clumped up together. And now Cerberus Esports, just look at the spread, the parameter that they're trying to guard. It's amazing. Their confidence level is just up there.
Yeah, they will, if they are able to slip by there past Haisaki, they should be able to head them off into this next approach towards Gatka. So it's absolutely important now for Cerberus to try to head off EA as much as they can. But with vehicles in hand, there, it's actually making it quite easy for them to maneuver into the circle now and forcing Haisaki to pull back. In fact, Haisaki decides he's going to get to the complex first before EA has a chance to flank them there. So that's a good call on their part. Problem is, he's going to put himself in the line of fire with Gex if he's not too careful. But the chopsticks, as you called them, that should provide a bit of cover there, I think, for Haisaki to play around with.
Yeah, the funny thing is that currently no team is using the chopsticks area because it's kind of like a ditch and it provides good cover. So I think at some point we will see a team would actually use that as a cover area, but let's see who's going to be the first one to do it.
Solo Z has also joined them in that compound there while Taikon Haimas continue to bring some fire onto EA, just keeping them at arm's length right now. And Haisaki tries to join up with Solo Z, almost gets shot down there by Gex, but nevertheless is able to keep it up in front. So they still have a two-prong attack there, but AAP is also shooting in on them, but the Purple Mood has just destroyed this deadly strike there, taking them out completely. One call as well, catching NGE with their pants down, takes out Fab and deletes him from the map.
A beautiful defense by Purple Moody Esports. They're definitely in the mood for some purple there. But now, circle, where will it go? Chopsticks, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Get into the chopsticks ditch.
Oh no, the chopsticks are gonna be eating pretty well here, I think. But yes, just collapsing straight onto EA. Rather KM99 tried to get the jump onto Taikon. Unfortunately, gets knocked down from inside the company itself. At 60 comes around the side, takes him down completely. Solosi now trying his best here to head off Leclerc, but his own high ground. He does have a bit of a lead. Nailed down inside until just now. Trying to get a knockdown, but 60 comes around the corner and eliminates Cerberus there. 12th place is the best that they can do.
Well, anyway, Cerberus Esports, they managed to get a good amount of points, so I think we'll see them in the next round, but we'll tabulate the scores later on, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, EA on the outside of the circle, they need to move. They will have about 15 seconds because it's so close to them.
AAP just making their way, bursting right through towards True Gex's backyard. Themselves in the ditch, actually gets a knockdown on the Savior here, so it looks like they want to try to take control over the chopsticks right now, and Gex is still attempting to try to hold their own, but the thing is, PLM also on the move, making their way to the center now. So is EA. Zixi and Larry's will actually meet the Purple Boot right in the middle there on the road. So looks like another battle forming there on the roadside while Evil Patrick tries to take out and finishes off Savior.
Oh, here we go. Our interpreter, they're trying to get as many points as possible from the long range. Evil Patrick managed to get the knockdown to Savior, but couldn't secure the kill just yet. Purple Mood Esports, they are in the mood right now. They try to take down their opponent, but then the Purple Mood Esports are trading it back and forth, putting down to Kanawa versus Luki. Make that only Kanawa.
Oh no, this is going to be really bad right now. Tanawan's still on the outside. Thunders is already taken out. Fluky and Borboats are having to crawl their way out. He still cannot find Leclerc's. He's trying to send some flashbangs there to try to force him out. He gets it. Oh, he gets a beat onto him and takes him out as well. Inside now, having forced to pull away from here. It looks like they lost this fight completely. He's going to have to try to do this the hard way.
Oh, here we go. Inside is coming in instead.
Oh.
His teammates, but he's all alone. So it's going to be a 1v1 Inside versus Tanawa. Who's going to win this fight for this compound? But Triple A has survived.
A challenger appears here. J-Dye gets the finisher onto Borboats now. But then with two people there, they might just have to make a bet. No, actually, all four of them have joined into this fight here. So Inside will be finished off. Tanawa having to quake around in his boots right now because all four members of Triple A are coming for him.
Oh, Tanawa's picking on his teammate. He managed to do that, but can he reset in time? And Triple A is trying to find the next target. They're making sure that this compound is clear, but they need to do it fast because Archangel Predator is looking at this compound. Who knows? They can go ammo and try to get those kills.
AAP is just lurking like vultures right now, having seen all the commotion happening across from them. You also see Gex, the Leo, and Upchen still holding in this position here, while their other two members are currently locked in battle with Myth right now, and Sir T has been knocked down, so it looks like Zest might be left out in an alert here because Myth still has a four-man stack just hunting him down up north, so I think Gex pretty much has to rely on both Leo and Upchen to hold their hopes for this next circle here. Fire onto Triple A, but how can they continue to fight like that? They are 2-man versus 4 right now against Triple A.
Oh, Jacob managed to get a knockdown, managed to get a kill on the T-1706. And right now they're still on the outside circle. The fight's not over yet though. Zest is still alive. Zest, where are you, Zest? Are you in this compound? No, Zest has been eliminated.
Yeah, unfortunate for him though. This is the most dangerous game of hide and seek if I've ever seen one here. And Jacob picking onto the rooftop.
There.
Oh, he's still there. Yeah, Zest actually still there. He's still hiding inside the building. Miv is taken onto the rooftops. They can't quite flush him out yet. But I don't know whether they actually know that he's in the position there though.
Ooh, okay. Now he has made his move. He's moving around. They definitely heard the footsteps. So now we move over to the Chopsticks, where Newhouse Esports is trying to win the fight against 310. This Chopstick is definitely going to be the focal point.
It is indeed, and Long K using the tunnel here is not exactly the best position to be in, but considering he's got the entirety of 310 headed in his direction here, he's gonna need that junction as much as possible here. So Wesker is gonna be taking point, heading inside the tunnel right now. Long K has his AKM at the ready, just waiting for them to show their faces right now. Wesker, sending grenade through. Oh, the flashbang flashes him temporarily, and unfortunately catches him off guard. Wesker is gonna be able to take the kill, and NHG is out in 8.
Unfortunate for that flash to be on top of him. If not, he might be able to secure like maybe at least 1 or 2 kills, but that just happened. But anyway, it's going to be 310 taking over this ditch. But on the other side, there's another team as well. Jacob, on the other hand, managed to finish off Zest, finally been taken out.
Yep, finally they were able to clear the area, so they have control over the north side, which is exactly what Myth has been looking for here. In the meantime, Triple A having cleared out their side as well. It seems like they now try to focus attention onto Gex, who are still holed up in that building. They have been in there for the last phase and still in this building for the 5th phase as well. One call has already made themselves onto the top of the ditch here, but then 310 has already taken control over the junction in between, so they seem to be using that as a base for themselves, but that puts them right in the neighborhood together with AAP as well, so not exactly the most secure position, but a position nevertheless.
Well, speaking about secure position, made in Thailand so far, yes, they're still on the outside circle, but then again, for them to enter the circle, it's kind of okay. They just need to be aware that right in front of them is a little bit open, but if everyone's busy on the southern side, well, it's going to be okay for them.
Yeah, so no major movements right now. All the teams just holding and waiting right now for Phase 6 to come alive here before they know exactly which position they need to move to. But you can imagine the tension in the air right now amongst these teams as they still continue to try to exchange fire from a distance, but not able to secure any knockdowns nor any kills at this point. It's up to where this next circle is going to. Blue zone should be closing about now. Where is it going to go? Is it going to be north, south, east, or west? It's going to be down south, and that's perfect for Gex.
Oh, perfect indeed. They not only have the circle, they're in the middle of it. They have the compound. It's a perfect scenario for them. But if you look at this, 310 and Archangel Predator will need to fight because 310 needs to get into the circle and the only opponent right in front of them is Archangel Predator.
Yep, so Wesker, Kine, and Rello, if AAP knew they were all gathered right there, a frag grenade could easily put a Whirl of Hurt onto them now. But the compound for AAP has a bit of a courtyard area, so they can potentially make a field of fire if they want, should 310 decide to assault on that position. But for now, though, the blue zone hasn't quite closed in yet. 310 is still trying to direct as much positions as it can, send some smoke grenades through the windows as well to obscure vision. But really, yeah, like I said, time is running out for them. They need to make this assault.
Yes, they need to make this move. Okay, they're somewhat within the circle, so they can kind of bought themselves some time. But then again, on the northern side of the chopsticks, looks like shots being fired onto 360, so they need to defend their area. But right now, Archangel Predator just looking over the commotion. 310 ready for the assault.
And one calls Nando is moving up forward here, so it looks like he wants to hopefully get some stragglers. In fact, he's going to send some frag grenades up in front here to put some pressure onto 310 as well. This could actually help AAP in this regard because now they can actually have the initiative to jump onto 310. And look at Triple A though, they're on the move on the outside, going towards Gex's building here. Alec attempting to try and knock them down, wouldn't be able to get them now, but then Triple A is now assaulting Leo as well as Zenchen very, very hard here, making sure that they have to kind of get away. And Myth at the same time is moving up as well, so it looks like it's going to be an absolute bloodbath out in the open here as Gex, they lose one, but manage to trade one there in the form of Ecclesia.
Oh, GEX against Triple A right now in the same compound is going to be Leo all alone getting full of a Rambo here, but no heroic move.
No heroics here for Global Esports. Expect they will be out here in 6th place. 310 already have lost one member, have one member knocked down right now, and one call is keeping the pressure going through the ditch while AAP is keeping themselves away from the compound and keeping them bogged down within this ditch here. So this position, it's not looking too good here for 310 right now as AAP is able to put up a two-pronged attack here. Molotov also making it hard for Kine to actually get a beat onto Alec there. So this is making it harder than necessary has to be. Evil Patrick already taking down Goni here. Kine is going to have to send a frag grenade. It's a last-ditch attempt to try to get out of this position here, but the smoke grenade makes it hard for him to see where exactly they are, but at least it gives him some space to get the revive back with Goni.
Right now, the revive is being kicked in, and at the same time, Wesker will be the guardian of this area. But then again, on the other side, there's another team actually in the chopsticks to stop them. But now the circle will move in about 10 more seconds. The long way coming from there, putting pressure onto the other side. Myth is having trouble moving it.
Yeah, in trouble indeed here. 310. Evil Patrick just holding steady on that trigger finger there, not revealing his position quite yet. Nando as well, just keeping an eye out over the top of the ditch here because he wants to try to get a beat onto 310. But this is proving to be a very tight eastern side here of this circle because right now 3 teams are vying for control and AAP seems to have the upper hand initially, but then now with one call as well getting into the mix, they have to kind of keep an eye out for whatever is coming from the ditch itself while attempting to keep 310 under siege. So this is not not an easy fight at all for them to take.
Well, it's not going to be an easy fight for 310 because one call is going to come in from the other side, like what you said. One call will need to win this fight because they don't have circle at all. And get past 310. So this is the fight that we can win.
Oh, Wesker, headshot there is going to knock him down. Get a Kine taking a bit of damage. On the side to try hold Wesker before he moves into the tunnel right now, but smoke making it very hard for him to pop there. Oh, Vuelo watching out here. He's back hurt there, but I don't know whether he's going to be
Oh, wait, what?
He's on top of him! What? And he's just taken down completely. 310's Rascal Jester still able to take down Chiprit.
Oh, he
can't see him through the smoke, so they didn't know that he was there. And then now he's able to pull back.
Oh!
Finishes it off before he could do anything more. Goni still is able to stay standing in that melee there, but one call has been eliminated.
And in the blink of an eye, we're down to the top 14, ladies and gentlemen, who will get the chicken dinner. And at the same time, we can see that our Raiders coming in. They want those kids well taken down. None is waiting for the next target. We still have one more left to go. None moves in, none shoots, and none will finish it off.
And the whole time, Myth has been collapsing onto Triple A at the same time. So now AAP is taking control of the ditch. Myth now is taking control over the compound. So they are in a position where Triple A and Gex were initially. Now they still have the full stack actually once they're being rolled back up to speed. So there's still going to be a 4 versus 4 here between Archangel Predators as well as Made in Thailand.
Let's go, Archangel Predator, Made in Thailand by Sonic Dogbats opening it up by taking on that. And Archangel Predator immediately retreats. Alec is still alive.
Oh, what a misstep there from AAP. Now they can't go out there to save Nan at all, so they have to run with just these three. And Myth just keeping their eyes peeled there, just making sure that Myth is not going to be able to maneuver that well. Now they still have the rooftops to use, and Agibot certainly could try to use that to try to keep some pressure onto Myth. But Nan will be finished off there in spite of the smoke grenades coming out. That one is a little bit too little too late there to save their teammate.
Oh, but look at this. This circle seems to favor Myth a little bit more as compared to AAP. So that means AAP will need to drive past by onto Myth, and there's a lot of open area between the both of them. Myth can easily shoot them down.
Yeah, so now Agent Bot again with a sniper rifle. He sees Jacob. Can't quite get the shot onto him though. Has to duck away. Now he's just out of the shed there. Oh, he's just anticipating someone to try to flank there from Bip, but there's no one there unfortunately. Exorcist is still up on the rooftops. So is the rest of Bip. They want to try to hold this position because this is still within a circle here for Bip. Not so much for AAP though.
Okay, anyway, AAP seems to be making their move right now. Alec repositioning his vehicle. He has about 15 more seconds to decide what he wants to do. But it's going to be tough for AAP at this point. I don't know. Would they want to consider to deny the point?
I don't know. I mean, again, AAP needs to move, but unfortunately, Myth have them pretty much locked down in the compound near the water tower. So it's not going to be it's not. I'm not gonna say impossible, but very, very difficult here for AAP to make any maneuvers. They will still try, nevertheless, though. Agibot's going to be joining up with Alec. Oh no, he's going to be taking the top there, while Arcade Defenders, Patrick, as well as Alec will be taking the to try to flank. So this is going to be a last-ditch attempt here to try to.
Here we go.
Oh, Patrick taking so much damage already, forcing it on the hay bales with 15 health.
Wow, that was so close there for even Patrick, but can't say the same for Alec. Alec was knocked down. And now that means there's only 2 left for Archangel Predator. Myth, they're holding this strongly. I mean, this is a chicken dinner that they cannot lose.
This is the game, their game to lose now. I mean, AAP is completely wounded here. Jacob smells the blood. He wants to draw fire here. He wants to be able to take the headshots onto Evil Patrick as well as Algin Bots. And once he does that, that will be a chicken dinner here for the Made in Thailand squad. Right now, the circle is going to be coming to a close now. Algin Bots gets hit by a headshot there by Jacob one more time. This could be a terrible one here for AAP now because Evil Patrick, even though he's healed up, he's stuck out in no man's land in only a hay bale for cover, and he can't get out of the way.
Now the zone is going to close entirely, and at this point, Archangel Predator will be pressured by the zone surely. They will be forced to show themselves, but Made in Thailand, they are not going to give it, they're not going to let the point go, and instead they're going to finish it off with a winner chicken dinner for Made in Thailand.
The myth, the man, the legends here, finally getting a chicken dinner for themselves, and certainly a lot of elations for them as this is the last chicken dinner that any team can possibly get here in the group stage. And man, that's certainly going to do bode well for the chances on the leaderboard here. I mean, again, that position by the chopsticks there, a lot of people are fighting over that, only for the circles spawn to actually end up turning it into an absolute bloodbath for everyone else. And Myth, you know, they moved in from the northern side. They were completely uninvolved in most of this fight on the eastern side, so that allowed them very much not only have a full stack, but also plenty of room to maneuver for themselves, and pretty much took the best location on that circle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the circle kind of scammed everyone. And like everyone was like, okay, that's going to be a safe spot. It's a ditch. We can hide from everyone else. But no, the circle just chooses to pull away. And immediately that area became a bloodbath area. But here are the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, from the previous round. And this roadblock, this was a good one.
I mean, Deadly Strike were already set up in that place, and you know, they were just trying to gatekeep anyone trying to get to the bridge, and that gatekeep position just worked so brilliantly onto SST, which kind of feels bad for SST themselves because, you know, being caught out in that side of cars means that they weren't able to return fire in any meaningful way either. Then one call, this was a very, very tight fight here against T5, a very messy one in fact, but nevertheless, they managed to clean up house here and took control over the compound very well. This was a hot drop that number one tried to do on kind of forced them into a bit of a quandary too, and that actually forced Chloris to try to come in for the flank and got themselves caught out on the outside and almost completely ruined the chances here with Gex, but in spite of that, they still managed to hold their own.
And Purple Moon, they're definitely in the mood for this round. They eliminated 2 teams back to back, and all of those fights were taken by them, as in like they were the ones who crashed into someone's compound and they win those fights. So that was an amazing showing by Purple Moon.
Indeed it is. E-Arena, so sad for them because they got themselves caught in a really bad fight there. 2 knockdowns, there's not much Insight could do. And Long K, he thought he could basically try to catch them around the peak, but didn't anticipate the flashbang. I mean, again, that's just like 101 there, I suppose, for FPS, but nevertheless, he had to catch the brunt of it. 310, even though they managed to secure that tunnel, it turned out to become a tunnel of death for them pretty much because AAP was just able to very successfully suppress them. And Nebraska, there's this moment here.
This moment.
Oh, one call, just not expecting to be landing around on top of well low. He got a free knockdown out of that, but unfortunately wasn't able to keep the pressure, keep away from the pressure that one call is putting onto him, and finally gets taken down there by Nando J. And with AAP constantly hounding him from the top, it wasn't looking like they were going to be long for this world.
Yeah, in fact, AAP, they just came in as a mop-up crew just to secure those kill points from the chopstick area. So it was kudos to them. They knew what they were doing. They were like, okay, let's not rush in. We wait for the right moment. Once the fight cools down, we don't allow them room to reset. We come in at that really focal point and they secure those kills.
Yep, winner chicken dinner for the Made in Thailand squad. That's to round out the end of the day here. And for those of you guys in the chat who were wondering why the overall scoreboards haven't been shown so far, is because we've been saving the best for last here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to be finding out very soon who is going to be able to come out top. I can tell you though that definitely the team that's been outperforming themselves here on day number 3 here is Cerberus. I mean, the 19 kill line. How is any other team going to be able to match that?
Yeah, it is the most kills so far in a single round, and they didn't need the chicken dinner to do that.
I know. I mean, it's amazing. It's just, but it just goes to show how much more valuable this time around the kill points are, to the point that a team that's as proactive as Cerberus Esports, was able to just sweep the entire leaderboard for today just by virtue of getting really good engagements and getting really good kills. But I also need to give a shout out to One Call as well, because even though they have a bit drop off a little bit, I think towards the end of the day, they still have been consistent enough to stay somewhere in the top 5, I think, for this current the top 4 for top 3 for this current day itself. So I hope that with those few kills they managed to get in Erangel itself, that hopefully that keeps them in the running right now. But nevertheless, we still have yet to see what the full line picture is.
Yeah, I mean, with all these amazing gameplays today and some of the teams actually rising up to the occasion, it's going to be anyone's guess who's going to be the top 8. And again, top 8 is going to go straight into the grand finals that will be playing next week. But for the rest of them, they'll be playing the last chance qualifiers tomorrow. So we're going to find it out really, really soon. Okay, who do you think from the games today would qualify straight onto the grand final?
I would definitely think Cerberus has a really good chance right
no
now.
doubt.
One call I say will be a bit on the margins here. Made in Thailand, I mean, this is their best performance so far, and they've been consistently they've been in the top 5 right now for this day itself in terms of Group B versus C. So I think they also stand a good chance of maybe eking their way into the top 8 here, but just barely. AAP, Archangel Predator and Attack All Around, I think it's a bit of a good comeback, I think, especially for AAA, who, remember, had to miss out on the first match of the day here. They have really come back really strong here by picking up a total of 12 points here to keep themselves in the top 3 for match number 5. So I would say kudos for them, because it couldn't have been easy for them to get back into the rhythm, especially after the major disruption they had to endure. And 310 as well, even though with all the troubles that went through inside the ditch, still managed to get 4 kill points and 4 placement points. So not a bad result, I would say, despite them having probably being in the worst position when it came to the final circle.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it well about AAA. I think they'll be the team that I really want to see. Will they make it straight onto the grand finals or not? Because if they do, then it's a miraculous comeback, considering the unfortunate events that happened to them in game number 1, and they only needed 4 games to make it through. But hey, I'm holding my horses for that, for the actual or the full result for now. But so far, I do agree that AAA has been doing fairly well as well. If only they got that one extra game, then maybe they would have been confirmed to the next round. But right now, we still need to tabulate the scores.
Yeah. Oh man. I mean, so much to kind of like cover here. I think like after today, I'm definitely going to be rewatching a lot of this here, you know, in anticipation for the last chance qualifier, because you know there's so much data right here to filter through for all these teams here. But I have to say, you know. I'm actually personally like happy to see that Sun Sister is able to get their time in the sun, especially from match number 3 there on Tego, because for the longest time I think like the Japanese teams when it comes to Pubg have been very much sidelined for the most part. They haven't really made much of an impact even in the global series, but then now, you know, with Sun Sister and Enter Force 36, 310, these guys have been able to show that they can still run with the big boys here, even, you know, even though they're so far away region-wise.
And I do hope that we see more Tego in the future.
Oh,
I think
for sure.
I think it's an amazing map, and of course for the players, for the viewers as well, because it is currently still new within the competitive scene. We don't really know what to expect yet. We need a lot of Tegos for us to come up with like some assumptions of like what are the strategies that they will come up with. But so far, looking good for Tego. I mean, it's a smaller map as well. Naturally, you get more fights. And that's exactly what happened in Tego. We got like in one terminal compound that 3 teams came in at the same time. So it was great entertainment.
Yeah, it was really great entertainment. I mean, this is a first taste of like Tego in the competitive Pubg circuit, and I'm really liking it. I'm really liking what I'm seeing here. I mean, not only like the Korean landscape is just beautiful to watch here,
absolutely.
but you know, you have dunes just like how it is on Miramar. You have like high ground as well, just kind of like, and high grounds and low ground just like Erangel, and then you have the compactness and the absolute like complex urban sprawls that you have in that map, like on Terminal as well. It makes these amazing battlegrounds here for this team. So I'm really looking forward to a lot more Tego matches, you know, as this global series continues to go around.
Yeah, in fact, our observer director did mention that how much he liked the landscaping of the game itself, and it is a sight to see, no doubt. And yeah, I guess for some of us who don't get to travel that much, maybe because we're busy, at least looking at the game itself, it gives you a feeling of like, okay, this is somewhere that you can imagine that you can travel into the game.
Yeah, so I'm also keeping an eye out for like, I'm actually also having a look at the leaderboard for Group B and C, and I can tell you like the standout performers, you know, were Cerberus Esports, you got Made in Thailand as well, matching them very effectively here, being in that top 3, and the E Arena as well, I think stands a really good chance of you know, getting into the grand finals as well, given their performances, the consistent performance in the first few matches for today. I think that just might be enough, even though they missed out on the chicken dinner. I think the consistency might be enough to get them a decent amount of points to get to that leaderboard.
Yep, but anyway, that's all from us trying to guess who it is. Let's check it out. And oh wait a second, Triple A! Oh no!
Just so close, yet so far. I mean, oh my god, 44 points to 56. That was 12 points they needed and they couldn't find at all to get themselves into the top 8. So just barely missed out on an opportunity to have a one-way ticket to the grand finals there. What a shame there for Triple A. But nevertheless, you know, considering how they started versus how they ended, I would say that being the best of the rest right now is probably already an achievement to be proud of here.
Yeah, it is. But anyway, it's not all hope lost yet. They still have the last chance qualifiers to play, so we'll definitely see them in the next round still. But some of the teams that managed to, let's see, Purple Moon Esports, despite today, I don't think today is really their day, but they still managed to slide into the grand final stage. So hopefully they'll be able to recover their overall performance later on next week.
Yeah, also honorable mentions as well to GEX, Global Esports exit. They unfortunately had only 2 points behind AAA here. New House Esports, despite the best efforts and actually quite a decent amount of kills as well, were not able to place it up.
Okay, so I guess interestingly that, okay, I'm pretty sure that TE and QC is in the grand final stage.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the points are actually not being tabulated here.
Yeah.
My goodness, I only just realized that.
The Group A teams.
Yeah, the Group A team
so
points
that
are not
means
being...
possibly, let's say if we were to put in QC, TE, and maybe Day Trade Gaming, 3 teams from the list that we see will be pushed down to the LCQ stage.
Yeah, apologies. There's an error in the graphic right now because we haven't seen the score for Q confirm for TE and Day Trade as well as Unicorn Venom here. So don't take that result there as definite here for the grand
That's
finals.
a teaser. That's a
teaser. Maybe a teaser. So unfortunately, we'll let them go ahead and sort that issue out before we're able to give you the actual results here. But oh man, that almost that also made my heart jump a little bit.
Then that means the Purple Moon Esports thingy.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I mean, that's scary. That's scary.
That's gonna be scary to see.
But we need to wait for the official scores, okay?
Yeah. So I mean, again, just a kind of like on the sideline here, I do realize that the stream has not exactly been the best experience for you guys at home there. So I just want to take the time really to apologize for all the issues we've been facing throughout this tournament here. I hope you guys will be patient along with us here. Again, don't shoot the messenger here. Our job here is really to bring you guys the best show possible. Unfortunately, a lot of technical difficulties has been experienced behind the scene here that has made it a little bit hard, but we're hoping that you guys will be able to enjoy the show nevertheless.
Yeah, but we will retabulate the scores for you guys. So, but before that, we'll be taking a little bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen, for us to really be sure of the scores, because we want to be sure that whoever's in the top 8 will be in the top 8 next week. So let's take a little bit of a breather, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Welcome to the update 20.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style. From 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, so sorry for jumping the shark a little bit on that score, because a technical error with that score line meant that, you know, we misread the situation a little bit here.
Yeah, we got a little bit too excited. Yeah, but it's okay, I mean, we are excited for all the teams that have played, right? But anyway, we're going to show you the full scores right after this, and I think that's how the teams from Group A, it's kind of obvious by now who went through.
I know. So we know that for a fact, you know, Q Confirm is still, you know, having the majority of the points at 113. So we know they're going to be true, but who is the official leaderboard here? And you can look at that. Archangel Predator, they're the last ones who managed to make it through.
It's quite a comeback for Archangel Predator because their day one wasn't that great. But they managed to really pull it through today. I mean, they got a chicken dinner, they got a good few rounds, and they merit themselves onto the grand final stage.
Yeah, and made in Thailand as well. A massive comeback for them to manage to make up 4 places to stay ahead of AAP. So they too get a ticket to the grand finals as well. So that's 4 Thai teams making it to the grand finals here. 3 from Vietnam and AAP. Archangel Predator being the sole Filipino squad in the competition is also the sole Southeast Asia, so not sole Southeast Asia, but really the best of the rest, so to speak here, of being able to get to the top 8. I mean, I think they should be glad enough with this kind of result.
Yeah, and the gap isn't that far for NGE. It's only 7 points, but I'm sure they wish they would have at least one more round to play. But anyway, it is what it is. At the end of the day, the rounds are done. Right now, we'll be focusing on the LCQ stage. It's going to happen tomorrow, same time, same channel, wherever you're watching this. And the LCQ stage teams will be eyeing for the top 8 spot into the grand finals. If not, elimination will be waiting for them.
And you can see like very clearly how much the weightage is now for the kill points, because vast majority of the teams that made it up in the top 8 have way more kill points compared to placement points. In fact, I mean, that's by virtue of like being less placement points going around, to be fair. But again, these guys were racking up like 60 kills, 40 kills, 50 kills overall. It's like, if you're not even that score line there, it feels like you're not going to be able to compete really for that ticket to the grand finals.
Bruh, Cerberus Esports only at 19 placement points. Right. That's your answer.
That's the answer right there. I mean, 71 more than like 7 kills here. I mean, my goodness, it's an amazing performance from them, from Cerberus Esports. The thing is that, you know, with the Expendables and Q Confirm having brilliant runs for themselves, you know, over the last 2 days, that made it so that pretty much like they're unbeatable. I think the scoreline was just way too high for everyone else to meet, and you know, that's the way it rolls here. So we already got 8 teams now confirmed to the grand finals. 16 more teams will be fighting it out out over the weekend here for the final 8 slots.
Yeah, but before we wrap up the show, we'd like to give you guys a reminder that there is a new function within the game right now, and you guys can experience the integration of clans within PUBG Battlegrounds, and this is an opportunity for you to band together with whether it's existing friends or maybe even make new friends within the game and engage with each other for more competitive progression system whereby you'll be rewarded with benefits and also whatever rewards there is within game. And yeah, if you want to find out, you just gotta do it and let us know in the comment section what do you get as part of the rewards.
I got a question for you though. Like, if you were to set up a clan in PUBG, what would you call it?
I would call it Victor Esports.
Why Victor Esports?
Just because I like you.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Cloud. Yeah. Hey, but I personally would just call it the Fast and the Furious. You know,
Fast and the Furious.
I mean, Fast 10 is out. Why not follow the theme? You know, just climb the coattails.
I mean, fair enough.
Fair enough, isn't it? Oh my goodness, what a topsy-turvy day it's been. Lots of action going on here in this group stage, and still plenty more to go. We still got the last chance qualifiers. You'll be there along with me, right? Over this weekend.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah. So that's gonna be exciting to see it on, because again, there has been no eliminations out of these 24 teams here. But tomorrow and the day after, that's when things really come down to the wire, because only 8 teams gonna be going. The other 8 teams just gonna have to sit at home.
But you know who else needs to be going? That's going to be us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow, same time, same channel. Don't forget to mark your calendars, because tomorrow is going to be the elimination weekend starting tomorrow. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Victor. We'll be signing off for now. See you guys. Bye.